This pre-conference workshop is under the theme Sustainable Development of the East African Region's Oil and Gas Resources, Balancing the Environment, Social and Governance Aspects. It's a mouthful, but you'll agree with me, it is very topical. We are getting ready to start. We'll start with our anthems, then we'll have a prayer and a safety moment. So I'll welcome the tech team, invite you to stand up and welcome us in the anthems. Thank you. Thank you. I'll invite Didas Muhumuza to lead us in the prayer. I hope you've said hello to your neighbor and met someone new or someone you've not seen in a long time. The mamas say that that's true. Thank you. Over to you, Didas.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Let's humble ourselves for prayer. It's going to be a short one. Lord God, we thank you for the good life. We also thank you for leading us to this important event. We pray that you help us deliberate constructively and be able to achieve mutually beneficial outcomes. Lord, we also pray you help us survive in these interesting times, I would call it. And we thank you for the protection as we are arriving here. All this I pray in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Yeah. I've got in oil and gas, it's very important always to have an understanding of our safety. And today, of course, I believe the hotel will take us through the other aspects of this structure, but we have got cell phone safety. We are all victims of cell phone use, and it's very important to appreciate that there can be a very serious risk. So next, our safety moment focuses on cell phone safety. Oh, sorry. Hopefully I know how to use it. Sure. Yeah, we really have to ensure that, yes, a cell phone provides convenience in communication, but it's a dangerous distraction because it takes you off main focus if used at the wrong time, and can explode when exposed to extreme heat, and especially people who use cell phones while charging. The risk situations when you're walking, you're really texting, and then you are moving and you hit somebody. When you're driving, the most dangerous, working with tools and equipment, you can't concentrate. And when you're in flight, electromagnetic interference to the aircraft systems, they normally say switch off your cell phone. The consequences, getting stuck by vehicles, some fatalities, tripping over curbs, steps, or other objects, walking into stationary objects. So, precautions: put the cell phone down while driving. Receive or make calls only when in safe areas. You can park, and that's very important, especially when we are in operations. Avoid walking while dialing or texting, and try a do not disturb while driving mode. Yeah, while driving, you try that mode. So the human brain can only adequately focus attention on one task at a time. So when you are texting or talking, while trying to walk or drive, you cannot give your full attention to both tasks. So it's still about avoiding distraction. Some bus drivers were nabbed for indiscipline on the road. That has been so common. You see somebody taking over 60 people in a bus, and there's the one who was even eating and also checking the phone at the same time. You saw that video. So those are dangerous things. Reaction time. The sample near miss incidents. This is a video in Manchester, so you can just watch it. Yes. It can happen in Kampala. What has happened, you know? Yeah. So somebody even blames the object, you know. So thanks for watching. Please, you can subscribe to that, but it's very important for us to appreciate the need for safe use of cell phones. I thank you and wish all of us good deliberations through the course of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Didas. I'll invite someone from Kampala Serena Hotel to give us a brief housekeeping guidelines. Okay, if they are not ready, I'll just, the washrooms are just right outside the door to your left, and there is no planned drill, so in case of any fire or emergency, please go through the door. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this pre-conference workshop for the 10th East African Petroleum Conference and Exhibition 2023 that is being hosted by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Uganda, under the auspices of the East African Community. Before we go into our program, allow me to briefly recognize some of our key partners that are with us today. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Uganda. We have the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Energy of Tanzania. We have a representative from of the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania. Oh, I think they've stepped out. We have captains of industry here in Uganda, from Uganda National Oil Company, the GM of Total Energies EP Uganda, the GM of ECOP Uganda, and the GM of ECOP Tanzania, together with a representative of the Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We also have members of civil society in Uganda. We are under the Civil Society Coalition on Oil, who we've worked with to mobilize and organize for this pre-conference workshop. So we thank you, the Deputy ED of ACORD, for leading the team. We also have a delegation from Kenya. I think the Ministry of Energy in Kenya and other private sector entities, you're very welcome. We also have colleagues from the United Republic of Tanzania. If you could wave so that we know where you are. Other colleagues from Tanzania and Kenya. Our colleagues from civil society, please wave too so that we can know who is in the room. Friends from industry, both licensed companies, contractors, private sector players, you're all very welcome to this pre-conference workshop. We have a very good program for you today. Very topical issues to discuss on how we can sustainably develop East African region's oil and gas resources. We'll have a few case studies from Uganda. We'll have speakers from our regional partners. And our objective is to see how we can all work together as government, industry, civil society, and other sector players to enhance sustainable development of the oil and gas resources. I would also like to recognize the entities that have worked together to sponsor and organize this workshop. We have Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, East African Crude Oil Pipeline Limited, the Uganda National Oil Company, Total Energies EP Uganda, and Sinok Uganda Limited. Thank you all for working with us to organize this, and of course, the Civil Society Coalition of Oil Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll forgive me for this mouthful. I'm doing this so that our speakers, when they come on stage, they can go straight into what they've prepared for you. So it's important that we recognize the important people who we are with today and why we are here today. So ladies and gentlemen, our program is divided into a couple of sessions, and we will start with our opening session. And allow me to invite Ms. Irene Batebe, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Republic of Uganda, to kick us off. Thank you.
Although Gloria has done the protocols, I will repeat a few because of the nature of this opening speech. The Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Energy of Tanzania, Mr. Felchezem Muramba. Our delegates from the East Africa region, covering all our 7 member states. Our private sector participants, including our partners in the business of oil and gas, our civil society organization partners that we work with very well in Uganda, at least, all invited guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, habari za asubuhi. Yes, it is a great privilege to address you this morning as part of the East Africa Petroleum Conference and Exhibition 2023. This conference is being organized at the helm of a major paradigm shift globally, where we are faced with a trilemma of ensuring our energy security, but also addressing issues of climate change and interruptions in our supply chain that we've experienced in the last about 2 years. This even excludes the impact of COVID-19. That speaks to the importance of us gathering as the East African community to deliberate on how we shape the industry going forward in view of that trilemma. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development of Uganda, under the umbrella of the East African Community 7 partner states, is privileged to host you this morning as part of the 10th East African Petroleum Conference and exhibition that will run from today through to the 11th of May 2023 at this venue. This conference, for those who would want to appreciate it, is supposed to be a biennial event, which is hosted on a rotational basis among the 7 partner states. The last conference was held in Mombasa, Kenya in 2019, and the question would be, this is 2023, Madam PS, yes, due to the interruption of COVID, we were unable to host it as planned in 2021, but we are delighted that we are able to host it in 2023 and physically. So the theme of the conference will be the East Africa as a hub for investment in exploration and exploitation of petroleum resources for sustainable energy and socio-economic development. So today's workshop is a precursor for the main conference. I would want to call it a curtain riser. I want, therefore, to thank those who have supported the pre-conference event led by our company, the Uganda National Oil Company, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our licensed oil companies, Total Energies, China National Offshore Oil Corporation, and others, but also the civil society partners that have collaborated with us in organizing this conference. We applaud you. The theme of this event was thought through critically to ensure that we are addressing current issues around the environment, social governance. So the event is under the theme Sustainable Development of East Africa's Regions, Oil and Gas Resources, Balancing the Environment, Social and Governance Aspects. We believe this is a very important theme for many reasons. Apart from the ongoing move to conserve or preserve our environment, which we completely support, we must balance this with the reality of our growing energy needs, but also for Africa, the energy poverty that we experience. 650 million Africans do not have access to any form of electricity. So as we think through the environment, social governance issues, how do we ensure that we get this population to access electricity, but in an environmentally sustainable manner? So that will be the crux of the discussion today. We have arranged panels that will be discussing the energy transition, but also issues of environment, social governance. And you'll realize more and more investors are incorporating issues of ESG in their investment decisions, and this is making ESG increasingly important from the perspective of securing capital, both debt and equity. And over the last few years, we've seen a number of these companies transforming from just oil and gas companies. A good example is Total, that was originally Total E&P, and today it is Total Energies. That speaks to the transition to that renewable future that we shall discuss extensively. But as we discuss issues of ESG, there remain a number of concerns. There is some unclarity around it. And through today's conference, we expect that we shall find clarity in the following areas. Knowing what needs to be collected. In terms of data, how do we report on ESG? Companies are running ESG campaigns, but under what framework? How do we report? How do we standardize our ESG reporting? The other concern that I expect to be addressed in today's discussions is knowing who needs to be involved in the process, who are the key players in this ESG campaign. But also it's critical to know where the data is in the business. Many companies would want to comply, but what are the standards? When we say social governance, what are these standards that the companies should be complying to? So from these panels, we hope that you will be addressing those pertinent issues. And lastly, developing a robust, future-proof data collection process. So ladies and gentlemen, the oil and gas developments in the East African region have undertaken with serious consideration the proper management of the environment, social, and governance aspects. This will definitely be achieved for the future if all stakeholders continue working together with mutual respect. The expectation, therefore, is that as we listen from the different speakers, we will all get a better understanding and appreciation of how these pertinent issues are being addressed. Narrowing down to the oil and gas sector of Uganda, we are happy to report that this sector has been underpinned by a well-established legal and regulatory framework that enables management of these aspects. And beyond our local laws, we are cognizant of international best practices as stipulated by the International Finance Corporation Performance Standards. So when we hear a lot of outcry, sometimes from our civil society partners who we work with very well, we are encouraged to continue engaging you to ensure that you appreciate all the efforts that have gone into the sector to ensure that it is compliant. You will have an opportunity to listen from the ECOP company, but also UNOC, PAU, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, but also our partners in the region, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, to appreciate the efforts that have gone into our environment, social governance. And I want to plead with the civil society to remain open-minded, because many times we do engage, but the reporting is different. So I'm hoping that arising from this conference, we shall align on how we report on issues of ESG, because we take it as very important for our development. And as we prepare for COP28, I believe that this starts a discourse at the East African region level to give us a position that we shall foster as the bloc and later on as the African Union as we go to COP28 in Dubai or the United Arab Emirates. Ladies and gentlemen, for the energy transition, you'll hear from the team and the panelists, but critically as the Minister of Energy, it's important that we highlight that we look at the energy transition as part of our energy planning. We are working on our energy transition plan, and we are cognizant that Africa and the East African region in particular are blessed with abundant energy resources, including oil and gas, which need to be used to transform the livelihoods of the people. So in developing our countries, and therefore the East Africa region, we are looking at exploiting all our energy resources, including oil and gas. And we will exploit this in a sustainable manner. We already committed to that, and we have demonstrated it. And as we do that, ladies and gentlemen, this debate on the energy transition should remain alive to the fact that investment in energy is capital intensive. Countries must mobilize funding to support their energy transition plans. And the way we look at it, and given the beating we have faced in accessing climate finance, we keep saying climate finance is a mirage. It is somewhere, but we can't touch it. So as we struggle to touch this climate finance, the countries will continue to mobilize their internal resources by developing their extractive industry, including the oil and gas sector. So in the discussions today, I implore all of us to support that outlook that our region must develop, number one. Number two, God has blessed us with enormous resources. We are a frontier basin. We do not know what else we are going to discover as we launch our different licensing grounds in the region. We have invested enormously in infrastructure, but also in all the preliminary investment activities. And it is important that the region is supported to ensure that we conclude our endeavors to develop these resources. So I want to thank our partners who have been very steadfast with us. Sometimes it sounds like a battlefront, and we want to thank them for remaining steadfast in the middle of many decisions being made globally. I want to thank them for remaining committed to the projects. That's our crude oil pipeline in Uganda, but also the LNG projects in Tanzania and other projects, including the oil refinery that we are developing as a region. So I take this opportunity as I prepare to close to thank the organizers of this conference, and we believe that this curtain raiser will set the pace for regular interaction at this level between the sector players and the civil society organizations. The Ministry of Energy will continue to support efforts geared towards ensuring that Uganda's oil and gas resources are being developed in a sustainable and environmentally, but also socially friendly manner with due care to the rights of the citizens. And I wish to add my voice to many of the distinguished speakers who will participate in the panels to really once again thank you for coming to Uganda. And I hope for the few days you've been here, you've already enjoyed our hospitality. They say Ugandans are among the most hospitable people on the planet. So if you have not experienced the hospitality, we will be here to ensure you do so. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you and wish you a successful pre-conference event that I now declare open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PS, for those very good and foundational remarks that indeed have kicked us off, not only for this pre-conference workshop, but for the entire conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now invite Mr. Philippe Gruex, the General Manager for Total Energies EP Uganda, and the Uganda Country Chair for Total Energies, to also give us some opening remarks. Thank you.
Permanent secretaries, members of civil society and NGOs, representatives of various government institutions, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning to you all. It's really for me an immense pleasure to be here today as the main sponsor of this East African Petroleum Conference and Exhibition. And as Total Energy, we are really proud to be part of the Eastern Africa and more specifically Uganda and Tanzania multi-energy journey. And we do believe that Total Energies as a company can bring to the region its operational excellence for implementing really large-scale energy projects in the frame of its core values. In that respect, we are not working, even if the Tilenga Handicap project is a flagship project, we are not working only on oil and gas development, but we are currently maturing a number of large-scale renewable energy projects, both in Uganda and Tanzania, whether it's for solar power generation, wind, hydro. And we are also active in promoting e-mobility, developing biofuels, and studying geothermal potential in the region. Allow me to focus a bit on Tilenga, for which production should be ready by end of 25. And what we are doing is really, when we talk about sustainability, what do we talk about? We talk about what will be the impact on people, and of course on environment. Will this project bring something good for the people living in the vicinity? And that's really what is at heart of our action. So we articulate those actions in 3 pillars. The first one is the direct impact of the project. We inject a lot of the money in the economy. There are a lot of job opportunities, and it's what we call the national content. And this is a very critical aspect of it because it's direct and immediate impact. And we have been working hard together with the regulator, with the ministry, and with all the players to make sure we maximize this national content of the project. Today we have more than 160 Ugandan companies involved and more than 6,000 people directly working for the project. The second pillar is a social, I would say, the social economic development that the project will bring, but not directly linked with the oil and gas activity. How we can support and how we can develop people living in the vicinity, those who have been affected by the project because they had to release some of their land, or those living around but not dealing with oil and gas, having their own business, whether it's agriculture, how we can support them, how we can help them to develop. And we have been articulating a number of projects together with a number of civil society organizations to support first the project-affected person, and now to extend to the project, what we call project-affected communities at large, to make sure we help them to develop and grow their business. We also focus on access to energy because we are an energy company, because we will extract oil and gas from this region. Of course, we have ambition to provide, together with the regulator and the ministry, to provide energy to the people. Access to energy has 2 main directions. First, grid extension and last mile connection for the people. And for more dispersed habitat, what we will plan to do is to provide autonomous solar home system. Our ambition is really that everybody who can see the light in our facility will have also the light at home. And we are working towards this objective. And the third pillar, when we talk about sustainability, of course, is about environment. How we make sure that this project will have a positive impact, and how we ensure that this project will have a positive impact on the environment. And for that, it's of course, how do you design it to minimize, to avoid and minimize any impact. And when there is a residual impact, then how you compensate. And for that, we have, I would say, a very large program together with the Uganda Wildlife Authority in Uganda to improve 4 types of habitats, main habitats, like the wetland, I would say the forest, the savanna, and the Murchison Falls National Park itself. We have progressed a lot in our discussion with Uganda Wildlife Authority, and we are moving forward this project. So, we have an ambition. We have these 3 solid pillars of national content, socio-economic development, and protection of environment and biodiversity. And all this is cemented with our core values: safety, respect for each other, stand together, pioneer spirit, and performance mindset. Of course, respect for human rights underpins all our activities. And we always take opportunities to discuss and promote human rights in a constructive dialogues. And that's why we appreciate this event today. We appreciate the essential role that NGOs and human rights defenders are playing in upholding rights and ensuring a constructive dialogue and an open civic space. We'll have later in the day a dedicated presentation on our concrete action on this topic. So in conclusion, the journey is still long ahead, and the challenges remain various. Ultimately, the success of this project will not be measured only on oil production and oil revenue, but more on its global social, economic, and environmental impact. Let's continue the good work together to make it a full success. I wish you fruitful discussion all throughout this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the GM of Total Energies EP Uganda. And I think his remarks give us a good start to our first panel discussion. He emphasized socio-economic development, protection of rights, biodiversity, but also investing in cleaner energy. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move straight to our first panel discussion on energy transition and how the East African community is balancing development of its oil and gas resources with the energy transition discussion, which was also touched on by the PS. I'll invite the presenter to first give his presentation, and then afterwards we'll have the members of the panel come on to have the discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite Mr. Peter Mulisa from the Uganda National Oil Company. He's the Chief Legal and Corporate Affairs Officer. Mr. Mulisa, you're welcome to take us through your presentation on the energy transition. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll do the toughest task this morning of setting the conversation. I hope I achieve that. But if I don't, I have a very excellent panel to help me in setting the agenda, speaking about this big conversation that is the energy transition. So what I'll do today is try to break it down. What is this energy transition? I'm sure most of us understand it, but it helps to remind us. So permit me to proceed. I generally like talking about Uganda National Oil Company before I say anything about myself. Uganda National Oil Company is a participant in the whole petroleum value chain. It's a limited liability company owned by the state to represent the state of Uganda in the oil and gas sector. And we are doing that, and we hope to create a lot of value for the state. So when we speak about energy transition, I think the best place to start is, it didn't start in Paris, but I think Paris was such an impactful meeting that I prefer to start there. So in Paris, in what is called Conference of Parties that happens every year, but this particular one was 21, an alignment between the nations. And the reason this was important is that the US, as a big player in this segment, did participate and did agree, eventually pulled out, but I think they are back. These countries, about 179 countries, agreed to keep global temperature increases below 2 degrees Celsius and if possible, at best 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to the pre-industrial timelines. So this sort of set the stage for what everybody measures themselves towards in terms of transitioning to this particular target. And this agreement that was arrived at in Paris came into force the following year, in 2016. And the method of achieving this target is voluntary at the state level. You know, in international law, we have this element of sovereignty. You can't force countries to do what they don't want to do. They are sovereign, so they make their sovereign decisions. So it's voluntary, and each country sets 5-year targets called national determined commitments, indicating how they are moving to neutrality, how they are reducing their carbon emissions. And you must have seen many countries setting targets 2030, 2050, 2060, and 2070, I believe. There is one that is at 2070. Equally, you must have seen companies, oil and gas, and others also setting targets, 2050, 2030, net zero. And so this is where the conversation comes from. Of course, before the Paris Agreement, we had the Kyoto Agreement. The principles slightly differed from the ones that in the Paris Agreement, but the target remains the same, keeping temperatures in a state that will ensure civilization survives. Oh, great. So, moving from COP21, moving to another, I think, remarkable one was Glasgow in COP26. And in Glasgow, a few things were discussed and agreed, and I think the major one was resolution, reduction of methane and phasing out of coal. And I believe about 100 countries signed to reduce global methane emissions by 30% by 2030. Now, phasing out of coal was probably a very good target, but has been set back, as you well know, in the geopolitics of today and the war in Ukraine. So there is a lot of coal usage now in Europe that has set us back on these targets. But I believe that remains a real target that companies will focus on. Many countries continued to set their net zero targets, UK 2050, India 2070, UAE 2060, and others. And we will discuss where Uganda is on its targets. Of course, 1.5 degrees Celsius keeps to be the target, but the output from the Glasgow was that we were way off the target of 2 degrees and 1.5. And most believe, based on the national determined commitments in Glasgow, that the attainment now is 2.7. And that was before the surge in the use of coal. So I don't know the target, the assessment as of post-Egypt COP, but we'll be able to see at some point. Money is clearly, and financing being redirected from fossil fuels, and that are presumed dirty, and we'll have detailed conversations on those. What was, I think, a bit sad, and which I hope we can have a conversation on, is that Glasgow sidelined oil and gas companies in its attendance, which I think is a mistake, because the oil and gas companies need to have a voice and a say in this transition and in this conversation about energy transition. Global warming above 1.5 is said to have significant impacts even at that level. But I would just probably focus on one that relates to Africa. And it is said that productivity for nature-reliant farmers in agriculture might, others say will, reduce by 15 to 20%. And that's not small, because that can cause social challenges for countries. And so African countries, and you might have seen in the Climate Change Act of Uganda, are focusing largely on adaptation mechanisms to deal with potential impacts of this nature. Of course, we've had the conversation on fossil fuels. You've seen demonstrations, you've seen people say, stop dirty fossil fuels, stop it now, and close the production, stop exploration. And of course, we must understand the context of this conversation. I don't think you can wake up and switch off fossil fuels today without causing significant challenges to the world as it is today. But there are friends who think we should switch off today, and maybe it's the conversation that we should be able to set today. So while oil and gas, I pick a comment from IEC in Davos in 2020, where they say, it was said, no oil and gas company will be unaffected by clean energy transition. So every part of the industry needs to be considering how to respond. And being part of the industry, I can state that the oil and gas industry is actually responding and leading in certain elements. A reason why governments, civil society organizations need to listen to oil and gas industry. There's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of work that is being done by oil and gas sectors. Of course, the G7 indicated the need to focus away from fossil fuels, and there's this whole conversation. And most of the OECD, and these tend to lead policy and discussions, and we generally follow when they lead in a certain direction. So most of OECD countries are trying to move away from diesel combustion engines and generally away from fossil fuels towards cleaner energies. And it's a journey. This is not the first energy transition. We've had transitions before in Europe and in the developed world. This will take its shape, and I will suggest the way I think it will take shape. And a recent book written by a respected oil and gas energy expert working with IHS Markit did put these numbers into context. And I just wanted to pick them and pick for you the page so that it is not doubted. In the new map, a book published 2021, he breaks down what the issues are. And he says between 2009 and 2018, some 210 gigatons of carbon dioxide were released annually from human activity and the decaying of plants. 9.5 of these gigatons were from fossil fuel, and 1.5 from land use. Of these, 215 are captured by natural annual cycle, leaving about 4.9 gigatons in the atmosphere uncaptured. So the real fight is not for the 215 captured naturally through forest cover, through seas, and through other things, but the 4.9 that is uncaptured. And so the conversation needs to focus on the 4.9 and the different mechanisms to get that 4.9, as opposed to killing off one industry after another. And before we know it, we'll be discussing whether humans are too many. So the conversation needs to focus on the 4.9 that is uncaptured. Great. I wanted to just paint a little bit, bringing it home, what Africa's contribution is in this whole conversation. And in terms of Africa's contribution to the carbon dioxide and other gases that we are speaking about that have the impact that we are talking about, that are the basis for the transition that we are talking about, Africa's contribution is about 3.8% of the total, of the 100. And its historical contribution, if you went back to the point we discovered fire, Africa's contribution is about 6.7% historical. So in essence, our contribution is the least and is very minimal to have any impact. However, Africa is probably the most unprepared for any impacts of climate change. So that means that we must be at the forefront of confronting any climate change impacts. And as I said earlier, 80% of our farmers are nature reliant. So when it rains, they have harvests. When it doesn't, they are likely to suffer. And they are one season from starvation, many of the times. And so this means that the topic is very important and dear to us. So we're faced with low contribution, and generally, if you're a low energy consumer, you're definitely poor. There is no contradiction in that correlation. So we're faced with those issues. Now, when you're looking at these elements, Africa is the most underexplored continent in terms of natural resources. I've read a book that says up to about 15 times higher. Well, OECD is about 15 times explode in terms of per square kilometer. And that's assuming if you believe in God, that God created the world, so he distributed the resources evenly or randomly. If you believe in evolution, even more randomly. So that means every square kilometer of land should be explored to see if there are any resources. And Africa is the least explored. So that basically means that there is a lot of potential oil and gas and other resources that we do not know. And this is the time for us to be getting those resources out, to get our people out of poverty, and we are faced with energy transition. But Africa also has the other challenge. That is an opportunity that by 2050, 3 out of 5 children born in the world will be born in Africa. And the population of Africa will be significantly big. And the level of energy poverty is unbelievable, but the growth in population and the growth in cities and urban areas in Uganda presents another energy challenge, but an energy opportunity. So just to set the stage, and I've read text that says for renewable energy resources to meet the demands of the growing energy demands of Africa, you probably need about $100 billion invested per year for the next 10 years. Just to think. What did I do? Oh, great. Okay. Now, in oil and gas, how do we manage emissions? And I've done a little map here that I won't run through, but that takes us from upstream, midstream to downstream on how to manage our emissions. Because I want us to go back to the conversation at the top, that it's not about the industry. Human beings emit CO2. As we sit here, we are emitting CO2. So are we going to reach a point where we say human beings are too many and the CO2 emissions are too high? We need to manage the CO2 emissions as they emerge. And there's technology, there are other ways to deal with it. So sustainable, cleaner production is the way I can summarize this graph in oil and gas production. And that is the statement. That's a conversation that we must have sustainable, cleaner ways of extracting and using the resources. Permit me to run from that. The slide will be available. We looked at vulnerability index, and I thought this should have probably come a bit earlier, but I wanted to look at the level of preparedness in some of the countries that are low developing countries and that have resources. And if you look at the vulnerability as this y-axis and the readiness as the x-axis, you'll note that most of our countries are in a place of vulnerability for any climate change. And that means we have a duty as developing countries to improve where we sit in that graph. So coming to ESC, let me just look at the resources that we know, and I'll start with Uganda, which I'm most familiar with. We have, as you well know, discovered commercial resources in one of our potential basins. We have 6.5 billion barrels in place, and we are investing about $12 billion to get that resource out, and we should be producing about 230,000 barrels per day at peak production, which we believe is in the next few years. The projects that are under development right now, we have Tilenga, Kingfisher, which has been spoken about, and the East African crude oil pipeline. And alongside those three, we have a refinery and a petrochemical-based industrial park. Now, the refinery and the petrochemical industrial park will add value in country and improve our import position, our export position, and balance of trade and payment. In Kenya, there's been a discovery of commercial volumes that I believe at a certain stage in the development in the eastern arm of the East African Rift Valley, and more areas are marked for exploration in most of the Kenyan territory, including its offshore. We have significant discoveries of natural gas in Tanzania, and part of it is already utilized in Tanzania. They are conducting onshore explorations for oil and gas. We have in DRC, there's potential on the other side, on their side of the Albertine Graben, but DRC is a producer already on the other side of the country. We have South Sudan, that is a producer already, and we have a lot of licensing that is ongoing in the whole of East Africa. So basically, there are discovered resources in East Africa, and there's potential resources to be discovered through the licensing rounds that are happening. Now, I'll just skip and run straight to what East Africa needs to do to ensure that in the face of energy transition and the challenges that we have spoken about, these resources are developed. And one is to ensure that the resources are, first of all, sustainably developed. The Permanent Secretary did speak about that in her opening remarks, but I'll just add a little bit. How can we sustainably develop our resources? And number one, on the map that I indicated, that shows how to deal with upstream, midstream, and downstream, you'll find that flaring is one of the areas that generates a lot of carbon. And so in East Africa, we need to ban flaring. And this has been made illegal in Uganda, and it's a good approach in sustainable development. Electrification and energy efficiency is another way to develop our resources in a much sustainable and better way. And you will learn, I'm sure, during the day, that for instance, East African crude oil pipeline, the power to heat the pipeline is going to be from solar, it's going to be from the grid in Uganda that is generally clean. And so that's the other way to make sure that our resources are developed in a sustainable manner. We have to start thinking as East Africa about enhancement of technology. There's a lot of technological development in the world around carbon capture. Now, we may think we shall continue to be energy consumers and development consumers and technological consumers, but we must start to think of deploying this technology where it is deemed necessary and relevant, as this is. Strengthen environmental laws and regulations. As countries, we must ensure that we have strong regulatory laws, regulations and laws on environment, and how to ensure that the resources do not affect the environment, and how to encourage anybody developing these resources to aim at carbon neutrality even as they develop the resources. You will hear that along our projects we are planting trees to make sure that we improve our carbon neutrality in relation to the projects. And these are elements that can be demanded. We must have proper decommissioning provisions in our environmental laws to ensure that the resources are developed sustainably. There is a huge conversation around fugitive emissions. And as countries involved in this resource development, we must ensure that we manage that as well. What do we do with these resources? The resources must be used to generate and develop transferable skills for other industries. So we have welders being developed for oil and gas in Uganda. Can they be transferred? Are they skills that can be transferred to other industries? And East African countries must look at these skills development and how they can be transferred to other industries. Use the resources to build adaptation and other national capabilities. So when we get these resources, we've talked about adaptation requirements for our countries. We've talked about our vulnerability on the adaptation index. How are we using the revenues from these resources to build our adaptability capability? And that should be our focus. Use these resources to end energy poverty. The PS has just given us a big number here. 650 million Africans have no access to electricity. In Uganda, you know the numbers. So how do we use these resources to improve the energy per capita usage? Because as I indicated, and there's a graph I can show you, there is a direct relationship between energy use and standard of living. The less you use, the lower your standard of living. So we can use these resources to improve our energy poverty and indeed, to remove the energy poverty and indeed economic poverty. We can also use these resources to spur growth in other sectors such as tourism, etc. And in Uganda, we are doing that. I visited Indonesia some time back, and they were producing at that time about 800,000 barrels of crude oil per day. But their biggest contributor to their GDP was manufacturing at 19%. It wasn't oil and gas. They were producing a significant portion. They had a lot of gas. But they had used these resources to spur development in other sectors. And at some point, these were the biggest blocks in the economy. We must be able to pick this. And we must meet and continue to support our commitments under the Paris Agreement. As I indicated, we are on the vulnerable scale, so we must be at the forefront of growth of the Paris Agreement targets. We can't shy away from this. And we must protect our natural forests and encourage reforestation. As a sector, we are leading in the efforts to do reforestation. UNOC has a target of 40 million trees. I believe our partners have different targets. And the target is clear. The objective is clear. That if we increase our tree cover, then we have a lot of capability to absorb the carbon that will be produced as we increase our development. And so it's a simple science. Great. And I think we must as well invest in our adaptation, have ambitious but reasonable targets for our carbon neutrality. I've seen our nationally determined commitment, which was updated last year, September, and there's a very significant requirement for funding for us to meet these targets, and I hope that we can get that money to achieve all the elements that are in that NDC. We must really work to diversify our economies, which is a point I had spoken about. But as a region, as a community, there is a significant presence of very key minerals in the energy transition. And I think as a community, we need to have a conversation on the potential strength we can draw from developing those resources together in an organized manner that makes sure that we have an influence on what happens to the pricing, to the structures around those minerals in the world. Can we use our bloc as a negotiating body to have more investment in these minerals happening here, in improvement of those minerals, value addition as opposed to just exporting the raw materials. I think individual countries will try, but I think we can do better as a bloc if we sat and discussed about these key minerals in the journey to energy transition. I thank you, and I hope I've set the stage for the next conversation.
Thank you, Peter, for sharing a lot of factual and up-to-date information of where we stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll invite our panelists who will steer the discussion, and our moderator will be Mr. Jean-Baptiste Havujimana, the Director, Productive Sectors from the East African Community Secretariat. You're very welcome. I'll also invite the other panelists, Dr. Gerald Banaga Bainji, the Assistant Commissioner, Technical Planning from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Marwa Petro, the Assistant Commissioner for Petroleum Development, Ministry of Energy, Tanzania. You're welcome. We'll have Zakaria Hoidi, who is a Chief State Counsel from Kenya, and then Dr. Paul Bagabo from the Natural Resources Governance Institute. You're welcome. We'll have a 30 minutes discussion, and we will be strict on time. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Jean-Baptiste.
Thank you very much, MC. What an excellent scene setting. I think, Peter Mulisa, you have already made it easy for us. I think what the panel is going to do is just to go through your presentation and have a map for East Africa. We did have a map for Africa, and we need to have one for East Africa as we move under this transition to renewable energy and to reducing house green gas emission. My name is Jean-Baptiste Havugimana. The MC have already introduced me. I'm Director Productive Sectors at East African Community Secretariat. Under the docket I supervise, there is energy, and renewable energy is one of the very important programs that we are spearheading. And energy transition is, of course, a very tough program that we have embarked on, all the way from the Paris Agreement in 2021. I think the presenter has put it very well, and all the way to Glasgow, and now very recently to Sharm el-Sheikh, and all the way under those processes. I think there have been a very strong commitment for the parties to ensure that as we move ahead, we make sure that we reduce gas emissions, and from 2 to 1.5. We have seen how far others have gone. We have seen in Europe, at the African level. How about East African level? So we have a few questions that you are going to respond as panelists, and to ensure that the map for East Africa, and how are we managing to ensure that we reduce the green gas emissions, how are we doing as East Africa, and how it is the way forward, and what is our roadmap. Thank you very much, Peter Mulisa, once again, for a brilliant presentation. A very big clap to him once again. And we have Dr. Gerard Banaga Bayingi. Please welcome him. We have Mr. Marwa Petro. Please welcome Marwa.
Point for correction, I'm Charles Nyangi. From Pura, I'm representing Marwa Petro, was supposed to be a panelist in this panel discussion. He could not make it on time, so I'm representing him.
Thank you very much. That is very well noted. And we have Zakaria Oyidi. Please welcome Zakaria. And then Dr. Paul Bagabo. We have three major questions, but we all listened to the presentation. And we shall ensure that we combine all the questions that I have here and the presentation that was made by Peter Molisa to ensure that we really give the audience a very good package that they will be taking from this pre-conference meeting session. And the permanent secretary has set the scene. The transition from oil production, gas, natural gas, coal, to renewable energy is a trilemma, and there are issues to be considered. And we have to make sure that in considering those issues, I leave them to you, we ensure sustainability. The first question, and I will start with the Dr. Gerard Banaga Bayingi. What strategies in place to ensure sustainable exploitation of oil and gas resources in East Africa with the consideration of integrating all clean energy strategies that we have had from the permanent secretary and from the presenter of today? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the strategies are very straightforward. There have already been progress which has been indicated on what East Africa is doing with regard to oil. The legal framework, the policies, all those are in place. Now, mine, let me put it very context, that we have obligations to go green. We have obligations to reduce our emissions, but we have obligations to grow the economies. So the starting point is that we have growth to grow the economies. And the strategy is utilize all resources that you have got. To do that, it has got to be in a synchronized manner. So the first will be to ensure we integrate and pull up our renewable resource. The second, apart from the business as usual, is always to pick up what we normally call the low-hanging fruit of the energy efficiency. But let me put it right. You finally have got to get the numbers right. And you had the permanent secretary speaking about energy transition. I have the challenge of leading a team of experts, international, on developing the energy transition for Uganda. So we are now modeling the situation. When you say increase renewable energy, what does it mean? The starting point is to look at the energy demand. The energy demand for the country, for the region, and the dynamics and the trading opportunities and all the possible areas. Once you pick that, and then you say, how do I meet this demand? And we are pushing this out 10, 15, 20, 30 years. So we just returned last week. We're even looking up to 2070. What does it mean? And when you do that, then how can you meet that demand at the least cost possible? So as a person who is doing modeling, I don't want to give you numbers until we validate this. So by the end of this year, you're able to ask the permanent secretary or the Minister of Energy, where is your plan? We are putting all these words into context, and you'll have our energy transition plan that is just and speaks to our unique situation. So if you ask me, the strategies that you've got is exploit your resource, but exploit sustainably, pull up your renewable resource, expand your energy mix. If I give you the numbers of energy mix, you are over 90% biomass. That's not a very good situation. Improve your energy security, take care of all the opportunities for trading of energy and sharing of energy, and then have a balanced energy situation. Where I sit, I'm looking at a balancing system of ensuring that we have sufficient energy, we are energy secure, but also we have our emissions and targets under control.
Thank you very much, Gerald Banaga. Expand your energy mix, ensure that the importance of renewable energy is reflected in the supply mix, and ensure that you meet the demand at the least cost. That's one of the strategy. Now, allow me to invite Mr. Marwa Petro, Mr. Charles, to add to what Dr. Gerard has just shared with us, to ensure that we look at the implications of
to contribute to contribute into economic and energy sustainability. Now, moving into renewable energy, it's obvious there will be a lot of resources undeveloped, but again, we can't move into renewables without, by compromising an oil and gas industry. I believe that the oil and gas industry contributes a lot into developing the renewable, moving into renewable resources. The technology which has been already developed in the oil and gas industry for quite a long time, it's obvious will contribute in terms of resources and skills, will contribute towards developing the renewables source of energy. So, well, it's obvious if we are going to move into renewables, will leave a lot of resources undeveloped in terms of hydrocarbons. So we need, as a region, to strategize how do we balance the two, and sense that we develop the existing hydrocarbons and utilizing the same money into moving into renewable resources. We need to invest a lot. We need money to invest in the R&D, research and development. As we've seen in introduction, in the opening remarks, the IOCs now they have moved into international energy companies. So we need also to strategize. To align our strategy, move along with what they are doing. We invest in R&D. So it's obvious there are resources needed in terms of funding.
Thank you very much, Charles. We need to invest in the R&D to ensure that we tap into undeveloped resources. And also we have to do that without compromising, oil and gas industry. Though we have to make sure that we use the balances to ensure that we invest in renewable energy and to ensure that the transition is smooth, as much smooth as possible. Thank you very much, Charles, once again. And now, going back to the remarks by our Honorable Permanent Secretary, the trilemma, for energy security, then climate change impact, then ensuring sustainability. Those are three major issues that if we talk about, balancing, if we talk about investing, if we talk about, ensuring that we reduce gas emission, we have to also look at the energy, the low cost of energy that we are looking at. Are we going to be achieving it? Once we do all that, we have to look at the reduction of climate impact reducing from 2 degrees to 1.5 degrees, and even lower than that. Are we going to achieve it? And how do we think can energy transition discussion, this discussion that we are taking today and that we will continue from tomorrow and beyond, ensure security in developing, energy security, in the East African community. And this question is is going to be answered by Mr. Zakaria Koyidi, and giving us some of the tricks, the hints that can East Africa use to ensure that the whole discussion is going smoothly, and to ensure that the process is not undermining the existing development of energy that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to look at this great question. I don't have the answers, but I think we have the answers in the conference. One thing I want to talk about is that the dilemma of balancing energy, make sure that, because we need to develop as a region, we need to get our people, improve their way of living. And there are so many things. The demand for energy is quite growing because our populations are also increasing. And so as you think about what do, you need to conserve the environment. You need your environment clean. And something I was telling people that you cannot do these things abruptly, because anything you stop abruptly, there's always a problem. If you're driving a car and you stopped immediately, there's so many things that may happen. So it's good for us to look at how are we going to balance what we want: development, environment, and even the human that we are trying to improve their way of living, to develop. So if you look at these three, I was looking at one thing, and one thing that was coming clear is that we need to try to make our energy clean. And one thing, like we've been told, is that our method of extraction, whatever we do, let's ensure that the impact on the environment is as minimal as possible. Because to reduce, to go green, to get to zero carbon emission is a tall order. But we can make it, we can manage it, if we put all the players that are contributing to it into perspective. So my suggestion is that let's have everybody involved at the table and look at what can we do to minimize the carbon print on our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zakaria. We are remaining with the two panelists here, but the first one have made a very an excellent presentation that I guess you all enjoyed. And I wish to ask Mr. Bagabo Pao. The theme of this conference is sustainable development of the East Africa regions, the oil and gas resources, balancing the environment, social, and the governance aspects. I need to touch on these governance aspects by setting the scene and raising the excitement from this room, and so that they can tell people that we start now enjoying attending the conference from tomorrow. How are issues of governance should be addressed in terms of when during the process of balancing the transition from those three, the big three that we talked about, oil, gas, and charcoal, and the coal, and to renewable energy, and to reducing impact of climate change. What are the government aspects that are key to be considered as according to you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I think the starting point for the discussion should be that we've had previous transitions from charcoal to other sources of energy. This transition is unique, that it's mainly driven by policy more than the economic consideration of whether oil and gas is still economically viable. And so that is really difficult for governments who are struggling to raise resources to develop the economies and ensure that there's a just transition. And so it's going to be difficult for when you tell a government that has a windfall that you should stop using it because we want to move to more green resources. Governments don't maybe work like companies, and so to set up a governance structure, they are considering issues around how can we finance this new policy requirement. And financing that policy requirement, as they've pointed out, requires government to develop resources. One of them is the resources we're telling them to stop developing. And so I think the issue should be, for us to balance, we need to help governments to raise revenue through developing this resource, but in a meaningful way, and some of the considerations are the transparency and accountability to ensure that the resources that are developed can be used well to transit. That's on the first hand. On the second hand is to better understand the challenges of investing in a sector where the demand, as you know, most of these developing countries cannot consume all the oil that they produce. And so they have to rely on external markets where the demand will fall because of the move towards other resources. And so to manage this very well, they'll expect the revenues from this oil to reduce. And so they have to use these resources very well if they are going to sustainably transit. On the other hand, the capital necessary to develop this infrastructure is also reducing because we are depending on capital markets where the appetite for financing these resources is also going down. And so governments will be tempted to remove sources from from social sectors, health, education, because they want to develop this resource. Why? The attraction to receive this revenue is much. And so there's need for government to take steps to ensure that the manner in which they will try to finance these investments is calculated to ensure that there is holistic development in other sectors. One of the things, of course, is to attract, for example, our neighboring countries to come and also invest so that the stake that the government takes in the investment is reasonable to take into consideration the fall that might be in demand. But also remember that these extractive fossils will be needed even in energy transition or in the foreseeable future. So governments, but the demand will go down. And it's only the most efficient who will survive because the revenues out of it will go down, mainly sometimes maybe below the cost of operation, and you don't want governments to make losses. And so I think it's going to be very important for government to think beyond just the revenue, to think at other ways of which they can continue to produce these resources. And one of them, of course, is the fact that a country like Uganda also has transitional minerals that can also be developed because they'll be needed in the energy transition. So maybe I'll stop here in the interest of time, and we can have a discussion.
Thank you very much, Paul. Paul is from Natural Resources Government Institute. And I asked this question to him because I knew he was going to give us that very interesting feedback. And indeed, the government should think beyond just revenue and ensure that the government avoid the discoveries, the production of oil and gas becoming a curse for the economy of that particular government. And the government has to ensure also there is, they look at the backwards and forward linkages between the sector of energy, the petroleum, oil and gas, natural gas and coal, where we have it, is, does not affect the other sectors. So we look at the backward and forward linkages to ensure that all the sectors are developed at the same time and they enjoy the resources from the extraction of oil and natural gas. We have 10 minutes remaining. I'm sorry, I'm not sure whether we'll get some like 5 minutes to hear from the audience, but allow me to use just the first 5 minutes to seek for 2 questions from the audience so that you ask these people, and then the other 5 minutes will be for the concluding remarks for the panelists here. So MC, can we help us with just 2 questions from the audience before we go to the concluding remarks? I have one gentleman here and then a lady there.
Considering the presentation from my brother Urisa, and I think when you are concluding, you talked about the collaboration and cooperation of the East African partner states in engaging on some of these.
And I would request, sorry, be straightforward.
Yes.
To the point. Thank you.
I'm thinking that, I think this presents an opportunity for East African countries to engage at a global level on issues of accountability. Because from your presentation, when you talked about actually how Africa is the least contributor to the emissions, I think for me it presents a very justifiable reason for further negotiation. Because, I mean, we must hold these other global polluters to account. And I think for me, if we are grappling with the resources to invest in this sector, I mean, at the end of the day, everybody for himself and God for us all. We must also, I mean, must extract these resources also, I mean, to sustain ourselves. So at the end of the day, we need to ensure that there is global accountability. The last one is the issue of, I think if we are talking about East Africa, we should be talking about how do we pacify our East African region in order for it to be safe for investors to come in. Because we have issues in South Sudan, you have issues in Burundi, you have issues in DRC, so I think for me, those are the questions that we need to be looking at, but also probably maybe you as a director, the moderator of the East African community, I think there is what we call the East African competitive policy and strategy. I think it needs to be reviewed to ensure that it engages on some of the emerging issues that are coming up now, to ensure that these energy resources are actually part and parcel of the amplifiers in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add up on what has been said, when we think about energy transition and clean energy, yeah, we think about renewable energy mostly. But I have at least 3 points here, because sometimes renewable energy cannot work on themselves. Like when you have solar, that is the most considered a renewable energy. Sometimes it is down, it cannot work, so it has to be boosted by another energy like hydrocarbon or everything. So you cannot use renewable energy itself. And no any kind that is using renewable energy itself. The other thing is that renewable energy are not enough, because you depend on wind, depend on solar, depend on tidal waves. So these are not enough. They cannot run the world. So we should also think about that when we are discussing this point. Another point is that the world has accumulated a lot of hydrocarbons, especially the developed countries. They have accumulated hydrocarbons, natural gas, and everything for their own securities. And now we should know, where will they take those hydrocarbons? If we say that now we go to clean energy, we think about 50 years to come. So when we are discussing, I think we think about these 3 questions. So I thought the important thing for us is to think about improved technology to produce clean energy from hydrocarbons. So these are my takeaway today, so we can discuss them. So let us strategize so that we can use hydrocarbon, but in clean way. By the way, natural gas has not yet, is still under discussion, has not yet said if it is clean or it is not clean. So they are still discussing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I will take yours as comments, and very constructing comments. Where when we talk about the transition and we go immediately to renewable energy, and yet renewable energy cannot be enough without actually making sure that that smooth transition from hydrocarbon. The other questions, I think it was addressed to Melissa. I will let Melissa to go straight to the point, and at the same time make his concluding remark so that we move quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. I think there were largely comments, but I agree that the East African community has an opportunity to engage together, to negotiate together, to pool resources together, and to create an energy transition strategy for the countries that is aligned to the development needs, but is also responsible. So there is a real opportunity for the countries to work together. And on all elements, including accountability, best practice, and we can learn from each other. I do remember, and the PS here, I remember, was a member of this committee at the ESC that was trying to harmonize the legislative structure and create a model at the ESC that any secretariat that any member country can pick from in terms of agreements, in terms of regulatory structures. And that opportunity still remains, and we should, I think ESA should take the challenge to lead in it. In terms of my concluding remarks, energy transition is here, it's real, and it's happening. It's going to continue to happen. It's a transition, and it will take time. I believe that oil and gas will continue to play a major role in the energy mix of the world for the coming, I believe, century. What's going to be the key important point of conversation is sustainability and the targets for different countries, entities to carbon neutrality. I also believe that we will not have one transition. We are going to have different transitions. And Africa, as the lowest emitter, must forge its own transition. And there's whereas we dropped the Kyoto principles of a just, fair transition, this conversation is coming very much back on the table, and we must focus on it. how can Africa transition from zero energy to renewable energy? It's a huge leap, and I think it would be unfair and unconscionable even to require it. So our transition must be distinct, but it will be different. And I believe there are going to be different transitions for different countries and different entities. In the end, there's going to be a constraint on financing of some of the fossil fuel projects, but African countries and other countries must work at addressing this to ensure that we avoid stranded resources that could have pushed our people forward. So that's my concluding remarks, and I believe that technology is going to play a very, very key role in the transitions, and Africa can't be left behind. I read a text that said in the energy transition technologies, Africa's contribution is absolutely negligible in terms of technology development itself. And I think they put a number which is probably, I think, 0.010%, which is, I don't know, I'm not a mathematician, but it's a ridiculous number. So we must be able to increase our participation in technological innovation, because at the end, if we are just consumers of this technology, it will set us back. So it's a real topic that we must address as countries in our policies, and we must push to have a defined transition for East Africa and for Africa, and feed that into the global space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to ensure that we have a transition in Africa and for Africans. And I would request Paul Bagabo again to give us his takeaways once he comes to managing all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll talk about three things. The first one is the development of data and information to inform the plan that they have, because we need to know of the 4.5, how much is actually contributed by fossils, so we can concentrate our efforts on trying to mitigate or adapt to that. The second one is really on the use of gas, because for our economies, transit from biomass to clean energy might require a stopover on gas. But the plans for development of gas from the fossil fuels and the cost of financing that development, I think, is something that we are not discussing. We have an opportunity as ESC to raise capital because we're not very sure where the money is going to come from to invest in this. And then the third one, of course, is this issue of stranded assets. Because of the fall in demand, there's a real risk. And as Mr. Mulisa said, we don't know whether it will be a slow transition to allow us to exploit all our resources, or a fast transition which might curtail how much we can use what we already have or develop new fossil projects. And so there's a need for a consideration on the impact on the investment that the country is making. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Dr. Gerard, your takeaway on all the planning that is required and for us to have a better roadmap for East Africa as compared to the one that we saw for Africa. Thank you.
I think let me first clear some few aspects. When we discussed the Paris Agreement, it's a global one. Since then, there have been subsequent discussions. Glasgow was very hard on fossil fuels. You realize last year, when we went Sharm el-Sheikh, Africa was very strong. We pushed back. So, my friend Melissa, there was a pushback, and we are going to maintain that. There are many countries that have got resources, and those resources must be exploited, but in a sustainable and rational manner. So, at the international stage, we've sorted that out because Glasgow was not good for this industry particularly. Number two, energy transition is not universal. Each country will have to transit. You see, when I'm developing energy transition for the UK, it's different when I'm developing transition for a developing country. Look at each country's energy mix and the energy balance. Then it tells you what are you transiting from and to what. So we will have to customize this energy transition to take care of the specifics of the country. And that ties within each country has made its commitments to the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change. Now, of course, what we have now is that some of the countries have not even modeled what that means. Okay? In there, you have conditional and unconditional. And you can recall the comment from, the conditional means that you are going to be supported. Unconditional is what you are going to meet as a country. So as Uganda, we have put forward what we are going to meet as a country, what we must do using our own resources. The conditional one is subject to you receiving support in form of financing. If you had the comment, the remarks from the permanent secretary, some of this climate financing has become a real mirage. You know, you look at it, but you can't reach it. As you try to approach it, it disappears away from you, and it is supposed to enable you to meet your target. So when I was meeting the modeling team, we were like, no, let us first start from the conditional one, where we have obligations as a country, and then we can go into the financing. Now, each country, and most countries have done so, needs to develop its own energy transition plan. The energy transition plan is not sufficient on its own if you don't accompany it with what we call an integrated energy resource master plan that shows you how practically you are going to meet those energies. Let me open for a little bit how we do the modeling, and which we are doing now. And you heard the permanent secretary saying we are developing ours. By the end of the year, you can go to her and ask her, where is Uganda? And we thank all those who have participated in that discussion. If you have not, please reach out to the PS and say, I want to participate. Bring your idea so that we model it. We don't want to leave any idea which is not modeled. Now, you start from the energy demand, the country, the region, and take care of the opportunities, and given your conditions, limitations on emissions, you get the outcome. That will tell you technology, that will tell you the cost, that will tell you the emissions. In one of the scenarios, Chair, I can tell you, it tells you must develop, somebody say renewable energy by 80%. It requires that we must have 15 gigawatts of solar energy every year. So the practical part of it, can you actually have that? No. So you see, this energy transition must be put into context and real numbers. Then you get the picture. And then you look at the capital. It's the last output, the capital requirements. The resources required to finance that are immense. That's when you realize, as the PS was saying, you must exploit, use your resources to finance your transition. It is as simple as that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gerard. I don't want to repeat the modeling part of it. Obviously, getting 15 megawatts, gigawatts of solar per year is it can be a problem. That is a target that cannot be reached very easily. But what is said is said. So we have had it, and moving forward, we need to look at that. Thank you very much. Allow me to wind up with the two panelists. Then I will respond to the one of East Africa on how the competing policies and strategies. But before I get there, allow me to hear the concluding remarks from Mr. Charles from Tanzania. Tanzania, they have discoveries of new wells in the ocean, and we need to know exactly how they are moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It's obvious, we have heard from the presentations and the various speakers, the global demand for energy is increasing with an increase in population. So assuming we in absence of new investment, in new fields and producing from the existing fields. The literature shows the production from the existing fields increased by almost 8% per annum. Now, if we in absence of any new investment, it's anticipated that the global demand will be short of supply by nearly 50% by 2040. So there is no way we can avoid investing in natural gas. But again, we have to balance between renewables and the fossil fuels. We have heard from the doctor, we need, during the transition stage, we need money to invest to achieve the transition we want to be. So in Tanzania particular, maybe I can make a reference in Tanzania. Just very recently, our president launched an initiative by the government to move into a clean cooking energy. Now we are making different policies to achieve that. So the country is very ambitious that maybe within after some few years, we will be to some extent reduce dependence on charcoals and wood and cooking. So as a country, apart from that, obviously we have initiated various policies to support investment in renewables. So we are not left behind, but again, as we said, as it had been said by my fellow panelists, we need resources and technology, of which mostly we are net importer of the technology. So we need also to stimulate internal innovation into the new technology to be able to achieve what we intend to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clean cooking energy, a very ambitious program to reduce the dependence from use of charcoal and biomass. Let me move quickly to Kenya. We miss South Sudan in this room, but we were to learn a bit of their experience. And as Kenya has recently started exporting, I guess, crude oil, you will educate me if I'm not correct. What is the takeaway can we get from Kenya, from your very short experience that you can tell the audience? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. I think for Kenya, most of our energy mix, you understand, is we have a very big resource in the renewables, and we have very little contribution from the oil and gas. But we are moving there because we have the resources. And like he said, we did a trial basis to market what we had produced during trial testing of our wells. So we did market that in the early oil scheme. We marketed the crude, and I think the demand is still there. What Kenya can say that we need to, like I said before, we need to minimize the footprint. And like I said, renewables are good. Petroleum resources are not renewable. They are being depleted. That's one thing we need to know. One day the world will realize there are no more resources. And somehow we'll find that this transition will be something that you cannot help but work towards it. Thank you.
Thank you. As short as that, you heard from him. As to the question about competing policies and the strategies in East Africa, as we move under this transition, what is it that East Africa is doing to ensure that that competition is not there? I think my first answer is East Africa is there for harmonization and coordination. Harmonization of policies, harmonization of strategies, harmonization of any other framework that you have, even including laws and regulations. So obviously integration is a progressive process. It cannot happen overnight. So harmonization is still ongoing. And for sure, we identify those policies and the strategies that are, competing, clashing, and because one country wants it this way, the other one wants it this way, but at the end of the day, we have to come up with just one for the region. And what we normally do, we make sure that once implementation starts, each partner state domesticate the same inside at the national level. So that is the process we are doing to ensure that that competition is not there. And allow me to thank you very much, Honorable Permanent Secretary, distinguished guests here in this room, very excellent panelists here. I don't know how to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our moderator and our panelists. Please stay on stage. I'll invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy. You can stand to give a token of appreciation. So, Mr. Moderator, we are helping you to thank the panelists and yourself. And we'll have a group photo with the panelists and the PS. Thank you. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists and moderator. We'll go straight into our next panel. Please, as we invite our panelists, our presenter for the next session, please stretch a bit. You can stand and have a 2-second stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is on the key environment considerations in the design of the oil and gas projects, the myths and the truths. I'll invite Dr. Joseph Kobusheshe, the Director, Environment, Health and Safety at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. As introduced, Joseph Kobusheshe is my name, and I oversee the Environment, Health and Safety docket at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And I'm going to speak to you about the key environmental and social considerations in the design of oil and gas projects, specifically focusing on Uganda, but generally best practices within the oil and gas sector. That's my outline. I'm trying to move to the next screen. Okay. The previous session has made it a little bit easy for me to explain that slide, we heard about the damming statistics of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, but also the East African region. 600 million Africans without access to electricity, more than 2/3, representing more than 2/3 of the world population that doesn't have access to electricity. We had another damning statistic of about 90% Ugandans that do not have access to clean cooking energy. And I guess that situation is not so different from many other African countries, especially within the sub-Saharan region. And yet, here is a region and a continent that is very rich in mineral resources, including oil and gas. You see the figures there, which I will not speak to, but it is reported that Africa has about, I think, 7% of the global oil reserves. The same figure for gas, but with the potential to go up to 13%. So very rich in oil and gas resources, very rich in other mineral resources, but also rich in other environment resources. As you can see, the blues there representing the fresh water lakes, which you don't find in any other part of Africa or even in the world. The green representing the various national parks within the region, but also other environmentally sensitive features, which also have a lot of economic value, and on which most of these we depend for our livelihoods and survival. So the question then is, how do we balance the exploitation of the rich mineral resources, oil and gas, but also preserve that natural environment which we also survive on? And I think that question was already largely answered in the last session, is that we must produce those resources. Those resources must be exploited. I guess if we were to do a vote here, we would all agree that these resources have to be exploited to address the various economic and growth needs of the region and of the continent. And the key question then is, how are these resources developed? And again, we had a pointer to that, is that the way forward is the sustainable development of these resources. And so what I will do on the next slide is go a little bit into what sustainable development of these oil and gas resources entails. And as we know, sustainable development is anchored under 3 main pillars: environment, social, and economic. And if I can go a little bit in detail in each of those, with the case study of Uganda, what I have highlighted on that slide are what are the key sustainability considerations of Uganda's oil and gas sector, which you will agree with me that they apply to other parts of the world and generally as best practices in the oil and gas sector. As a country, we have mapped out sensitive and protected areas to make sure that as much as possible, these are avoided. So you will not find a business as usual implementation of oil and gas activities, establishment of infrastructure within the sensitive and protected areas. A case in point, the routing of the East African crude oil pipeline, which you will see as much as possible. It avoids these sensitive and protected areas, the same as the Tilenga project, part of which is within Murchison Falls National Park. You'll find that most of the infrastructure, apart from the very critical one that is required for production, which is the well pads, all this is outside the protected areas. The protection of water resources, again, these resources, the oil and gas resources, in Uganda, but also in the other parts of East Africa, you'll find they tend to be near all on water resources. And so the protection of water resources is another important aspect in sustainable development. Air and land quality. Air quality, a lot of what has been said on greenhouse gas emissions and so forth relates to oil and gas, to air quality. And so this is another important aspect in terms of the technologies that are used, but also the development scenarios that are used to make sure that the air and land quality, as much as possible, is not impacted. Development, production of oil and gas resources, as you know, sometimes could be occasioned by oil spills. And so for the case of Uganda, especially bearing in mind where these activities are taking place, oil spill preparedness and response has also been a major factor in the planning and the design of these facilities, first focusing on the prevention aspect by using development technologies and protocols that as much as possible limit the probability of these occurring, but where they occur, then there is a framework or there are systems for making sure that adequate capacity is available to respond to any such spills. Waste management is also another factor because this relates to pollution, and again that has been a very key consideration in the development of Uganda's oil and gas resources. Make sure that there is a strong and adequate legislative framework, specifically putting in place the Petroleum Waste Management Regulations of 2019, but then going ahead with the implementation, making sure that there are state-of-the-art facilities that are able to manage all the different types of waste streams that can come from petroleum activities. And the other important aspect relating to environment is climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. The previous session focused a lot on that, so I will not even elaborate further. The other significant pillar is the social considerations, again, which are key because these relate mainly to impacts on people or the impacts that can change derived from these oil and gas activities. And again, the main aspects there being looked at is the social and cultural identity or practices of the host communities in which these activities are being undertaken. Land acquisition, land here in Uganda, a lot of it is privately owned, and most of our people depend on the land for their livelihoods. So in cases where land is required from these communities, from private landowners for oil and gas development, then an important aspect of that is also how the land is acquired to make sure that it does not impact negatively on the project affected persons. Gender and social equity is another important factor, and I know that there is a session that will go a little bit more in detail on that, including human rights. So I'll not say a lot on that, but that is also another important social consideration. And last but not least, what I've put on the social aspect is the community content, that the communities that host these oil and gas activities can be able to see the benefits that come from this resource that is within their areas. It would be very unfortunate that oil is produced within community areas and they do not see or derive any benefits from the resource that is in their region. So promoting and ensuring that there is good community content that benefits the host communities is also another important pillar, another important aspect under the social under the social pillar. And then going into economics, national content, I think you will get to hear a lot of that on national content. How, as a country now, can we benefit from these resources, but also the linkages with other sectors of the economy, Tourism is, for example, one of that has been mentioned. And considering, if you look at the other map I showed earlier, with a lot of tourism potential, so if oil and gas activities in the region in Uganda can help also enhance, can help benefit the tourism economy, the agriculture economy, then as much as possible, those economic linkages need to be harnessed. Enterprise development, a lot of goods and services required for the sector, and therefore opportunities for enterprise development as we develop these resources are also very important, and is another important element that we are taking forward. Technology transfer, so tapping into the technology of the sector that can also support other sectors of the economy. And lastly, promoting the utilization of Ugandan goods and services, and this includes locally produced goods, but also employment opportunities, all under that category. So this is how I would really summarize the sustainable development pillars in as far as Uganda oil and gas sector is concerned, but also the critical areas. And as a country, we are focusing on that to see that as much as possible, all those aspects are lifted. Despite that, since I was asked to speak about the myth and the truth, what you'll see there now is what some people often put out there in the media, including some of the civil society organizations that may be represented in this room. So I think it is important that we get the facts and we communicate the facts. The first aspect I have there, I think you have seen a number of this on protests against the East African crude oil pipeline, giving statistics about the CO2 emissions, which I don't know where they get from, talking about all aspects to do with oil spills and so forth. But as I've said, these are projects that have gone a very rigorous process of environmental impact assessment. A lot of effort has been put into the designs of these projects to see that the environment is not negatively impacted. Some of the points there on the right have been spoken to already, the efforts that have gone into reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by solarization of the project, by utilization of power from the grid, and so forth. And all these have led to our projects being among the least carbon-intensive projects in the world, because they are being implemented at a time when the world is alive to the dangers of fossil fuels, which were most spoken about as with respect to climate change. The next aspect, there again, you'll have heard of claims of pollution of water resources. Some of those maps you see there have been gotten off social media. So really, to portray an image like that, when the correct information again is there on the right, the efforts that have been taken into designing the routing of the East African crude oil pipeline, as you can see, you'll not see it passing through any green or blue areas, which represent the environment-sensitive areas that were identified during the routing and the design of the project. Okay, that is going backward instead of going forward. Maybe I reverse and see if it, yes, okay, it works out. Seems to be working the other way around. Okay, biodiversity loss, again, is a lot of that, what has been mentioned, that the projects are going to lead to biodiversity loss and loss of a number of species within the areas of operation. But as I mentioned earlier, these areas have already been mapped, they have been avoided, and there is a commitment, specifically there as I've put for the Tilenga project, to see that at the end of the implementation of this project, there is a net positive gain in terms of biodiversity. And later on during the conference, you'll get details of how that is being achieved. I had spoken about the rigorous environmental and social assessment for the projects that is undertaken. Those are the 3 reports for the 3 main projects which have already been approved. And all the choices, all the options that have been taken are those that have been considered with least environmental impacts, in addition to other factors that were looked at. The other 2 aspects I thought I should share with you in terms of the truth and the myth. I might need help on this. It's taken me okay, I think that's the slide. On energy transition, again, a lot of that was said in the last session. We have comments of people saying, you know, Uganda is going to produce oil at a time when the world is moving away from oil. Is it any worth? Will you get any value from that? I will not explain a lot of that because the last session really focused on that. There is an energy transition plan that is being developed. But again, we are confident that given the transition pathways for countries like Uganda, oil and gas, first of all, will facilitate a just, fair transition, but will also remain important to meet the energy needs of the country until that transition has been actualized. The other aspect is on land acquisition and human rights. Again, we're going to have a session on that. But these projects, as I mentioned, the community content, the idea is to ensure that these projects can improve the lives of our people, as opposed to what you'd usually hear on social media or other media platforms that talk about human rights abuses, deprivation of land, land grabbing, and so forth. But this is a transformation of communities, a transformation of people who never at all imagined that they would move from such a house you see there on the left to what you see on the right. Oil spill fears, I spoke to that, and petroleum waste management. So I think what I want to do now is go to my second slide, last slide, which is on civil society organizations. Because I understand there are a number of us here in this room. So the message I have for these important stakeholders of ours is, one, that instead of putting a lot of energy into mobilizing people to protest against these projects, especially the vulnerable people that are being impacted by the projects, let's promote awareness about the massive investment and economic opportunities that are available within the country, within the region, but also at international level, because there are a lot of opportunities. I wouldn't have time to go through them, but since most of you will be participating in the conference, you will hear a lot about this. We are looking at 15 to 20 billion of investment for the flagship projects, of which 30% of that, or even more, is estimated to be retained within the country. We can cooperate, or we can work together in facilitating the host communities to tap into the available opportunities, because some of these important stakeholders of ours just need a little bit of a lift in order for them to bring them at a level of where they can compete or even have the capacity to benefit from the sector, especially in terms of the supply of locally produced goods, mainly agricultural produce, for example. So this could require small things ranging from, training the communities, organizing them into groups, facilitating them with some more capital so that they can be able to kick start their businesses and be able to change their lives. Stakeholder engagements that are open and transparent, again, would contribute to the 2 points I've made above, but also we recognize the importance of civil society organizations being able to have that oversight role on the different players in the sector. So where that oversight is objective and is towards meeting mutual goals, I think that is another area of focus that I would say would be of benefit from our stakeholders in the civil society groups. So as I conclude, Uganda's oil and gas projects are being developed with due consideration and management of the potential environmental and social impacts. As I just explained, there are enormous opportunities for the growth of the regional economy that we need to take advantage of. I talked about the $15 to $20 billion for Uganda's projects alone, a lot of other development projects in Tanzania, but also new exploration being done in other parts of the region. The projects provide a foundation and lessons for the region to benchmark. Regional collaborations that can enhance the collective development of the sector within the region, those need to be harnessed and promoted. And as was mentioned earlier, but also in the previous session, this sector has great potential to contribute to the region's challenges of energy poverty, savings in foreign exchange, considering that all the petroleum products we consume are currently being imported, LPG substitution for charcoal and biomass that we know are responsible for the high levels of deforestation we see, and therefore we need all to combine efforts to fight off the negative propaganda and falsehoods that are being fueled by some ill-intentioned players in the sector. Thank you for listening to me. That marks the end of what I'd prepared.
Thank you, Dr. Kobusheshe, for that for the presentation. Allow me now to invite our panelists and moderator. The session will be moderated by Mr. Onesmus Mujenyi, who is the Deputy Executive Director of Accord. Please come up. We'll also have Ms. Wendy Brown, the General Manager of ECOP in Tanzania. We'll have Ms. Anna Maria Simon from the Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation. There are steps on either side of the stage. We'll have Mr. Isaac Ntuju, Principal Environment Inspector from the National Environment Management Authority. Mr. Julius Senyonjo from the Practicing Environment Managers Organization, Uganda. And Engineer Lucy Kariuki, the Acting Safety, Health, and Environment Manager from the Kenya Pipeline Company. You're all welcome, and I hand over to Mr. Onesmus Mujenyi. Please help us manage time, and let's have a 30 minutes fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's very difficult to manage the time. I'll do my best. I think I also have a team that can manage time. So we'll try our best. We've had a very good and informative presentation. And allow me not to go into the details because he's been very articulate. When he speaks, I feel like going back to class. And I don't want really to go back to the aspect that he has spoken to. But he has painted a picture in terms of the social, environmental, and economic considerations in implementing these oil and gas projects. And he has also gone ahead to talk about the myth and the truth. And now what I think we need to do is to look at the presentation and give our comments. That's one. So I will give each panelist an opportunity to do a comment or an observation from the presentation. And then I will be again giving specific questions probably that you can respond to. You've been introduced. I am not going to do so again, but before you make your observations, you can say the name and where you come from. It is still perfectly fine. Let me probably start from my extreme right. Isaac Tuju, and from NEMA. I think one of the challenging issues, notwithstanding the social, environment, and economic considerations, as the presenter put it, these are international best practices. But we also know that the oil and gas industry has also had challenges. And there are jurisdictions that we know, those who have been there before us, and they have been confronted with certain challenges. So we are going to be looking at how are we dealing with some of those challenges, or is the context completely different, and therefore we should not expect such challenges. And some of these challenges relate to governance, because you may have very good policies, you may have very good laws, you may have the contingents, the oil spill contingence plan, you may have other good policies, but you may not be able to implement effectively because of a number of challenges. So as the NEMA, I want to hear from where you stand. Are these some of the issues you envisage? How are some of these issues being addressed? And what are some of those collaborative opportunities that can address such challenges? You have the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Onesmus. And I thank the organizers for the conference and the opportunity to have myself represent NEMA in this discussion. First, I want to thank Dr. Kovsheshe for the presentation. I think it was really crisp, and it covered all the bases despite the limited time that was availed to you. Particularly, I would like to interest myself on the three areas of consideration where I talked about the environmental, the social, and then the economic dimensions. I think these are key areas that the presentation or the presenter really delved into, and I just wish to expound that those areas are really part of the primary focus on which the environmental and social impact assessments for the three major projects for the Ugandan part, one cutting across into Tanzania actually, that are to be implemented, that have been really presented during the previous session by Mr. Peter Mulisa. So I think when you look at some of those issues, it would be very good for you to correlate, because the environmental and social impact assessment is one of the key tenets of good practice and part of the governance setup for the environment within which some of these developments need to take place, particularly the oil and gas developments. Now, getting to the issues that the presenter talks about, you ask about challenges, governance challenges that could come up or that we may face or that present opportunities inherently. I'm one of those people who subscribe to the school of thought that without challenges, many of us wouldn't be employed. If you didn't have medical issues, the doctors would have nothing to do. So within challenges are opportunities. So one of the issues, I think you hint at it on ESMAS, the issue of collaboration and coordination. Primarily, oftentimes we are all wired to operate within our space. And the issue of collaboration and coordination, especially right from the high levels where you have Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Water and Environment, having their interests seemingly different. And collaboration and coordination, you need to be able to harmonize positions. When you are used to working independently, and now this sector brings a challenge that really calls for working together. In all dimensions, if you have emergencies like oil spills, you'll never handle oil spills within your small confine or space. You need to be able to work with everybody else. If you are dealing with issues of the sector and you're looking, to develop your country or to develop your resources, collaboration is a key issue that must be fostered across all, should I say, across the entire chain of operations and activities within the sector. So collaboration, coordination, it is easier spoken or talked about than done, I can tell you, having been there and seen some of the challenges we face. So that is one area. Another issue maybe would be the issue of transparency. It has been talked about, and I think the EITI, with all, recognizing that it is a good indicator, or joining the EITI is a good indicator of steps forward towards governance, but transparency is really very subjective. Everybody seems to understand it in their own space. And in certain cases, sorry to say, but Dr. Kobusheshe hinted on it in a really interesting manner, saying, well, some people have tended to misunderstand transparency, or you give information that has been really misrepresented. So I think the issue of capacity and transparency and, how do you understand things? Do you really, have you all harmonized your appreciation? And someone has said, well, the issue of energy transition for a Ugandan and someone in the UK, really, you're talking about different things. But when you bring in issues, where you have different perspectives, looking at the same coin from different sides and simply failing to appreciate some of these. So I think transparency is key. We are not wired exactly to be fully open. But again, as we make steps towards being open, I think we need to get to a certain level. There are issues of trust. And so these must really, we must find a way of being able to build these into the fabric of how we develop the sector and how we develop our countries. So that is something. Another issue could be the issue of funding and priorities. And I think the Permanent Secretary mentioned something, and people have stated that, well, climate financing is a mirage. Others have said, well, following COP21 and oil and gas being looked at as a dirty industry. And actually, it has affected it from the international perspective. There have been opportunities lost for developing countries. And these are issues that need to be appreciated and understood. For many of you who have looked at some of the projects in Uganda, Tilenga, ECOP, and Kingfisher, we had some good strategic partners from, internationally that we enlisted to help us look at some of these, to be able to take them forward. But when we are moving to the next phase, these people have said, unfortunately, following Glasgow, we are unable to help you anymore because that is a dirty sector. And that is something. Then the issue of in-country, even in-country, where you have so many priorities, and then the environmental issues are looked at oftentimes as supporting segment. It needs you to be able to finance these entities or institutions and sectors equally. Otherwise, when one is left behind, you're going to have a gap. So it is really important, even in country, that you look at some of those issues. So I think I wouldn't want to go into the geopolitical dimension, but I wish to stop there for now, Mr. Nesmas, and maybe we can discuss further with other.
Thank you very much, Isaac. I think that's very, very important. 3 points underscored: collaboration, and I think that is one of the governance challenges that as we even move into the transition, collaboration is a very, very important aspect. But also transparency. the level of openness. At times there is misinformation, probably because the information is not readily available. So that's also very, very important. But also you may have these environmental tools that we are talking about, but if you are not facilitated to monitor and implement, then you may still have a lot of challenges. Thank you very much. That has been quite useful. Let me move to my extreme left. And we have Julius Senyonjo from civil society. And you just have about 3 minutes. So you have only to say those things that you must say. Thank you very much. If that helps you to make your point in the next 3 minutes, that would still be fine.
Okay, I think it will be better for me.
Thank you. Thank you.
But as I move here, just to say this is true. And that is very true. All government agencies have engaged us right from inception to where we are, and we think that is a very good thing going forward, especially insofar as environmental considerations are concerned. So again, yes, they have worked on it. So I wanted to show this, but we can skip this. This is where I wanted to show where government has engaged really civil society, even from when they were making these EIAs, even including these environmental laws. They engaged the civil society. So it is very true when Dr. Kovsheshe says, okay, that civil society, they have partnered with the civil society because he was talking about the truths and myths. And I'm saying that is true from a civil society perspective. It is also true, in the interest of time, let me go to, please, yes. Again, skip that one, because that one Isaac has talked about it. Let me talk about this. So Isaac has said, it is challenges that make us better. And I want to point at those soft spots. I don't want to call them challenges. Soft spots which need improving, because we are in it together. So for us, we feel as civil society, the environment and social EHS is environment, health, and social messages which are given out. I think they are not practical. Now look at in the picture, I think you can all see, not only in English, in a community that is Kingfisher, but you're telling goats that please, no animals allowed. You're telling goats as if they can read. So practicality of these messages. Yes, please. Yes. Again. Yeah, that is what I want you to see. That, again, Dr. Kovsheshe said one of the issues is gender and social equity considerations, and indeed it is true. Even I think it is UN Sustainable Development Goal 5, which is on gender equity. We have long moved away from men at work to people at work. Gender equity. Those things seem to be small, but internationally and where the world is moving, they speak volumes to the masses. Please continue. And I think I'll end with this one in the interest of time, Mr. Moderator, is the issue of protection of wildlife from potential hazards. And NEMA and these lead agencies have done a very good job. When you read the NEMA environmental certificates of approval, they have these conditions and they are put in place.
And we appreciate that the developer, the oil company, the contractor must ensure that measures are put in place to prevent ingress and harm to wildlife. Please press. Coordinator. So, again, so you see that is Maction Falls National Park. I'll not mention the name of the contractor or company that is doing this, but this is what you see in Maction Falls National Park. NEM has already given a condition, which is very good, and for us we are taking that is good. But what is the contractor doing? That. So when you try to inquire to talk to them, they tell you, we are still negotiating with the Uganda Wildlife Authority to see what type of fencing and what type of bar we can put or measure we can put to prevent animals. Now, will the animals wait for you to do your diplomatic talks before they come in these construction areas? Will they wait? So we have a lot to talk about that are practical, but in the interest of time, like he's reminding me, let me stop at that. We will continue, and this is not in bad faith, but we are in this sector together. Just pointing at those soft spots such that we can improve them together as we have always done together again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. This is some bit of monitoring, some of the small aspects probably that are captured. But I think what I pick is providing, attention to the detail. I think that's one of the points that I pick from his comments. Let me take my right again, and we hear from Ms. Wendy, East African Crude Oil Pipeline. And you have about 3 minutes. We have a very, very limited time, unfortunately. And there are a number of questions that were set for us. And I will just limit you, if you can speak to 2 of them, the contribution of the sector. Because the first presenter, I think, talked about the 4.9, you called them 4.9 gigatons of emissions in the atmosphere. How the project is contributing to managing that, I think, is one of the issues that you can speak to. And then if we could have a slight picture of the level of implementation of the social and management plans in as far as the project is concerned. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and habari za asubuhi. Thank you, Dr. Joseph, for a very good presentation. So I'll focus on those 2 questions. I think it's worth just pointing out to begin with, there's a lot of focus on this one particular pipeline, 1,443 kilometers. Currently, today, there's more than 1.18 million kilometers of pipeline in the world, enough to circle the Earth 30 times, and about half of those in the Americas, quarter in Europe, the rest in Asia Pacific, and there's very few existing pipelines in East Africa. There's the Tazama pipeline, as you know, from Dar to central Zambia, 1,700 kilometers. And then there's about over 180,000 kilometers of pipeline today, either planned or under construction. So our pipeline sits within that context. And I want to let you know that pipelines are the safest way to transport oil, and that the ECOP pipeline will be among the most high-tech in the world. So focusing on the question of how we're going to reduce emissions, since the original design, which was what was used for the basis of the ESIAs, which were approved in Tanzania in 2019 and in Uganda in 2020, ECOP has undertaken quite a number of additional studies to refine and optimize the design to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions and our carbon footprint. So current design plan for Uganda, I think was mentioned earlier, is full electrification of the 2 pumping stations with electricity from the grid. And as you know, in Uganda, it ranks 11th in the world in terms of low carbon sources. So it has 97% coming from hydro, solar and biofuels. So that means our greenhouse gas emissions are very low, coming from only scope 2 from the grid. In Tanzania, there's been a series of studies which has enabled us to come up with a hybrid power generation solution that takes into account 3 different technologies. Solar power, so we're going to have 5 solar farms installed along the pipeline, 4 at different pumping stations and 1 at the terminal at the end. We're going to have connection to the Tanzania electricity grid. And in Tanzania, it's currently a mixture of hydro and gas-fired generation. But with a new hydro plant due to come online in 2024, that will make it even greener. And in order for us to cope with the times when the sun doesn't shine, or when there's any uncertainty or unreliability with the grid, we're going to use a relatively new piece of technology called a battery energy storage system, or a BESS system. So that will be the juncture between the solar and the grid, and that will enable us to store solar energy and address periods of grid instability to ensure that the operation of the export pumps is maintained. So by doing this, we will be able to reduce at least 30% and hopefully up to 60% our greenhouse gas emissions compared to the original design, depending on the final detailed design. So this gives our pipeline a greenhouse gas intensity of 0.00086 kilograms of CO2 the entire length of the line, which will allow us to isolate the line into different sections should there be a need to do so. We'll be hydro-testing the line at 1.25 times its maximum operating pressure, and we'll have a fiber optic cable which will run the length of the line and will be extremely sensitive and allow us to monitor temperature changes within 10 meters of them occurring and intrusion along the length of the line. So this will enable us, with our 24/7 manned control rooms at either end of the line, and a very sophisticated integrity management and maintenance system to be able to have very good control of what's happening on the pipeline. And of course, we will have in place the oil spill contingency plans, the oil spill equipment, and not only that, but we will have people trained We will have regular drills and regular exercises to ensure everyone knows what to do. So that's a little bit on the technology side. And in terms of progressing the environment social management plans, and I think particularly the question on collaboration with civil society, which I know is something. So the environmental social management plans have been developed. They're being implemented in Tanzania, where we've already had on the ground early civil works for a while. It hasn't yet started in Uganda. And that's where we're ensuring that it's not just the document on the shelf, but it's actually implemented in practice. As you know, in order for ECOP to meet lender requirements, we're not only meeting the national regulations in Uganda and Tanzania, but we're also meeting the IFC performance standards, the Equator Principles 4, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, and the Voluntary Principles on Security and Human Rights. And so these plans are now being implemented in practice, we are being watched in terms of we're having a third-party due diligence to ensure that we're actually implementing them in the appropriate way. We have last week disclosed on our website our environment social due diligence document, which has been prepared over the last 2 years with the lenders' independent environment social consultants, and they're evaluating us to see whether we're actually complying with all 8 of the IFC performance standards. So it's very much ongoing, and over the next few years of construction and through operations, we will be fully implementing all those environment social management plans, and in particular on biodiversity, where we've developed biodiversity action plans for Uganda, Tanzania, and the marine aspects. And this will be the real opportunity where we will be able to engage with civil society to ensure that they're community-based biodiversity conservation initiatives. So I'll stop there, but that's just a taster of what we can.
Thank you very much. I was growing impatient, but thank you very much. You'll agree with me, this is too much information that you can condense in a very short time like this. Nonetheless, we've picked very important aspects about the innovations that are going on that can continue to reduce the emissions. Now, let me turn to my, again, extreme left, and we hear from Engineer Rusi. And you could share with us just some lessons, given what we are dealing with, the subject here, and occupying the position that you occupy, what are some of the lessons that actually you can put on the table, or some of the basic aspects that we need to take into consideration?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for inviting us here as Kenya Pipeline. I'll give a background. Kenya Pipeline is a company owned by government 100%. Started its operations in 1978, that's 45 years ago. And in the network, we have a network of 1,400 kilometers of pipelines. The only difference between ECOP and Kenya Pipeline is that Kenya Pipeline deals with refined fuel. We get fuel from, it's imported as refined. We get it in our port of Mombasa and transport it from the port to the inter-country stations. So we run a pipeline from Mombasa to Nairobi, having, that's 450. We had 2 parallel. We are retiring one that is 45 years old. And then we run from Nairobi. We supply to major stations in Nakuru, in Eldoret, that's about 350 kilometers, 2 parallel pipelines. And then we have a tee-off from that pipeline from Molo to Kisumu, which is 120 kilometers, and then those are 2. We ran a multi-product pipeline, and I can confirm from Wendy that yes, pipeline transportation of petroleum products is the safest. It's both for environment and also for people. That's health and safety. We have depots. We have 8 terminals. In total, our capacity for holding in our tanks is about 884 million liters. And I'll tell you why it is the safest. Our flow rate from Mombasa to Nairobi is about 1.3 million liters per hour. If you are to put that in perspective, what is the alternative to a pipeline is trucks ferrying product from one place to another. Those are like 35 big trucks, capacity 35 cubic meters or 35,000. Those are about 30 to 40 trucks removed from the road. You can imagine what that means. For the 45 years we have ran, we have not had a major environmental except one that had, and that was an opportunity for us to learn. One of the learning lessons from that leakage, it was a small leak that product kept leaking into the ground, was the intrusion, the leak detection system. And currently we are putting a leak detection system in all our pipelines that is able to detect a very small % of leakage. The other is intrusion, because most of the environmental pollution that has happened over the time are small theft here and there by the communities. So we are putting on a leak detection system whereby even when someone is approaching the pipeline to puncture or to steal, you're able to detect that. So basically, as Julia said, yes, there are issues, but we learn. And as a country and as a continent and as a region, East Africa, we cannot stay put because there are issues. However, you need to start doing it so that you keep learning and keep improving. And this will happen through engagement of communities, engagement of civil society, engagement of experts. But yes, I think I want to leave it at there. I will explain more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is quite useful. And I think we have an opportunity as Uganda or other East African countries that are moving into this to learn from what's going on. And indeed, that's why some of these aspects coming up at this point before actually the oil starts flowing is very, very, very important, so that we are able to address some of these challenges. Let me move to Ms. Anne, and from Tanzania, just to hear some bit of experience, because gas, you've been in that in production for some time, and I imagine that there are certain aspects that we can learn from, and then focusing, of course, on the social environment and economic aspects that this session is dealing with.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anna Maria Simon. I am working for TPDC. TPDC is a government organization. It has TPDC is a mother company. It has 2 subsidiaries, Gasco, that deals with gas, and Tanoil, that deals with petroleum importation. So we manage our resources sustainably. So what do I mean? When we speak of sustainability, I talk about economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. We need the resources. We need the gas to boost our economic growth. Well, in Tanzania, more than 62% of the gas is used for power production. So in that energy mix, natural gas covers about more than 62%. So we need it for our economic development. Well, we won't end there. We have to include, the social inclusion, how we involve the locals from the exploration stages up to development. So through the EIA's environmental impact assessment and the social awareness campaign, we provide awareness to our locals on the availability of resources, the potential problems that might have been accompanied with the course of production or exploration, and we provide knowledge on how we mitigate. So in the education, we emphasize three steps. That is, we emphasize avoidance of bringing environmental problems. If we cannot avoid, then we mitigate or we minimize. If we cannot fully minimize, then we mitigate. On the mitigation measure includes compensation and offsets and all those engineering technology that will ensure the community are living in a safe environment while our operations are continuing. So that is on the upstream side. And on the downstream, to midstream to downstream, where we have our pipeline, the government have invested a lot in sophisticated technology to ensure that natural gas is being produced and transported in safe manners. So in due course, we focus on minimizing methane leaks, and we avoid flaring and venting, and we have invested a lot in data collection. We collect a lot of monitoring data along the pipeline and the processing plant, because with that database, it helps us make a right decision. If we are above the required standard, then we have to make some review and go back to normal practice. Okay.
Thank you very much. Monitoring as a very important aspect. Time is not on our side. I'm just going to allow probably 2 questions, and I'll pick from this side. I can see a hand here, and then let me balance. I see a lady somewhere there, and I will take only 2. Unfortunately, we're already out of time, so you'll have to sympathize with me. That is the best I can do. So let's take those 2 questions, and then I get back the panel, and we wind up. The mic.
Thank you so much. My name is Julius Mukunda, and I'm the Executive Director for the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. I've had a number of fights with my colleagues here on how we are doing this kind of work. But important, I think for me, is Joseph, is we need civil society. That's very important, because they provide you with alternative options. And that's what they have been doing for quite some time. And I think it has helped in improving this exploration period. Most important, I think, for me, is what we fear most is about enforcing rules and regulations. Usually our disgruntlement is we have the right policies and regulations, but when it comes to implementation, it becomes a challenge. And civil society can help you actually in providing you leverage to do that. Lastly, I think it's a question of information. And if you can realize that the last 3-4 years with the oil sector in Uganda providing information to civil society, disgruntlement has actually reduced. So we would like you just keep it up, provide information, be more transparent. We are all Ugandans. We just needed this oil out yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will have the last one there.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Florence Nakandi Nalongo from Community Transformation Foundation Network, COTFON. That is Greater Masaka region. And we are monitoring ECOP. Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph. But in the interest of time, I would like to supplement some issues on Mr. Julius's issues, or what he pointed out. I will start with water resources, because you said in your presentation that you do emphasize more, or you look into it, but we still have some cases under water resources in the region, that is Greater Masaka. I'll give an example of Chakapede water source. It is a community water source, but it still has issues. We have managed to submit the case in responsible stakeholders, but it is not yet handled very well. I think we're all serving the same community. We are all Ugandans, and we needed to see this like moving in very well. The next issue is about land acquisition. And we still have some grievances in Kakuto sub-county. I will not mention the names, but we submitted those issues. I think they can be worked on, at least to make all the PAPs being satisfied with the project, because we all need it. We also have Mr. Lule Lobert. He's found in Irengo district. Chawagonya sub-county. They have a graveyard. It consists of more than 63 graves, but since 2018, these people were involved in land acquisition, compensation, but just of recent, this year, they were told that the pipeline is going to be diverted from their area. So the very world, I think that issue or challenge needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you very much. That just to indicate that we need to upgrade the issues now to the regional level, because we are speaking East Africa. But these are very, very important aspects, because when you are working at a community level, there are small aspects that you are monitoring. And we have an opportunity to have community leaders and community-based organizations in this environment. So when they bring in some of these issues at the community level, you need to understand their background and the issues that they are working on. So I will come back to the panel. Mr. Kobusheshe, you don't have a lot of questions. There are a few observations that have been made, and therefore you can just make a simple response to that. And then I'll give an opportunity to each of you to say just one. If you have a comment, you make it. If you have one conclusion you want to make, you make it, and it will just be one sentence. Mr. Kobusheshe, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I'll just take 1 minute to make 2 comments. One, yes, Mr. Julius Mukunda, indeed, we need civil society, and civil society needs us. And I must say that we work well with a number of civil society organizations. We have had testimonies of where that has worked very well, as pointed out by a representative of the civil society on this panel. But you also agree with me that the images I showed there, or some of the actions that we have been seeing from some of the civil society players, as I just indicated in my presentation, those are not good. We need to weed out such elements so that we are all objective and held accountable within our respective roles. I want to comment specifically on one of those images we showed, the conditions and non-compliance and the image of, you see, these EIAs are done, yes, before the project, but during implementation, you find that some aspects of that may need to be discussed or even revisited. The image I saw there, I think, was an image of an access road. Now, when you have a condition in an EIA that says fence of sites, it is not practical or even desirable to fence off an access road so as to stop wildlife. I mean, you've created like a linear barrier to the wildlife. So on such specific cases, again, there is an engagement that is held with NEMA to see how some of those conditions can be modified. And lastly, on the aspects of the grievances, yes, there are a number of grievances that arise during the implementation of these projects. What Ms. Nakandi has said is actually just a few of them. We register hundreds of grievances. The most important is how are these resolved. So the affected persons are engaged. Sometimes it's a question of clarification. Sometimes it is an error on either side. And the resolution rate of these grievances has really been commendable. You don't normally have these escalating into disputes or court cases, and that is a practice that should be encouraged.
Thank you, Doctor. Isaac, your concluding remark.
Thank you very much, moderator, and once again, I think within the spirit of the conference, obviously, one of the issues that we need to look at closely are the extremities that exist within society, and especially when we are looking at the petroleum industry. There are those who are looking at maximum development because the opportunity is definitely enormous. Petroleum has transformed the economies. I do not think Norway would be the same without their petroleum resources. So there are examples of extreme development spurred or fueled by the petroleum industry. And then there is, on the other side, maximum conservation, especially for those of us within the beautiful country we live. And so that's the dilemma. Maybe nowadays, because we are talking trilemmas, the trilemma, the third aspect of that triangle would be, where do you fix sustainable development? And is it really as defined as you can say extreme development and extreme conservation? Sustainable development, where do we fix that? And that is something we need to think about. I'm afraid to tell each of you that wherever you slept last night, the environment had to give way for you to enjoy the comfort that you really enjoyed. Even this building, we must have these trade-offs at some point, and we must really refocus ourselves as the East African community, as Africa, maybe even as the globe. We really need to be more realistic and avoid the extremes so that we move swiftly. I thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, you have concluding remark.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. And I think, some of the questions was aimed at ECOP. So just three small points then. The first is to indicate that the most important thing for us to reduce our environment social impacts is to follow the mitigation hierarchy. And so avoid is the most important. We've done the pipeline route, but we're now in what we're calling the micro rerouting. So if we can micro reroute the pipeline to avoid graves, to avoid sensitive areas for indigenous peoples, to avoid trees, we're doing that. So that's even a further refining that we're doing, which helps us to reduce our impact. So we're in that stage. In terms of the civil society wants to be involved, I fully agree, and we need them involved. As I said, in order for us to undertake our restoration, our biodiversity offsetting and conservation actions, we want to involve civil society. We've already got some good examples of how we're doing that in Tanzania, where we're working with NGOs who are going to be doing community education, community awareness, to conserve habitat for certain critical species. So that's something that you'll see much more of. And the third thing, transparency. I fully agree. If we're going to counteract all the negative things that are said about these projects, we need to be fully transparent with all the good things we are doing. And as I said, we're now, we've disclosed four important documents on our website on Friday, and there'll be a lot more to come. So we're wanting to share with you, and we've also shared a lot of our baseline data with the civil society as well, which I know is valuable for you too. So okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your concluding sentence. Thank you.
Yes, it is possible for oil and gas projects to coexist with environmental conservation. Thank you.
So brief, huh? Yep.
Thank you. Our learning point is that, yes, we have done, in East Africa, there is a lot of development in environmental and social management, but we still have areas of improvement from our learning in terms of emergency response, oil cleanup. We still have a gap in there. We also have areas of improvement in terms of closure and remediation of sites, and finally decommissioning. However, we have an institute in the region called Morendat Institute of Oil and Gas. It is an institute that was that came up from the head of state summit in Kigali. And basically, they are leaders, a center of excellence in terms of oil and gas. If we need more capacity building in those areas in oil and gas, it is open in terms of health and safety, pipeline maintenance, technological transfer. So you are welcome to visit the website, and we can learn more if that is a space you are in. Thank you.
Julius, your concluding sentence.
Thank you, moderator. One is that the picture showed there is not of an access road. It is of Jubilee 5 oil well construction area in Makshoni Falls National Park. So you talking about the truth and the myth, that is the truth, and I stick with the truth. And also the truth is that let us, we East Africa, exploit our oil and teach the world that it is doable without having environmental entropy. So for me, I'm for environmental conservation, not environmental preservation. So let us exploit the oil, but wisely. I thank you.
Thank you very much. It has been a wonderful discussion and a wonderful panel. And my panelists have done well. The time has not been on our side. But let me say this before I sign off, that all these collaborators are very, very important in the sector. And civil society is also not homogeneous. And therefore, when we refer to civil society, let's also not just have a blanket way of referring to civil society. It's not homogeneous. But all these collaborators are very important, and I think what we need to do is to continue creating space for discussion and dialogue. I think we need each other, and that is the way to move. Thank you very much. And I hand over.
Thank you very much, Onesimus, and thank you to our speakers, moderator, panelists. Allow me to invite the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy in Tanzania to hand over a token of appreciation to our speakers, and then we will go for our tea break, our health break. It will be a working tea, so you pick your tea from, I think it's a Chua Hall just next door, and come back into the hall. Okay, please stay behind for a group photo for the panelists. We can have our minister in the middle, and then we'll take another group photo with the PS of Energy, the GM of Total, the Managing Director of ECOP, the Deputy GM of ECOP, and representatives from civil society, of the leadership of Civil Society Coalition on Oil. Thank you. I'll just ask members of civil society to stay behind, and the director from PAU and Miss Wendy Brown and the PS Energy. And then I'll invite the PS, the GM, the MD of Total, and a representative from the leadership of civil society to join the picture. Can we have Mr. JB Abomgisha to join us? Representative from UNOC. I saw Dr. Mugera coming in, and if Peter is also still around. Yes, please. We can have another line down. We can have the director from the ESC and the representative of the speaker from Tanzania. I'm told we had a few other people joining us, so we can have two lines. Some people can stand down. Can we have a representative from the Ministry of Energy, Kenya, so that we have all the entities represented? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I hope you've met someone new. Please, pick your tea and come down. I'll ask Susan to lead our guests for tea, our VIPs. Thank you. Please come back with your tea. We are going to have a 15-minute break, and then we start off with the next session on business and human rights. Thank you very much. Yeah, I didn't want to say it here. But while Susan will take the next group.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you
by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The development and commercialization of Uganda's oil and gas resources is being undertaken through 4 flagship projects, which will bring in investment of $15 billion into the economy. The Kingfisher will produce 40,000 barrels of crude oil per day at peak. The Tilenga project will produce 190,000 barrels of crude oil per day at peak. The 1,443-kilometer East African crude oil pipeline project will transport the produced crude oil to access the international market via the Tanga port in Tanzania. The Uganda refinery project will process up to 60,000 barrels of oil per day to provide petroleum products to the Ugandan market and its immediate neighbors. Additional exploration work is ongoing in the Kanyotava and Ngasa areas in the Albertine Graben. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Kampuni eno yajja netutuukako nga babitugamba kale nga tulaba kirooto ng'era situmanyi nti nno biyinza okutuukirira mpaka lwe tutuuse kati we tutuuse. Amanya nze Namata Rosemary. Bamala ne bambulira ssente ze baali ssente zaava mu bintu byange bwe baayita. Ssente bwe lwamala ozimbuulira nagenda ku banka ne nzijjayo ne ngula obutundu bwe nasobola okugulamu. N'ennyumba baali bagiyitamu nayo ne baginzimbira. Era ndi musanyufu nnyo okuba nti banzimbidde ennyumba gye mbadde sisuubira kufuna oba okwetuusaako. Ennyumba eyange gye baayitamu yali teriiko ttanka baagitaddeko. Ennyumba gye baayitamu yali teriiko sola, yali sinkole naye byonna baabitaddemu byonna ne siiringi mwebiri. Tikwaliko kiyungu n'ekiyungu baakitaddeko n'ettooyi. Nali ndi awo ne baŋŋamba nti amafuta gagenda kuyita mu kitundu kyaffe ng'era sisuubira nti gayinza okuyita ewange. Nagenda okulaba nga bantuuseeko ne baŋŋamba nti amafuta nti wano twaziddewo omudumo gw'amafuta gwe gugenda okuyitira. Baasobola okubala ebintu ebyalimu ne bagatta ne babimbuulira omuwendo ne bagenda bwe baamala ne badda bwe batuleetera ku misomo bwe batusomesaamu bwe batugumya byalwawo nnyo okusobola nga tibinnagguka naye oluvannyuma ennyo ne batuyita kuggulawo akawunti bwe batusomesa. Aba kampuni ya ECOP mbeebaza olw'ebirungi byonna bye mutukoledde kuba musobodde okutututumusa ne tuva we twali ne tweyongerako waggulu era tusuubira nti tukyeyongerako ssebo.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. In order to be contracted to supply goods and services for oil activities in Uganda, you must register on the National Suppliers Database. Between 2017 and 2021, close to 400 Ugandan entities were awarded various contracts to supply goods and services to the sector.
Tech Club Limited is a geosciences company that has been offering geotechnical and geophysical investigation services to the East African market since its inception in 2002. Our experience working with Ama Energy has been a pleasurable one. The seismic surveys have always been on our radar, And when this opportunity came up, we put together a winning bid and became the first Ugandan company to provide seismic services under an oil and gas contract in Uganda.
Registration on the National Suppliers Database is free. Visit www.pau.go.ug. Creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Tuwebaza abantu ba kampuni otadde ku mutimbagano gw'ensi yonna. Tuli mu ssanyu lyereere. Nze ndi musajja mulimu. Era mbatusanga ebirime ng'ebirimwa, bijanjaalo, nyeebwa kasooli, bintu ng'ebyo. Bwe bajja ne baŋŋamba nti mwami Mutebi, twala okukujja mu bwavu obeere mu bulamu bw'ensi obweyagaza. Nali mbagambye nti bampe ssente, nze nasaba kunzimbira nnyumba kuba ne baŋŋamba tugenda gikuzimbira. Kusaba kwange ne kuyita mu kuzimba ennyumba. Era nali ndi awo nga nsukulirwa matiriyo. Ekiseera kyatuuka kuba omwaka ebiseera bino nyinza okuba binabiddemu katono. Babyetaagisa omukyala nga ye alisinga okubimanya. Kati nze njogera ki? Bimanya era ne tugenda mu maaso. Kuba atandika okuzimba, okuleeta matiriyo. Twali tuli awo omuzimbi ng'atuuse. Atugamba nti mukulu bakuba ssimu okuva eyo Kampala. Nebagamba gwe wamanyi Mutebi wano tisebo. Batusindise twagala tugenda okuzimbira ennyumba. Kuba okusaba kwagize eki? Kwayiseemu kw'amayumba. Balwama ku kyalo kuno tugenda kuzimbako ennyumba 2. Eyange n'eya Mr. Mugumi. Tisebo naffe ne twebaza. Ekintu baakitandika era ngaawo kati era bwe kiri so Wakama waffe mu Kisanzi. Tibadda mabega. Kinsanyusa kubanga era mwekiri. Kuba ebisigadde ndaba nti binaabadde njogerako kyeka baabikoze. Kuba nali ndowooza okugula Ssembuule ezimbira ennyumba yange ngansi. Kuba bwe natambulanga mu bannange era yansonyiwalanga ne ngansi ng'eno ennyumba nange singa ngizimbako wange. Kino nekiraki ekinsonyiwa. Ennyumba yange gye mbaddemu obuzibu badde bukyayina. Nali nagizimba naye ku buzibu badde ngenda kugirongoosa, kugikuba lipeeya n'okuyitira ku mulembe ng'era ennyumba z'abannaffe oba bannange zineegomba. Ennyumba yange kati yefuuse ekyobulambuzi. Kaba bagyegomba. Ebisigadde ebiriko buli omu babadde tebasobola bikola kati kugyegomba. Kwaga nti wa Mutebi wetaaga kugenda kulambula. Wa Mutebi wetaaga kugenda giraki? Kulambula. Twebaza ekitongole kya bakama baffe Ikopo kuteeka omutimbagano omutuufu. Kuba omutimbagano bawutadde ku nsi yonna nga buli omu aga nti awo mwana bamutadde ku mutimbagano. Kati gwebaza okwo.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas resources are located within pristine environments. The oil and gas activities are benchmarked on Uganda's updated environment legislation and on the international best practice standards in order to continuously ensure coexistence between the oil and technology to reduce environmental footprint, mapping of sensitive ecological features for avoidance, improving standards of waste management and development and implementation of tools for environment management, These include the Albertine Graben Environment Monitoring Plan, Strategic Environmental Assessment, various environmental sensitivity atlases, and the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, among others. For more information, visit
Amandega Immaculate Nascompi. Kampuni y'omudumu vero yatandika nekakati wegwiridde tuyina enkolagana nnungi. Byatandika afe twali tuli awo katulaba ab'amafuta nga bajja batandika okupima nga bapima ettaka nga bapima amayumba n'ebirime by'abantu ebyalimu. Kati feezi eyaddako yakujja kukola ki ne bajja ne babalirira ebintu byaffe ebyalimu. Bamala okubibalirira batugaa nti ebintu byomwe bijja basasula byonna ebirimu ennyumba byonna nga byali mu kitundu kyaffe. Buli omu kyalimu ekyakusiba omudumu gw'amafuta ne bajja ne batandika okubalirira. Bamala okubalirira twali tujja nga bagenda bazimbira mayumba batusengule batutwala eri ne bazimba ennyumba zaffe ne bazimala zigwa. Kati tusigadde kutusengula kutwala eri ebintu ebyo naye nga ffe tuli basanyufu nnyo nga bakola ki batugamba kubanga buli kimu kyonna kituweereddwa. Sente zaffe tuzifunye tuguze ebibanja n'ebintu ebirala. Nze baŋŋamba bakuwe ssente zonna ezaawamu naye mbagamba nedda nze njagala bakole ki njala banzimbire. Ne banzimbira ennyumba yange ne bansasula ssente ezasigalayo nzikola ki. Ono wendi nina abaana bo abazzukulu. Abaana tebaliwo bano waliwo bazzukulu. Abaana bonna bali mu kibuga. Bazzukulu beninawo wano. Embeera si mbi nnyo. Batuwadde amazzi, batuwadde sola, gamba bingi ne bateeka ningaffe ne bateerawo n'akuuma akakwata laddu ate kye tutalina. Batukoze bulungi nnyo. Ebintu bingi nnyo ebinsanyusizza ate ebitali walungi. Kuba kati eri nnyumba gyange ndogera mu nnyumba mpya ate yakitiibwa. Osanga kati nganze omukadde saayisobodde kuzimba nnyumba ng'eyo. Buli kimu ekiri, amazzi weegali, amasannyalaze weegali, kuba sina kyenkola ki. Sina kyenjula n'ekimu. Era ndi musanyufu nnyo. Sinza ku bintu bye batuwadde ebiri mu nnyumba wano. Kampuni eno y'omudumu vero yatandika nekakati wegwiridde tuyina enkolagana nnungi. Ate balina abantu basanyufu bakolagana n'abantu. Era nze bukya batandika kukola sirabangayo mukozi ali mu kitundu muno ng'akwewulirirako. Onyumye nabo n'osanga abavubuka ng'abo jjajja maama gan'owulira nawe n'owulira essanyu.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas resources are located within pristine environments. The oil and gas activities are benchmarked on Uganda's updated environment legislation and on the international best practice standards in order to continuously ensure coexistence between the oil activities and Uganda's rich biodiversity. The Kingfisher, Tilenga, and the East African crude oil pipeline projects were subjected to rigorous environment and social impact assessment processes prior to the award of the respective SCA certificates in 2019 and 2020. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of the Tilenga, Kingfisher and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
Sinoke kamaro obusumi netwegesa enkora etukusobora koramu habwa kike tukaba tusabire etukusobora itwe kuba neturunda twachwamu kurunda enkoko njungu za mahuli bakatwarubwire ni batwegesa habo kwati ziri nyangu mulingo turakoramu kombeke ekiju batupimira mita twakikora batugambira mulingo tukusa kuziroleramu tukakoraho saving bakwa katugamba tuligenda mu katale tugaruka ni batutayisura tulina kwerolera kandi tuyambaho no transferring ebyokulya ku gas store kwika site hano ikyo twatero saving yekyo.
We had a plot of land, and before we started this plot of land, first of all we have been using it for grazing animals. They advise us that this land can even help us in even farming or growing vegetable. Actually, the first season we had we tried tomatoes and the eggplant, and it healed well.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is mandated to monitor and regulate oil and gas activities in Uganda. In order to capture the demand and supply of Ugandan manpower relevant to the oil and gas sector, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda invites applications from all eligible Ugandans for registration and qualification to the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register is a talent pool that will improve the visibility of Ugandans for possible employment in the oil and gas sector. The Petroleum Authority will only consider online applications submitted via www.nogtr.pau.go.ug. How to register? Log into www.nogtr.pau.go.ug/register. Kindly fill in all the fields below with all the correct information and valid national ID number. Ensure you read and accept the terms and conditions. Once all the fields are completed, a confirmation email with your NogTR code and password will be sent to your email. Use the sent NogTR code. Jobs will then display. Here you can manage notifications, filter options, refresh the page, see specific search options, click on a particular job to read its detailed requirements. Under the profile page, manage and update your biodata.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the tea break. Wow. Welcome back from the tea break. I'll invite you to take your seats. We'll have a lot of time for networking in the afternoon and the evening. And I would also just like to announce that the participants in this pre-conference workshop are invited for the icebreaker reception that will be held here within the hotel this evening, I think at about 6 p.m. We are halfway through our program, and I know we'll redeem time towards the end. So we'll have two other panel sessions before lunch, break off for lunch, and come back for the last session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is on business and human rights during oil and gas activities. We'll have two speakers before we go into the panel discussion. So we'll have Miss Mary Beg Safa, the NGO and Human Rights Director for Total Energies EP Uganda, and Mr. Jeremy Roygens, the Land and Social Affairs Manager for ECOP Uganda. So put your hands together and welcome Miss Mary Beg Safa, who will take us through the first part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I would like to start by saluting in particular the secretariats of the coalitions of NGOs that we work with in particular, Cisco, Bapaneco, and the Coalition of Human Rights Defenders, as well as all of the other secretariats of coalitions who are represented here. As one has said earlier, civil society is not homogeneous, and therefore it can be quite difficult to organize the opinions and the points of view of such a diverse group of organizations. These coalitions manage to do that in a respectful, professional, and organized way, and that really helps us with our work. I think there are very few regions of the world where there is such a vibrant, engaged civil society as we have here in Uganda. And we firmly believe that this is an asset to the country, but also to our industry. Civil society organizations support us, but they also challenge us. And it's that challenge that helps us to continuously improve. In the interests of time, I will not give a presentation on Tilinga. I think most people here are very familiar with it. But this presentation is going to focus on human rights impacts assessments and how they pertain to land acquisition. I've worked with my colleague Jeremy from ECOP, and afterwards he will come and talk in a little more detail about the land acquisition process itself and giving further examples of how it's implemented in practice. Next slide, please. If we could go back. So in relation to Tilinga, there are 5,552 project-affected peoples. There are 5 resettlement action plans, the first of which was completed and included 622 people, and RAPs 2 to 5, which cover 4,930 people, are currently being implemented. 96% of compensation agreements have already been signed and 95% of compensation paid. There will be 235 replacement houses. The other land are small parcels of land that have been purchased from project-affected peoples, but which did not include primary housing. So that's the context in which this presentation is made. So focusing now on the human rights impact assessment. This is the example of Tilinga, but a similar human rights impact assessment has been carried out by ECOP, and as Wendy said earlier, an updated version has just been put online. And I would first like to look at the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, and to point out that this has been the backdrop to all of the human rights work that we have done in relation to the Tilinga project. The action plan has made up part of the scoping and prioritization exercise that we did at the beginning of the human rights impact assessment. In order to scope and prioritize human rights, we looked at that action plan, but also national and international norms, and we particularly looked at some of the reports and presentations that had been done by civil society organizations, even those that we didn't necessarily agree with or which didn't resonate with us. We thought it was important at the start of the human rights impact assessment that we look at the perceptions of civil society and that they should form the backdrop to that work on human rights. So, for instance, we looked at the work done by Global Rights Alert, by Oxfam, by Friends of the Earth, by FIDH in relation to oil and gas activities in Uganda. We then carried out a very extensive field mission to the project area and stakeholder engagement. Over 500 different groups and organizations were engaged. The idea was to speak to a wide diversity of people to understand, again, their perceptions of the project. The human rights experts then looked at the analysis and analysed the existing mitigation measures, those that have been set out in our environmental and social action plans. A heat mapping was carried out to prioritise the risks. And finally, the assessment report was concluded and an action plan put in place. I would like to go back to the issue of salience and how we identified those human rights issues which are particularly important for the project. Tilinga applies the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which were published in 2008. Actually, or those guiding documents, but Total Energies was actually part of those entities who pushed for those guiding principles to be put in place, and we were part of the work groups that put in place those guiding principles. Now, those guiding principles encourage companies to focus in their human rights due diligence and in their reporting on salient issues. Amongst the myriad of different human rights that can apply to our activities, it's important to identify those with the most severe negative impact and to address those first. That doesn't mean that we don't address other human rights issues, but rather that these are the ones that we put a particular focus on. How are salient issues identified? Well, there are three factors. The first is scale. How grave would the impact be if it was realized? The second is scope. How many people might be affected if a human rights risk was realized? And the third is remediability. That is about whether it is possible to provide remedy in case of abuse of any right. So if I take as an example physical injury or death, there's clearly no sufficient remediability to those issues. And so you can see on the left-hand side of this slide the salient issues that were identified for the Tilinga project. They're in three poles: workers' rights, contractors and suppliers' rights, communities, information and consultation, land and resettlement, project-induced immigration, road safety and cultural rights. And then a particular pole of interest on public security and private security forces. And then some cross-cutting issues: women's rights and gender equality, access to remedy and grievances, and human rights defenders issues. As I mentioned, our human rights impact assessment has been published. That document has been published warts and all, with all of the risks that were identified by the consultants, national and international consultants, that helped us carry out that study. 160 pages, though, is perhaps a little long for most of us to read, so we've taken the time to provide a 30-page summary. And then we began to realize that actually clear dissemination and disclosure needs to come in a variety of forms. And so 30 pages was too long for many to sit down and read. And so we have a booklet that summarizes our human rights impact assessment. And we're currently working on a poster which goes even further and summarizes these main salient issues in a pictorial format for those who may be illiterate or who may not speak in English. Because it's important not just to carry out human rights impacts assessments, but also, and this word has been mentioned over and over during this seminar, to be transparent about it. And transparency doesn't just mean talking to intellectuals and academics who may be interested in a 160-page document. It also means talking to the local people who are directly affected by human rights. Having an impact assessment and an action plan isn't enough. It's also important that we demonstrate how we're walking the talk. Otherwise, it's just words on a page. And so we've decided, and this is not a regulatory requirement, to publish each year a Tilinga annual report on human rights. I would like to take a moment to salute the Ugandan Human Rights Authority and the work that they do with us in holding us accountable for implementation. We're asked to meet with them regularly. They've visited the site and they ask incisive and very detailed questions about the work that we're doing, challenging us to go even beyond the annual report and talk about the human rights issues that they perceive could be risks in the area. So I've been asked today not just to talk about the human rights impact assessment, but to look at that through the lens of land acquisitions. And I thought that what I would do is, rather than tell you all about in detail the findings in relation to land acquisition, but rather to focus on where civil society has challenged us and how we've responded to those challenges and learnings. First of all, just in relation to these salient issues, I've highlighted in red those that are particularly pertinent to land acquisition. I think all of them could potentially be pertinent to land acquisition, but those that are particularly interesting are information and consultation, land and resettlement itself, cultural rights that may be affected by the project, women's rights, access to energy, and human rights defenders. I'm going to go through these very quickly with some examples. So first of all, land and resettlement. Amongst the first significant impacts of a project is the need to purchase land. This is a public interest project, and it's really essential that this project that's been carried out by the sovereign nation of Uganda for the benefit of the Ugandan people does not inadvertently cause the population which is in the project area and is directly affected by the project any harm. Onshore projects are very different from offshore projects in this respect. Most of the oil and gas development in Africa, and particularly in West Africa, is offshore. There you only have to worry about fishing communities and some small land take for processing facilities. But this project is onshore. So the first thing that we did is to minimize the footprint of the land acquisition, and that's already been talked about. The human rights risks include calculation and delay in compensation, and the risk that some project-affected persons may not have fully restored livelihoods. mitigation measures were put in place. Land acquisition and resettlement framework action plans were put in place, making sure that they comply with national legislation and also IFC's performance standards. Mechanisms were put in place to make sure that the compensation that were offered to the project-affected people, in monetary compensation or in kind, was fair and equitable. And livelihood restoration plans have been put in place. I think it's interesting that numerous impact studies were conducted right at the beginning of the project, and I think many might be surprised at the detail of those studies. I certainly was. Every single household is interviewed, and a baseline study is created to make sure that we understand what their livelihoods were before the resettlement and the purchase of their land. Were they fishermen? Did they have chickens? How many chickens did they have? Did they grow cassava? How much cassava did they grow? And that data collectively gives us a picture of the communities that we're working in and how to develop the livelihood restoration plans. But that same data, when applied to on a household and by household basis, will allow us to make sure that every one of the project affected peoples over a 3 to 5 year period will be restored and will have livelihoods that are at least equivalent but preferably better than they were before the project arrived. Information and consultation. The right to information is key for the land acquisition process. People must understand how the acquisition process will take place. We had a number of challenges in Tilinga related to this issue. Delays in project development led to some uncertainty. Land valuation took place some time before it was possible to start the land acquisition process. And then the COVID-19 pandemic created access issues where it became very difficult to go and speak to the communities. Again, we wanted to put the communities first and protect them. That meant not sending teams from Kampala or from elsewhere in Uganda, and not international teams, into the field in order to limit as much as possible the transmission of COVID-19. As a result, we received stakeholder feedback which was quite negative about the adequacy of our engagement. And I think it's one of the biggest learnings. Where a project is suspended, it is very important to find ways of continuing to communicate freely and frequently with project-affected people. We also received feedback about the need to increase use of local languages in materials produced, not just in English, but in local languages, and particularly the need to access for information for vulnerable people, reaching out to those vulnerable people when they can't themselves come to meetings. So examples of mitigation measures put in place are increased numbers of the community liaison officers that work in the local communities, the creation of the department that I head up within Total Energies Uganda, which is specifically designed to dialogue with NGOs who can be our eyes and our ears on the ground, to understand their concerns and to use that to continuously improve, and also to work in particular on human rights. Targeted engagement on land for project-affected people was increased, and community drives to reach out to community members was also increased. Gender equality and human rights. Stakeholders fed back to us during our human rights impact assessment concerns that once the household gains control over the compensation, once they have the compensation money, its use is often dictated still by the male head of the family. That would be a traditional way of managing financial resources in many of these communities. Women CSOs also reported that some meetings with women, targeting women, were conducted early in the morning, which is a time when most are engaged in farming or domestic chores. Wives' signatures, as mitigation measures, wives' signatures are required on compensation agreements. Women's presence at financial literacy training is essential, and we've really pushed in our resettlement action plans 2 to 5 the promotion of equitable management of compensation amounts within households. There's a particular focus on participation of women in our livelihood restoration programs. Women-only meetings are generally targeted for the afternoon, and women's presence at meetings are disaggregated in monitoring figures to make sure that we're actually reaching the women in the communities. The final human rights issue that I would like to speak about here in this very short presentation is that of human rights defenders. Human rights, the Tilinga human rights policy refers directly to human rights defenders. We don't tolerate any threats, intimidation, harassment, or violence against those exercising their human rights to freedom of expression, to protest peacefully against our business or our activities. Our General Manager and Country Chair has issued a video and a written statement on human rights defenders that sets out the various mechanisms that people who may have concerns can use in order to contact us or to raise issues in relation to human rights defenders. And we've also put in place an alert screening procedure that makes sure that any alerts that we receive on human rights defenders are properly investigated. In red, at the bottom, we have an expression that my colleague Petronilla and I use in as many meetings as possible because it's key to the work that we do. And unfortunately, you can't see the red, so I'm just going to read it out. TEPU values the work of all NGOs and CSOs, values the freedom of expression even when they don't share the same views as TEPU, and we encourage and assist NGOs in the activities as long as they're working lawfully and peaceably. In conclusion, our General Manager, Philippe, and our CODIR are constantly urging us within Tilinga to continuously improve, to reach out to communities. I think it was suggested on one slide I saw earlier that issues such as environmental concerns and human rights concerns are seen as a cost issue in the company. That's certainly not the case within Tilinga. It's something that we talk about in every weekly directors meeting. In every quarterly meeting that we have with the PAU, every quarterly meeting with the Ministry of Energy, in meetings with our partners, we are also again urged to report on and to discuss human rights issues and social issues. Our partners, CNUC and UNOC, also push us to do that. And our friends in civil society organizations expect and ask us to implement human rights issues. Every single person in this room, whatever organization that they're part of, wants the same thing, I believe, to make sure that we respect others, to make sure that we respect the vulnerable, and to engage in continuous improvement. And to do that, we must all work together. A dialogue is essential, and that brings more lasting benefits than any form of litigation or dispute or accusation or protest. Dr. Kocheni said earlier, let us continue efforts to fight off the negative propaganda and falsehoods being fueled by ill-intentioned players. I would echo that, but I would go much further and say, let us spend time to listen to each other, to continuously improve together. Let's call each other, raise issues in a way which promotes cooperation, and let us avoid dispute and dialogue in the interests of the people that we're serving by this project in the local area and the Ugandan people in general. Thank you. I will hand over to my colleague Jeremy Huygens from ECOP. He's the Social Affairs Director.
Thank you, Mary. To be precise, I'm the Land and Social Performance Manager. We said Social Affairs, but I prefer Social Performance. Don't know if my presentation is on. So, Land and Social Manager on ECOP project in Uganda. So, I will not talk about what is done in Tanzania because I'm not in charge. There are a lot of human rights aspects which are taken into account there. In particular, they have done a tremendous job when it comes to indigenous people's rights. I will not mention it. I will concentrate mostly on my brothers and sisters from Uganda. So, the pipeline. So 1,443 kilometers of pipeline, so across both countries, Uganda and Tanzania, 10 districts, and for when it comes to land acquisition, of course, the Resettlement Action Plan, which is available on our website, is a critical document that guided the overall land acquisition process here in Uganda. So, okay. So to go straight to the point, as of today, 86% of the 3,648 PAPs have signed their compensation agreement in Uganda, and 76% have been paid to date. Physically displaced PAPs on the ECOP project in Uganda, we are talking about 203. 203. Not 10,000, 203 PAPs will experience physical displacement in Uganda on the ECOP pipeline. I stress that because it's necessary to make sure that we all agree on a fact. And so it's just 203 out of the 3,648. So, as my, in fact, I try not to have anything written, and most of the slides I've got are pictures, so unfortunately you won't be able to see them. That's a pity, because I wanted to go through it. But most importantly, our human rights in practice. When it comes to land acquisition, the land is obviously essential to many rights, is linked to many rights. I may not be able, during this 10 minutes presentation, to go into the details of each of them, but it won't come as a surprise that the most essential right is, and the first one, is the right to property, meaning respecting the laws and regulations of the host government. In that instance, I can assure you that under the scrutiny of the Ministry and of the Petroleum Authority, we are performing the land acquisition on behalf of the government of Uganda in clear, I would say, a compliance with the laws and regulations of Uganda. As you can see on this very good slide, you can see the different steps towards the completion of land acquisition, from community sensitization, which is linked obviously to the rights to participation and rights to information, to the different submission to the authorities. ECOP Uganda, as it is the case obviously in Tilenga, we submit our valuation reports to the ministry, which is then submitted to the chief government valuer for review and approval. There is a clear regulatory framework that we comply with, and I want to stress that everything we do, from the application of the land rates, crop rates, are in fact scrutinized by the government of Uganda. And when it comes to human rights, you should understand that the rights to property and the fact that we acknowledge the legal system and how it's done when it comes to land acquisition is a key step in that process. As a French person, I'm very versed into Chibanja, Milo, leasehold, freehold, customary, so I can tell you. We are obviously also helping PAPs in dealing with some administrative issues, because it's not just ownership, but it's also the recognition of, obviously, estate administrator. We do a lot of work supporting the project-affected people in getting letters of administration, management orders, statutory declaration, and so on. So this is just to mention that we obviously respect the rights to ownership through obviously the compliance with the Uganda regulatory framework. Alors, this is, I believe, the most important diagram. The one you see below this chart. You see when is the harvesting season, when is the planting season, and when is the dry season. It's very important. As we are talking about human rights and land acquisition, rights to food. And I can tell you that we tailor the distribution of the notice to vacate to ensure that people can harvest before the expiry date of the 3 months notice to vacate. For those who are familiar with Kakumiro and Main Camp and Pipeyard 1, we have evidence, we have documented that, the fact that people have been allowed to obviously harvest their crops before the expiry of the 3 months notice. The same is currently being applied for MCPI 3 and 4, as we have people from Greater Masaka region. We distribute the notice to vacate to make sure that the harvesting season is within these 3 months, so as to impact as less as possible on the rights to food and livelihood. So I'll talk about also replacement houses. So let's go straight to the point. Alors, first right, even if it's not exactly land, but the rights to information and participation is fundamental. My colleague Mary talked about importance of providing the project affected people with information. We've got dedicated people, community liaison officers, 50% male, 50% female. I insist on that. Gender has been, as Mary said, identified as a salient issue. In everything we do, we try to promote gender. Gender is not something that you put on a standalone document on a shelf. It's in fact embedded within several of our practices. In particular, you see here my colleague Hamida doing community information. This is to make sure that the PAPs and the communities take meaningful decision when it comes to the project. So you see on the right-hand side, it's just a back of our community newsletter. We obviously have phone numbers, and we have people who discuss with the PAPs. Community newsletter, alors this is extremely important as well. We need to make sure that on regular basis and through different channels, people are informed. Those are just extract from our community newsletter. At this stage of the project, mostly it's related to land, and most of the CSOs and NGOs, you focused on land, and it was obviously legitimate because this is pre-construction. To date, there's been no operational activities on the ECOP pipeline, no bulldozer. So, of course, we are completing now the land acquisition process, and most of the questions were related to that. They are translated into local languages as well. I want to mention that. 4 local languages. Bank account opening, quick one. You see on the top right of the corner of the slide, there are people who don't read and write. And for those who are members of Cisco, you mentioned it during our last engagement, the necessity to have ways for PAPs who don't read and write to understand the project. As you can see, at least for financial literacy, we had done plays within the communities. If you, the scene you see there with our brother there is in fact telling people not to bury the money of the compensation for it, not to be eaten by termites. Perhaps for you it seems like a details, but you know, we also try to have things which are to display ways of communication that answer to people who don't necessarily read and write. Practical example, here you see the bank account opening, and you can see both the spouse and the husband are signatory of the bank account. As I said earlier, gender equality, SDG 5, is absolutely critical. It's embedded within different practices. Here you see, so both husband and wives signing compensation agreements. Entitlement briefing and compensation agreement signing. So as I mentioned, during this key moment, which is to disclose the rates and documents and to have the PAP signing, if they don't want to sign, they do not sign. If the people along the pipeline who own land do not want to sign the compensation agreement provided by ECOP, this is their right, and we obviously there's a right not to agree on it. They have time for reflection, we have reflection period, and most of the time when they don't sign it because they disagree, and this is their right to disagree, we are open to that. In that instance, well, usually they open grievances. We open grievance because they are not happy with what we propose. Third-party legal, we have hired third-party legal support. It's in fact a joint venture between a legal firm and a firm specialized in valuation services. The objective is to, we have a contractor in charge of doing the entitlement briefing and compensation agreement, but aside the PAPs, project affected people, can also have the opportunity to discuss with a third party. I want to stress that during this engagement, and we put it in writing, and I mentioned it during our Cisco, the presence of CSOs and NGOs is very much welcome. You have all opportunities to come and witness those activities. Land acquisition and human rights, obviously, about rights to appropriate housing is key. This is several examples of people before and after, including, as you can see, metal frame for the windows. Perhaps for some of you it's a detail, but for the PAPs it was very important. So the idea is to provide them with adequate housing. Only 177 PAPs along the pipeline are benefiting from it. 203 are physically displaced, but some people opted for financial compensation, and it's their right to choose financial compensation. So you see the house before and after. Alors just to specify that those houses were done according to specifications, such as the seismic specifications. The beam that you see on the top of the house has been made in order to avoid, to prevent seismic risk. I also want to stress, and I want to thank the doctor before your intervention on economics. This is done by Ugandan companies. And I want to stress that all these houses are built by Ugandan companies. And indeed, it's a very important aspect, including on the acceptability. So same thing before and after. One point, for you, you say, oh, it's a nice house, but we have also vulnerable PAPs who don't necessarily, it's not necessarily easy for them to transition from a traditional house to a house like that. There are solar panels, water tanks, there's a whole entire new environment. So for those PAPs, we provide psychosocial support. If a PAP is considered as vulnerable, or if he moves from one village to another, in that case, we provide psychosocial support to ensure that people understand how to use the house, or, by example, if you move to another village, that the LC1 is introduced, that people know their new church, their neighbors, and so on. Changing house, it looks very nice, but we are mindful of the different social aspect challenges around that, and so we are working on it. A nice couple, you see, happy to have a new house. Very happy indeed. New house, new kitchen, and new house, new kitchen, and new bathroom facility. Now, another aspect of relocation support, we do help people to move. It's not just, okay, this is your new house, just move your stuff. Many PAPs refuse, just to make it clear, many PAPs do not want foreigners to see what's in their house. Out of respect, they feel uncomfortable if they are third parties. So most of the time they do it, but if they want, we provide this support. The PAPs, if they want us to help us, as you can see, we do it. From the old house to the new house. No, our right to food, that's extremely important now. Everything related to livelihood restoration and transitional support. This is food distribution that we do transitional support until the livelihood is completely restored and the livelihood program are set up. I will move. This is the distribution during livelihood restoration. So we give starter packs to the PAPs for them to start improving their, restoring and improving their food production. We started mostly in what we call the priority area, and very soon we shall start deploying that in the pipeline zone. As you can see, this was some time ago, early this year, and that's an interesting initiative for market gardening. And now, if it works, no, yes. Okay, and this is how it looks like now. And I want to stress that in significant improvement of the production, we're also mindful of different environmental aspects linked to livelihood, to agriculture project. For livelihood restoration, we do agriculture, vocational training. We're also trying to promote the use of conservation agriculture. The idea is not to give them liters of fertilizers. No? Just to make it clear. The objective is to ensure that they understand the techniques, that they have access to new types of seeds so as to increase their production. But we are not going just to use fertilizers. Some of them may not be able to use fertilizers for many years. So we are also mindful of that. I want to stress that, but as you can see, it's currently growing. Okay, let's move on. We have training sites, of course, on livelihood restoration, and vocational training. So, as part of the importance of ensuring that the livelihood of the people is restored, we do also vocational training. We've started with 169 students in Hoima and in Masaka, Simon Peter Vocational Training Center, and in the Mami Center in Masaka. I want also to stress that we are not doing it on our own. We have regular visits of the Ministry and of the Petroleum Authority, and we are working closely with the district authorities. It's absolutely essential for us. I also want to stress, as I'm mentioning Masaka, and as our sister here mentioned, Greater Masaka region, we have opened an office recently in Masaka. So if you have CSOs who are originated from Masaka, you are most welcome to visit us in our office in Masaka. So you see we do now vocational training, mechanics, carpentry, and no, that's not it. Sorry. Okay, then I would like to go straight to the most important slide. We talked slightly about grievance. Okay, I would say one of the biggest and most important aspects of our activity is access to remedy. You all know, I'm sure, the Protect, Respect and Remedy framework, and what we also call the John Ruggies framework, the possibility for PAPs to raise a grievance to company. I don't see your colleague from Avocats Sans Frontières, but I'm sure he will ask me a question on that. Voilà, your usual question. So non-judicial versus judicial. So ECOP has a grievance system mechanism in place. As you can see, to date, since the beginning of implementation of the grievance mechanism, we received 864 grievances. So when people tell me the PAPs do not know about the existence of the grievance, this is an evidence that people know about it. I mean, and if they continue to raise grievances, and we want PAPs and project-affected communities to raise grievances, it's a good indicator. It means they trust the ability of company to answer to their problem. So I really stress that because I know, especially considering the number of CSOs and NGOs here, promote the use of the grievance mechanism, tell the PAPs that they are free to raise grievances. Raise grievances yourself. Our sister earlier, she mentioned it, and it's important. Today, Monday, we have 13 open grievances. We received 864. As of today, in Uganda, we have 13 open grievances. 11 of them are more than, 9 of them are more than 30 days. Because we need indicators. It's not just we receive grievance, we solve them. There are a lot of indicators when it comes to the resolution of grievance, and 9 have more than 30 days. If you want to know what are those are people who challenge things which are on their land, particularly like forgotten crops, missing items. There are also people who challenge the crop rates. A lot of people recently have challenged crop rates. As you know, for the Ugandans in the room, the crops obviously are within the district rates. So as a private sector, our job is to comply with the law. We had the case in Luengo, for those who know the story of the banana and the coffee. We have been able to raise some concern to the ministry regarding differences of rates between two neighboring districts. that we have addressed. This is, I want to mention also grievance registered by women. As I said, gender is across different aspects. There are 209 grievances registered by women. There are different ways, you know as well as I do, there are different accessibility, transparency, based on dialogue and so on. We all know the importance of the grievance and in the way it's managed. In the case of, so we have, this is a grievance book, by the way, and a grievance is considered, typology of grievance. As you can see, and it won't come as a surprise at this early stage of the project, most of them, 84%, are linked to land acquisition. Missing items, or they disagree with the rates, or they disagree for the land, or they disagree with the rates for banana, coffee, and so on. Very few dispute over land ownership. It's reducing more and more. Currently, we don't have we have less cases. Environment and health 1%, damage to crops 1%. Damage to crops is mostly when the contractor did the evaluation, they worked on some crops. And the PAPs have said the contractor worked on my crops, therefore they have to compensate for it. As you can see on the picture on the right hand side, we did not compensate financially. Compensation is not always money, it's also in kind. I want to stress that because the objective of the grievance is to restore, is to rehabilitate. It's not necessarily to give money. And as you can see, the lady on the right, because of the damage to crops, we provide her with in-kind compensation. So I want to send the message to our colleagues from NGOs and CSOs. We are here to, don't hesitate to promote the use of the grievance mechanism, to report. I know some of you do. I don't see my brother here, but I saw some of you do, but please don't hesitate to mention it. We use now district consultative committees, time up, district consultative committees. Some of you may be aware of it. It's another way to include the grievance resolution. I finish with just one last sentence, two last sentences. Gender is absolutely important to ECOP, Cisco. You guys are very important, the Cisco and the NGOs we meet. Of course, you need to challenge us. This is your job, to challenge us. Tell us if something is not done right. Be vigilant about what we do. Tell us. Tell us in a constructive manner. We are willing to improve in case something doesn't work right. But please don't hesitate to raise it during our Cisco engagement or more. Thank you. Global Rights Alert also participated into a human rights training for both ECOP staff and consultants. And as I said, gender is really a key mention. I don't know if Rita Chiro is in the room. I want to thank her for contribution. We do believe in gender rights and gender equality, the Sustainable Development Goal 5. And in every activity, we try to promote women's rights across different activities of ECOP. So if there's one message to get is that land acquisition, we are at 86%. We are almost done with that. We are 98% in Tanzania. As the project is moving on, there will be other challenges linked to human rights. So this was the first phase, and please don't hesitate to challenge us. You are most welcome to attend all our activities in the field, and thank you very much. I think my time is up.
Thank you very much, Mary and Jeremy. I would now like to invite our panel that's going to take us through a 20-minute discussion on the land and the business and human rights. I'll invite Mr. Francis Elungat, who will moderate the panel. Francis is the Oil and Gas Coordinator in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I'll ask Mary and Jeremy to come back, and then I'll invite Mr. Bernard Mujuni from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Ms. Naomi Githui, the Chief State Counsel, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, Kenya, and Ms. Winnie Ngabire, the Executive Director of Global Rights Alert. As our panelists come, allow me to recognize the presence of the representative of the Speaker of Parliament from the United Republic of Tanzania, His Honorable Danstan Kitandula, and he's also the chairman of the Parliamentary Committee for Energy and Minerals, which is like the Natural Resources Committee of Parliament here in Uganda. Honorable, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us. Over to you, Francis.
Thank you very much, Gloria, for the kind introductions. Thanks to Mary and Jeremy for the good presentations. We are glad that the panel on human rights is taking place immediately after we have exercised a very important human right. On the 20 minutes, I hope that is not an infringement on the rights of the panel, but we shall try. Members, I think Mary and Jeremy have done a very good job in opening up our eyes on issues of human rights in land acquisition. But I thought, for purpose of completeness, I would give a sort of understanding and the context within which we are having this discussion, so that we are all able to appreciate the nexus between human rights, business, oil and gas, and land acquisition specifically. So, like was indicated in Mary's presentation, at the global level, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights provide us with the framework that we follow in human rights and business. And these guiding principles provide three important pillars. That is the pillar on protection, respect, and remedial action when it comes to human rights. These pillars are informed by the recognition that states have an obligation to respect, protect, fulfill human rights and fundamental freedoms. Businesses have a responsibility to respect human rights. And where we have human rights infringement, there's need for appropriate remedies. In the oil and gas sector, we appreciate that this is a very important sector that can play an important role in terms of socioeconomic development of the different communities, and also promotes achievement of various rights. Of course, some of them could be employment, improved livelihoods. So for us, that is very important. The East African region, as has already been indicated, has a great potential in oil and gas, and much of our oil and gas operations are onshore. Of course, for some of our colleagues like Tanzania, we know we have offshore for gas. But what is key is that for you to exploit these resources, you need to access land. Now, in accessing this land, there are a number of human rights issues that will always come up. And this eminent panel that I'm privileged to moderate this afternoon is going to help us understand how human rights are being promoted and protected in the oil and gas sector, and specifically during the land acquisition process. To kickstart our discussion, I would like to request my dear panelist on the extreme left, Mrs. Naomi from the Republic of Kenya, to help us understand some of the practical initiatives that are in place in the East African region. And of course, we are happy to have examples from the Republic of Kenya that are meant to ensure responsible business practices in the oil and gas sector. Over to you, Naomi.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me. And I first of all want to appreciate the presenters. They've done a very good job, and you brought the perspective actually on what really happened during the projects. Now, I know I don't have much time.
3 minutes, please.
Sorry, thank you. Well, what I know is that, first of all, matters land is a very emotive issue. And what the states have done, most of them, they have very elaborate legislation. But the issue is, yes, we have the legislation, but the implementation of the same is the most important. We have the laws, we have the policies, but the most important thing is actually what you ask ourselves is, are we implementing those policies and those legislation? Now, we have, the most important aspect is to have a policy, a framework that ensures that there is effective consultation. Not just consultation. You know, we could have consultations, yes, but we need to have effective consultations that brings into play that we have transparency, accountability, and making sure that each and every person that is affected by any project is not left behind. What usually happens is that most of the time, you could come up with very good policy document, but you just sat down and did those policy document or even those framework in your boardroom, you know, but you have not actually consulted the affected persons. And what we have realized, like now, for example, in Kenya, is that when you have that effective consultation, you will find that the people will even own up the project. We end up not having litigations, you know, then because people will understand that this project is going to benefit them, be it from employment, you know, food-related issues, and knowing that at the end of the day, the project is meant for them. Even as much as the investor is going to, you know, to benefit from it, they know that very well that the project is also going to benefit from them. There is also then also the aspect of making sure that whatever it is that you're doing in that project is going to benefit the community and at large also the whole country. The benefits should also trickle down to the whole economy, not only meant for the local communities. And then there is also aspect of whatever it is that you're doing should be brought into board in the local plan of that party, of the area where you are going to do the project. And in so doing, we find that once that is done, there is a lot of moving together with the people, and we find that there is a lot of support even from the community. There is a lot of support even from the whole country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naomi. You've set us off very well. Yes, now I think I'll still keep left. And my colleague here, Bernard, Ms. Naomi has clearly told us what the initiatives which are in place, laws, policies, consultation, social license to operate, which of course it is derived from the benefit that the community actually sees from the project. We know that in Uganda, we passed the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights in 2021. I think we'd want to know what is the goal of this action plan and how has it helped respect of human rights in the land acquisition process in the oil and gas sector. Are we having any issues with the implementation? Because Naomi told us, yes, you have good laws, good policies, implementation is the issue. Are we having such challenges? How does it look like on your side as the custodian?
Thank you so much, moderator, for the opportunity to share our experiences. First of all, I work with Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development as Commissioner for Equity and Rights. And as such, I've been privy and privileged to take lead in some of the policies and practices regarding gender equality, affirmative action, and diversity in this country, including the establishment of the Equal Opportunities Commission, which we all know. First of all, the landscape for policies in this country is beyond the NAP on business and human rights. First of all, we have different other standards. NAP just is an aggregator, for lack of a better word, just bringing up to speed some of the policies which have, and laws and regulations which are on the table. We have labor laws, of course. We have different laws regulating children on the Constitution, and so to speak. So as such, but specifically for this question, to zero it down, is that we've developed the National Action Plan. Uganda is second to Kenya. Kenya was lagging behind. When they heard that the Prime Minister was going to launch our NAP, they quickly launched theirs, like a week before us. As usual, they are very smart, without offense, Naomi. And then they say, we are the first in Africa and East Africa, but we are the second in Africa and in East Africa. And as such, we've been a learning hub for different countries, and we have had so many activities to do with capacitating. You know, this experience of saying that Uganda will do the development of policies and then our other neighbors implement, we eliminated it, we now implement. And as such, it lays clear the first prior and informed consent principles of human rights and sustainability governance in the entire infrastructure development and business practices in this country. And now we are also developing guidelines, national equity guidelines for natural resource dependent and surrounding communities. And this is beyond just EACOP. It touches on any other, and you know some of the instances like in Karamoja, these are glaring issues. And also we have the national, the national equity, diversity and inclusion strategy, which we have reviewed, and it lays out clear strategies for adoption at even micro level, small enterprises, business practices, even civil society. What should we use as a landmark guiding principle? But that notwithstanding, we've had, of course, the national incompetence policy. National incompetence policy goes beyond even any other. Of course, we have disability policy, youth policy, national gender policy, but we have this broader policy called national incompetence policy, which guides every other stakeholders if you want to make amends with some of your practices to make sure that you are inclusive enough. But of course, we are concerned and we are field-based. We are working closely with civil society organizations. We have a coalition that we work with, and different MDAs, government agencies. But that having been said, our finding is that there is a tendency to undercut, to undervalue social capital, and this is where the niche is. Of course, we are developing the bill. There's a bill now currently for the Attorney General on social impact assessment and accountability. And this goes beyond just quantifying our tangible and intangible social culture, capital, and giving it the value during compensation. As you noted, the previous presentations were very, very clear in terms of compensation. But our legal framework, the CGV, the Chief Government Valuer here, could be put task if you say, what is the cost of mental breakdown, for example, okay? If you've been shifted from your ancestral place to another place, what value would you be paid for loss of that attachment, intangible attachment? So we need to develop, we need to upgrade our legal framework in terms of valuation. Today, we've been discussing with the UMI, and we have, together with UMI, and the Summit Institute of Social Development and Makerere University developed a course on social risk management. The first intake already rolled out, and we are looking at another intake. I'm interesting all of us here. If you want, if you're into social safeguards, kindly contact us together with the support from World Bank, by the way. And we're trying to standardize the issues social, the way the issues of environment have been standardized. And we know that for such a long time, issues of social capital valuation have been lagging behind, and social safeguards in terms of legal and policy support, but also programming in terms of compensations. Now, On issues to do with livelihood, you know, there are so many issues that are involved in the value chain of land and resettlement. Property for us goes beyond land, of course, that one is known. We know that, for example, loss of employment, if someone loses a job and has been a comedian in a local setup and they go somewhere else, then what kind of compensation? Because they cannot be comedians in a different social setup. But that's a loss of a job. In compensation, it should have value. I will not, I hope I'll get another chance to come in because I have vivid examples from the field. Our findings with different civil society organizations, I can even quote particular sub-counties which have raised various compensation issues and livelihood restoration issues. But let me give a chance. I know if you give me the opportunity, I will talk beyond evening tea. And that is for lunch, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I think we are glad that issues of now actual world, social issues are getting into the academic world. Maybe we shall have an opportunity for people to study them more in depth and therefore make our processes much better. We've heard from government. I think it is an opportunity to hear from our good friends, important stakeholders in the sector, the CSOs. And with us we have Ms. Winnie Ngabirwe, the CEO of Global Rights Alert. Winnie, we know that you've been in this space for about 16 years. You've worked closely with the oil and gas sector, monitoring or human rights issues, especially in the land acquisition processes. You've seen it all in all the projects that we've so far implemented in the country. I would like to get actually a feel from you. How has it been? What are some of the initiatives you've used as CSO to ensure that human rights are promoted and protected, and any challenges that you've interfaced with, and maybe what can be done to ensure that our people's rights are protected better? Over to you, Winnie.
Thank you, Francis, and thank you, fellow panelists. First of all, you don't mention the number of years I've been in the sector, because people are beginning to count. If I'm 16 years in the sector, how old am I? You shouldn't do that. Having said that, I really want to appreciate that over the years, the relationship between companies and NGOs and government is changing. And that is important for business and human rights, because one, as you mentioned at the start, it's government's job to protect human rights of everyone within the territory of Uganda. The government of Uganda has that mandate. Secondly, businesses have a mandate to respect the rights of all Ugandans and everywhere they're operating. And then civil society comes in to make sure that the two parties are playing their part. And over the years, starting with acquisition of land for the oil refinery, I think that was one of the major activities that we got involved in. The atmosphere was very, very different. Francis here was very hostile. He would say all sorts of things and ask us where we get the mandate and read for you the Riot Act and get the Constitution and tell you that you're basically wasting your time. The projects had to go on. Contractors and subcontractors in the oil sector had the energy and the power that they could literally chase everyone from the communities, because they were the thing. They knew oil, they had the technologies, they had the cars, they had the money, they had the gumboots and the jackets, so they could intimidate us and question what we were doing there. But over the years, civil society has demonstrated that they're actually very, very helpful, and they have broken down this terminology that you are using, the AOC standard, the World Bank, the geologist, all that, and brought the conversation down to an everyday person. So now communities can understand, what does it mean to have oil in your backyard? What does it mean to have a contractor coming in? What does it mean for government to acquire my land? And what is my right and what is my responsibility? I think that has been largely due to civil society persistence and perseverance in doing this. We also know that over the years, a number of laws have been made, upstream, midstream, the policies, local content discussions, work on EITI, environmental impact assessment work. Civil society has played the biggest role, if I'm not mistaken. One, in telling people actually what this could be without having a one-sided narrative, because I think our most important contribution is that we are able to say this could be right, this could be wrong. Whether it's in compensation, you have a chance to take cash or you have a chance to take in-kind compensation. What do you want to make an informed decision? That is opposite from what Francis and colleagues were doing, because they were promoting one side of the story so that the projects could be done faster, probably, and easier. That caused a bit of tension, but it was worth, it was worth it. So we saw that happening. But also, it is civil society that has brought about actual decentralization of the discussion on oil and gas. Now you don't have to have Francis run from Kampala to Burisa to talk about oil and gas, because Mr. Barugahara, who is the DCDO, can ably talk about these issues. It was usually a Kampala, Burisa, Kampala, Hoima conversation, whether it's a contractor or government persons. But we questioned, what's the role of civil society in this? What is the role of local government? Because we have a decentralization system. We have systems in place. Why would Francis come from Kampala to address land issues when he has no idea how land in Bunyoro is governed, when the systems are there, when local government is there, when the Bunyoro Kingdom is there and has practices over land acquisition, over land transfer, over land use, as well as compensation and resettlement. So we have seen, those kinds of initiatives being undertaken by civil society, and that is improving on social licenses for companies, but also helping the government understand actually what do Ugandans want. What do they want from this resource, and how can they benefit, and how can they contribute, most importantly? Because for a long time, development projects like this take people as victims from the start. But we are changing that conversation and saying, we are not victims. People are not victims from the start. People are victims because things have not been done the right way. People are a resource, and they have something to contribute, whether it is land acquisition, whether it is gender and human rights, whether it is children protection. They come with a resource that is positive, and we start our discussions from a positive angle. I am a resource, the communities are resources, and how do we tap into them? How do we make sure that they are running businesses, effective businesses? Then, if they are to be victims indeed, how do we make sure that we mitigate the rate at which they expose it to danger? Have we had challenges as civil society? Obviously, as I said from the start, civil society is the devil. And I know you called me a friend, but really in practice, we may not be friends. So we are looked at as the devil, like, oh, civil society, can we have civil society? But which civil society? What is civil society saying? And it doesn't have to be like that, because positive criticism, any criticism actually, positive or negative, you learn from it, and you should be able to improve by listening, by understanding why people are questioning what you're doing and how you're doing it. So the demonizing of civil society that is working in extractives across the oil pipeline, it's not good, it's not healthy, and we don't want it. You don't want tomorrow when you go to a certain local government, the CDA is telling you, by the way, they called us, they told us to watch out. We don't want that. So it doesn't reflect well. It makes us look like we are imposing ourselves on the sector, yet we are Ugandans, yet we have a mandate to contribute to the development of our country, and we should be allowed to contribute to the development of the country. That is number one. And then the other thing is, questioning what we say. And I liked Mr. Kobusheshe, how he said, these myths and they are from certain civil society organizations. Yes, sometimes we may not have the same understanding, but for me to say what I think and I feel is to provide you a chance to respond and provide the right information. And also, some of the things that we have actually said are true, only that you don't necessarily want to acknowledge them from the start. So when you keep questioning, this is civil society, this is propaganda, this is, they are not informed, what did they study? Those kinds of questions, you want us to look bad in the eyes of the communities, you want us to look bad in the eyes of other stakeholders, yet if we work together, understood where each one is coming from, the reasons for saying what they are saying, and advancing the theories or practices that they're advancing would go together as a nation. Of course, the restrictive space of civil society in Uganda, not necessarily the extractives, but generally civil society in Uganda is under such restrictions. We have stringent laws. The NGO Act is really not the best that we could have. I think it's going to be reviewed and even made tighter. We have, Public Order Management Act, which they can slap, with you anytime as they wish. We have Access to Information Act, which is not necessarily very well respected. So those laws, some of them are there to cramp on what we do, but others are there just so that they are on paper, but are not actually being implemented. And the last one is sometimes there's a bit of cosmetic relationship. Oh, was civil society there? Yes. Oh, they were there. Thank you. Take a box. Because IFC recommends that civil society should be there. Where communities consulted, yes, take a box. Civil society communities were there. But in the absence of IFC, or before we quote IFC, what does the Rengo district local government say about a certain aspect? Why are we quick to talk about UN guiding principles on land acquisition? Why are we not asking what does Buganda Kingdom say on land acquisition? We import a lot of things. We are failing to contextualize the discussion. We are failing to contextualize the practices. We are failing to contextualize many things. At the end of the day, we are ticking boxes and we're not actually helping people to enjoy or to prepare to enjoy their right to development. I think we should be contextualizing our conversations, starting from the ground instead of starting from up, and bring all these principles down to Muntu wa wansi. The kind of English that we speak when it comes to human rights and business is too much, but an ordinary person does not need that much English. An ordinary person needs to know, can I supply cassava to the company? Yes or no? If you must supply, what do you need? How do you meet standards? So how have companies and government helped communities to advance so that they're able to supply, to be part of the supply chain? Because 5 years down the road, the conversation about business and human rights will only make sense if a certain number of families, homesteads, perhaps or not, have advanced from one level to another level in terms of beating poverty. We can talk about human rights, we can write all these reports with people seated under trees, show that there is community consultation, but as long as we do not make people shift from one level of poverty to a better level, we are wasting time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Winnie. When we were preparing for this panel, we had agreed that you can make reference to the moderator to illustrate some of the good progress that has been registered in the sector, and I'm happy that she has done that. Now, like she has said, I think we have seen tremendous progress in terms of improvement in the relationship between government, NGOs, and of course industry. And I think this is in line with our oil and gas policy, which is very clear on the role of the NGOs in terms of mobilizing and sensitizing communities, which work I think they have done very well. And maybe we also need to recognize that there has been a lot of learning. The oil and gas in Uganda especially is a new sector. Yes, oil discovery was 2006. So we have all been learning. But the most important thing is that the learning has been progressive and beneficial to all of us. So just building on what Winnie said about the interest of the common man, how have I benefited from this sector, oil and gas? You say you respect human rights, you say this resources for all of us. At the end of the day, what have I benefited? And at that point, maybe I would want to bring on Jeremy and Mary. You will agree on how to, who will come first. Maybe you could try to look at what are some of the improvements, especially in terms of livelihood, that we've noticed as a result of implementation of our projects, especially in terms, actually, in there we've tried as much as possible to respect the human rights of our people. Over to you.
When it comes to the benefits for the local people, for ECOP, we are still at a very early stage. First of all, we need to comply with the laws and regulations and complete the land acquisition. It's very important in a transparent manner. When it comes to, usually when we talk about benefits, it comes from, I would say, core business, local supply of goods and services, local jobs, of course, and then it goes out of the value chain, at least for ECOP, and I know that our colleagues from Tilenga, you are more advanced, but we do believe in corporate social responsibility. We mentioned, our sister here mentioned the access to water. We have just completed an access to water study with REDS, another Ugandan company. I stress that, but it's important, where we are seeing what we can do in matter of access to water, and obviously access to water and access to energy are two critical things. So when it comes to the benefits of oil and gas project, it comes from within, and jobs, local supply of goods and services, and then it goes outside of the value chain to include things as what we call a CSR. So currently we do support a classroom in Sembabule district, and we intend to do more as the project develops.
Thank you. I think there's three concentric circles of types of benefits that the local population are already experiencing. The first relates to those who are directly affected by the project. We've talked a lot about project-affected peoples. Jeremy's given a lot of examples already. I want to give one other. All of the resettlement houses which are provided both within the ECOP project and the Tilinga project have water collection systems that allow rainwater to be collected into big containers. Those families no longer have to go and search for water with jerry cans on their head. And I met a woman who was part of our RAP1 resettlement program, and the CLO that was with me congratulated her on her hairstyle. It was beautifully braided. She was a widow. And the lady said, yes, I can braid my hair now because I no longer have to go and carry water on my head. So it's partly to do with the physical benefits, solar lamps, access to water, but it's also to do with giving dignity back to people who were living in extreme poverty. A tiny example. Beyond the project-affected people, we also have social development plans. The work that we've done with the health centre, for instance, facilitating and providing additional resources in the Avogera Health Centre, the Karama Water Project, and we have a large number of other social projects that we plan to roll out within the area as the project continues during the construction phase. And I join Jeremy in saying we have to remember that these projects have only just started. We've only took FID a year ago, and they're projects that will go on for decades. So as we continue, we'll see more and more of these social development projects. And even beyond that, we have CSR projects which reach communities and people that are even beyond the project area that we're working on directly.
Thank you very much, Jeremy and Mary. I've been informed that we are running out of time, but maybe we don't have time to receive questions from the audience, but maybe we can take one very critical question or comment. Yes, Mr. Jebe.
Since Since we don't have time for a lot of questions, I'll just give you a quick comment. You have heard my name is JB. The long one, you'll get it after lunch. You have seen the slides. You have listened to the audiences. I may look young, but I've been here for quite a while. I can summarize and use one of the short phrases from Winnie, over the years. Over the years, I've seen the acronym PAPS change from project affected persons to positively affected persons. I have seen, and I have been in audiences with CSOs, I've seen listening improve over the years. I have seen highly effective grievance management systems. Yes, we know where we started, but we also know where we are, and my sister Winnie will agree that grievance management has tremendously improved. I have also seen robust livelihood restoration programs. As a country, this sector has been new to us. We have come a long way. We have learned. And the CSOs, as a community, you will agree that where we are is not where we started from. And so I just wanted us to agree that when we leave this place, if there is anything we need to remember, is that the acronym PAPS no longer means project affected persons. It means positively affected persons. I thank you.
Thank you very much, JB, and maybe to illustrate that point, on some of our projects, we've attempted to change, to divert the footprint, and I can assure you the positively affected persons who are being left, who are now actually losing the opportunity to be PAPs, were up in arms because they appreciate the positive impact of the projects. This being a human rights panel, after JB, I would want to have a question or comment from a lady. If there is none, we shall proceed. Maybe I'll just ask our panelists to give closing remarks, 1 minute each, in all fairness. And maybe I would change the order. I'll start with my sister Winnie.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've learned another word, another meaning of PAP. So, but I'm going to look out for the positive affected persons. And definitely, things have changed. There's no question around that. Things have changed, that's for sure. But we must do better. We must do better. We must fund our institutions so that they are able to monitor how human rights are being protected and promoted as we are running the oil and sector as a business. We must do better so that people move from one stage to another economically and socially. We must do better so that Uganda does not suffer a lot of illicit financial flows that are going to take away our money that should have been invested in delivery of social services, improving agriculture, education, and health. Uganda is a rich country. We cannot afford to be poor during and after exploiting our oil. And the role of government in ensuring that we have a good business environment, the role of company in respecting Ugandans as a people and a country, the role of civil society, and making sure that Ugandans collectively and inclusively take part in development cannot be understated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winnie. Bernard, 1 minute.
Oh, thank you so much, moderator. And one of the, of course, Winnie raised the, they say CSOs fear. They fear. Fear is Financial Intelligence Authority. I don't want to go that deep. Fear is false evidence appearing real. So by definition, so don't worry. We've worked together, by the way, for ages, but we've worked hard to remain looking young. On the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, we call upon all the stakeholders here to join together because this is a level standard international practice married conveniently with our domestic legislation to create a very equitable landscape for interventions, for access to the communities. These CDOs, community development officers, are our staff at the ministry. We work closely with them. So if you are dealing with them, give them an averagely accepted standard to start negotiation, to start engaging private practitioners, and that is through the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which is largely available. We are glad that the EU is supporting us in this effort. As I speak, next month we have a regional conference on business, symposium on business and human rights. It's regional in nature. Then subsequently the national symposium on business and human rights. We hope we shall work with you to attend this. We are concerned that issues of equity and diversity are always sidelined during the compensation processes. And mostly you'll find male people, the male gender taking the lead in compensations and deciding the livelihood. You know what happens when money hits on your pocket, you start feeling funny. And then some of the men end up having multiple relationships and so many other things. We are concerned that the influx of labor doesn't necessarily transfer into skill and knowledge transfer to the local communities. It's a very, 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 in labor management plan, other than livelihood, then we are concerned as a sector, and we can work together to make sure that we benefit each other. But also we are concerned that during the livelihood restoration plan, the positively affected people
have so I'll
for today's event. I think this is an extremely valuable discussions. I personally am learning a lot. I'm going to present a very short presentation on environmental, social, and governance safeguards. I hope the technical staff can present. Yes, they are. And for those of you that are not familiar with us, I wanted to, let's see, I wanted to just give a high level on UNOC, talk about the definition of ESG, environmental social governance safeguards, talk about our strategy as a case study, compliance, and how we look at it as being implemented in East Africa. So, UNOC at a glance, we are, I'm not sure where I should point this way. Okay. Yeah, so in terms of sector governance, it's always useful to show this slide just so that it's clear to particularly members that are not necessarily familiar with the Uganda National Oil Company. We are responsible, we represent the commercial and business interests of this. Wholly owned. We also have two subsidiaries. One is the Uganda Refinery Holding Company, responsible for the refining and Kabalega Industrial Park related businesses, particularly petrochemical, that we're emphasizing, as well as fertilizers. And then we have the National Pipeline Company, responsible for pipeline storage and downstream ventures. And our interests in the ECOP go through the National Pipeline Company. We have a number of mandates under the Petroleum Act of 2013. We're emphasizing two here, which is the fact that we handle the state's commercial interests in the petroleum subsector, and we also are very focused on developing in-depth expertise in the oil and gas sector. We work across the value chain. I won't go into detail here, but basically upstream in Ugandan terms, Uganda, we have a slightly different definition to some of the international countries or places out there that maybe distinguish between midstream and downstream a bit differently, but in principle, we are working across the entire value chain. We're very focused on joint ventures for service delivery. We are, of course, managing state participation in the current projects that we've heard about this morning, Tilenga and Kingfisher, but we're also launching new ventures because we need to assure additional crude oil supply for projects that we see in the midstream, such as the refinery, Kabalega Industrial Park, and of course to keep ECOP running over time. And then we're also active in downstream. So we have the Ginger Storage Terminal, which is currently in operation, and the Kampala storage terminal, which is a project under development. At a glance, this is literally a single slide that kind of describes who UNOC is. We are 127 staff, but we are actively recruiting. I expect in the next 6 months we'll probably add another 30 people to our structure. Female, roughly 40%, male 60%. I think we need to do a little bit more there in terms of encouraging the ladies to join UNOC, which we will work on. I talked about new ventures, specifically Pelican and Crane, which is with CNOC, and Kasruban, which came out of the second licensing round activity. Bulk products trading, we are right now developing a bulk, let's say a bulk trading infrastructure that will probably replace the previous system that was in place through the OTS, the Kenyan OTS, and that's under development, under negotiation. The refinery project, we will have a 40% participation. Capacity is 60,000 barrels a day. And there's also a multi-product pipeline that connects the refinery project in Hoima district to the Mpigi remote terminal, which is in the what we call the Kampala storage terminal on Mitiana Road, just outside of Kampala. We have ECOP. I think you've heard all about that. We have a 15% interest in that. There's the Kabalega Petrochemical Industrial Park, which I encourage you all to visit. That's a greenfield industrial park, about 7,300 acres in total. And we are right now working closely with ECOP to host pump station #1 for ECOP in that park, as well as the 2 feeder pipelines, the Kingfisher pipeline coming from the south, crude pipeline coming from the south, and the Tilenga line coming from the north. And of course, there's the airport project there as well. The airport is right now at 91% completion. We anticipate construction completion to be done by end of August, and then operationalization by the end of the year. So that airport will be up and running at that point. We talked about storage terminals already, and of course Kingfisher and Tilenga, I think we are all very familiar with. So coming to ESG safeguards, we thought it would be first important to, let's have a definition to talk to. What are ESG safeguards? What are environmental social governance safeguards? We believe that these are measures undertaken to manage risks and strengthen mitigations associated with ESG challenges within project frameworks. As you've seen in the previous slides, we have a lot of projects going on and more to come. And so we really have a big focus on ESG, but also what do we need to do? So in the 4-part way of assessing it is identify and assess the impact of material risks to the organization, but all our stakeholders. Stakeholders include government, stakeholders include private sector, include local communities, local government. It's a very wide range of impacts that we have to look at. We have to determine the mitigation measures, look for opportunities, and identify mutual co-benefits of our actions. And then we have to continuously monitor, report on the implementation of the safeguards. So that's just a definition. UNOC has developed over the last 12 to 18 months. We've been focusing on what our priority areas are within ESG. And we've settled on 6 areas that have been approved by the UNOC board. First is good governance, corruption prevention, and business ethics. So everything we are doing, I mentioned earlier, we represent the state's commercial and business interests, so everything we are doing is in the national interest. And we need to do that correctly and properly, and that's why good governance is key. The other area that we've focused on, of course, I should mention that the UN Sustainable Development Goals, all 17 of them, in some way, shape, or form, have influenced what we think we should be focusing on for the next 3 to 5 years. But certainly the area of the issue of climate change, adaptation, mitigation, the whole discussion relating to energy transition, the impact it's having on our finances, our ability to finance the projects, our ability to find equity players that want to participate in our projects from the international sector. You know, we do need to have a very robust strategy relating to climate change. But it's only one of the 17 UN SDGs. It's number 13. I think if you're going to look at all the others, there's a lot of them, but we always like to emphasize SDG number 1, which is basically no poverty. So everything we are doing, I think, in this sector needs to be geared towards eliminating, reducing, ultimately reducing and then eliminating, ultimately, poverty. So just bear that in mind as a backdrop to everything we're trying to do. Of course, QHSE is key. You know, one of our values is safety first, and that's safety not just of our own employees, but also the communities in which we operate. Because actually, if you listen to some of the accidents that occur, you know, they don't necessarily involve only employees. They can also involve local communities. So we really need to emphasize that. The social license to operate, we've heard about that today. The key to the social license to operate, and so we've got a big focus on that on everything we do. And luckily, we're inheriting let's say we're inheriting a huge history of social stakeholder activities that have taken place from when we started entering into this sector as UNOC. So we're really just building to get better, I think was the emphasis, and just get sharp at what we do. But essentially, we are putting in very large projects into our economy. We have a $40 billion per year GDP per annum economy. You're putting in projects that are, you know, in the order of 10 to 15 to 20% of that economy. So you have to really understand what the impacts are on people, but also on infrastructure. So we have a big focus on infrastructure needs for each of these projects. We talked a lot about DEI, and that's one of our priority areas, as well as, of course, national participation. So supplier development, national skilling, not just persons within UNOC, but from a national perspective, particularly in view of all the youth that we have coming through the education system. So if I look specifically, I'm kind of relaying to the questions that were raised in the paper prior to this conference, but we talked about what are UNOC's ESG safeguards. We're talking here about ESG safeguards and the delivery that will be, the value that will be delivered. So the first is environment and social risk management through ESIAs and RAPs. And we heard all about that this morning. What I picked out of Commissioner Mujuni's submission is that we also need to think of the intangibles, some of the intangible impacts on the positively affected persons that are involved in our project. So we work to identify, assess impact of material risks. So material risks are not just risks relating to UNOC, but also to our stakeholders. So that's the key. We are very focused on implementing nature-based carbon solutions through reforestation, afforestation, because we need to balance the GHG emissions that we see coming from Uganda's oil and gas projects. And even when I mention that line there, and it seems to indicate that we're only tackling climate action, in reality, there's a huge social component. The fact that we are deforesting a lot of our land, our country, is because people need, they need to have what? Biomass for cooking needs. And I think something like 80+% of Uganda's CO2 emissions are related to land use, related to deforestation and the like. So it's really an area that we need to apply some focus to, but also realize that there are big social issues involved. Social in the sense of, well, you need energy, social in the sense that people have moved into national forests, how do you deal with them, and so on and so forth. So obtaining social license to operate is is key for all of our projects as we move forward. We also want to enhance the quality of the life of our project host communities. One very positive development, for example, I see from the airport project. For those of you that have visited, you'll see how the local community has really benefited from skills development. For example, you've seen very large equipment being operated by ladies, by women from the surrounding communities, not brought in from Kampala. So there's a big focus also on what we call local content. And so you should really look at those positives that come out. And of course, those people are moving off as the airport project demobilizes, we'll be able to repurpose those skills and put them onto the oil and gas projects as they get implemented. DEI is key because we need stakeholders to feel respected, accepted, supported, and valued. So that's something that we really will be continuing to work on. Supplier development, we need to develop in-depth local expertise. And one of the challenges we're seeing with a lot of Ugandan companies is that they need to link up, they need to figure out how to joint venture and to be able to respond and realize that you're going to basically, it's such a large cake that it's better to be organized together so that you can respond to the opportunities that come up. In terms of skilling of Ugandans, I think one of the things we are emphasizing as UNOC is also to reach out. We reach out to universities, reach out to the youth, reach out to vocational institutes. We're supporting skilling development of Ugandans in many different areas. And then finally, we're going to do annual reporting of our ESG performance to promote transparency, to promote essentially transparency and provide accountability. This is an example of some of the commitments we've made. The refinery is being designed to produce clean fuels that will be Euro 5 compliant. We have a flexible refinery design because we're looking forward to a time when probably say in 10, 15 years time we'll see a lot more electric vehicles on our roads. So the refinery of the future also looks at petrochemicals. You're looking at plastics. You're looking at everything that you need to put in, even into electric vehicles, to enable them to operate. So we don't need to necessarily think only in terms of petroleum products that we burn in our cars or trucks. Of course, all ESIA studies are undertaken per World Bank and IFC standards. We want to support the energy transition, switching from charcoal and firewood to LPG. There will be LPG from the refinery, but there's also LPG, of course, coming from the upstream. Bear in mind, Uganda uses somewhere around 35 tons a day. By contrast, I believe Kenya is in the 700 to 800 tons a day of LPG, similarly for Tanzania. So we've got a way to go as Uganda. So we need to work to support the energy transition, moving us to clean cooking at home. And I think both the upstream projects as well as the refinery project will give us that opportunity. We're also tree growing. I've emphasized tree growing because we're not into tree planting. When you plant trees, you can have a 90% survival rate or you can have a 10% survival rate. So it's important that you're looking at it as something that to manage over time. You plant, particularly the first 3 years are key. We're also working in this area closely with the Ministry of Finance. We're working with NEMA, with the Ministry of Water and Environment, with the National Forestry Authority, and others to make sure that we have a national action plan related to growing trees. We're not just focusing on our specific project areas, we're focusing on the whole country. Where do we reforest? Why do we make sure that we have proper carbon accounting? We don't want to be looking at this as greenwashing. It has to be very clear that when we get any carbon credits as a result of this effort, that they apply to our national oil and gas projects. And there's a big emphasis here because you may have heard or read about how we are very proud as Uganda that we have one of the lowest carbon emitting upstream and eco projects are among the lowest in the world. And we think we can, that's one thing to be low in terms of what you produce, but you also have to look at how to mitigate, how to absorb that carbon and put it back to good use. Stakeholder compliance. Of course, there's policy, national strategy development. We've heard from Commissioner Mujuni about some of the efforts that are being done. We talked about, I think he talked about National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, Labor Management Plan, working on skills transfer. So there's a lot going on there that can help guide us. I think collaboration on ESG is key. I don't think there's anything proprietary about doing things the right way. So we certainly look to collaborate with project developers, with government, with regional governments, private sector, and so on. And of course, most importantly, the project host communities. All our reporting on strategies and performance, on key performance indicators, will follow globally accepted standards for transparency. So we're looking at the GRI, we're looking at SASB, among others. We continue to do stakeholder engagements because we need to understand those material impacts and opportunities, extensive sensitization, capacity building, and of course we need to work on fundraising to support our climate financing efforts. More specifically, looking at the East African oil and gas sector, both Uganda and Tanzania have committed to the EITI initiative, and we are implementing that, and we will be reporting per that. We are very focused also on I've been told time up, and this is my last slide. So, looking at the establishment of ESG funding facilities is important. I think it's something that we are still trying to, as a country, trying to figure out how do we access that, and it's not simply World Bank or IMF reclassifying what development finance as green finance. We need to really get concrete and solid about it. We're one of the several African countries that have domesticated the Paris Agreement through the Climate Change Act. We're working on NDCs, and there's also disclosures and reporting that can take place. So in conclusion, ESG is an emerging concept in the East African context, which requires collaboration from many different stakeholders to assure effectiveness, transparency, and essentially developing sustainable development of our oil and gas resources. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mugera, for taking us through, I think, the principles that UNOC is using to guide ESG, but I think they are applicable all round. Allow me to invite our moderator for the panel and the panelists. The moderator is Mr. Ellison Karuhanga, a partner with Kampala Associated Advocates, and also on the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum Council. We'll have Mr. Uthman Mayanja, who is a senior partner with PricewaterhouseCoopers. I don't know if he's still with us. And Ms. Doreen Biaruhanga, the head of corporate banking at Equity Bank. And lastly, Mrs. Gloria Mugambe, the head of the EITI Secretariat in Uganda. Thank you. Over to you, Ellison.
Thank you very much, Gloria. We shall get straight into it. I can see the sugar levels are not too low, and people are not very anxious for lunch. So I think we can take as much time as we want. I think maybe I'll start with Gloria. Maybe I should start with you. EITI. We've had a very wonderful presentation, but if you could just tell us about the, if you could in just a few minutes give us the State of Transparency address. What's the story with our transparency at the moment?
Thank you, Ellison. State of Transparency. For those who may not know what EITI is, it is the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, and it's an organization, it's a member organization for countries that are involved or that have extractive sectors, and it is a standard. It holds all the member countries to managing their sectors to a specific standard. This standard covers the spectrum of the different components of extractives. So it includes the legal and regulatory sector, the revenue collection and allocation, the how that money is spent, the environmental issues, and ultimately the outcome and impact of the extractive sector on ordinary Ugandans. So Uganda joined EITI on 10th August 2020. So when we joined, we committed to managing our sector according to the standard that is prescribed as international best practice. So what you do when you join EITI is that you produce a report. Within 1 year of joining EITI, you must produce an annual report that details how you are managing your extractive sector along the different components that I have just outlined: legal and regulatory, revenue collection and allocation, outcomes and impact. How is EITI implemented in Uganda? There is what we call a multi-stakeholder group, and that group is comprised of the three constituencies that are involved in extractive. So we have industry, we have civil society, and then we have the government. And I'm happy to say that many members of the MSG, or the multi-stakeholder group, are present in this room today. I would like them to quickly stand up. Can we have a moment for the MSG so that people know who is in charge of implementing EITI in Uganda? Quickly, because the sugar levels are low. So these are the members of the MSG. So Uganda we produced our first report in May last year, and that report is available on our website. But just to take you quickly through what that report says and what the recommendations from that report are. There are 6 key recommendations from that report in terms of how Uganda is managing the extractive sector. All this information is available on our website, www.ugeiti.org. So they're really around the areas of transparency and accountability. We are being urged to make our extractive sector more open. The managers of the extractive sector are being encouraged to open up the sector so that the public is able to access the information concerning that sector. So issues like revenues, we do have that information available on the UGEITI website, but there is what is called mainstreaming. We do not have to get that information from the UGEITI website. That information should be readily available on the Uganda Revenue Authority website. So URA should be able to tell us how much money did it collect from the extractive sector in the year in question. Petroleum Authority of Uganda should have on its website all the contracts, licenses, and agreements pertaining to the extractive sector. I'm sure you all know that's an area of work in progress, but there are also other issues relating to, for example, discrepancies in our export data, the data that we have on gold, for example, because extractives is not just about oil, it also includes the mining sector. So the data we have on gold is different from the different agencies that report on gold. So just to give you a snapshot, but what we're working towards as EITI is to improve the transparency and accountability of the sector, to make it more open and to make that information available. We will be undergoing validation, which is like the check, the exam, the EITI exam is called validation. It will take place in October this year, and that is when we will be assessed against the transparency standard and marked whether we're, whether we've passed or we've failed, whether we're good or we have areas of improvement. So a lot of work to be done. But the main thing is we're now a member, and I think that's a really good thing.
Thank you very much, Gloria. I remember a time when there was a debate about whether we should join or not. So I think it's someone that talked about progress. I think that is really progress. The next person I'll ask is Uthman. Uthman is the senior partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. So everyone knows PwC on earth. And as the PwC boss, you have a very good understanding of business. So you could tell us what are the key ESG safeguards for business, and what value do they bring to the management of a natural resource like oil and gas?
Thank you very much, Alison. In very few words, if I can, I think first and foremost for me is to say that ESG is a nice catchphrase that we've all identified with, but before we get into understanding what value does it bring to business, we should appreciate why have ESG to begin with. And for me, it goes back to the higher value of ensuring sustainability. And it's speaking to then saying, as enterprises, when we get into the environment, we get into society to do business, we are not taking out, we're not just taking stuff out and leaving it worse than we found it. And I think about sand mining as a very quick example that we can all relate to in Uganda. We typically go out there, dig out plenty of sand from the earth and just walk away from it, damaged with little use for agriculture or anything else. So I think that's the higher value. In terms of the safeguards, I think Dr. Mogera has done a wonderful job of running through really a framework that goes up, is really about understanding what is the problem to begin with. Number two, then put in place a framework that consists of various enablers, such as having the right policies, having measures, the specific safeguards around resources being dedicated to addressing the problem, and as well as measuring the progress that you're making over a period of time and reporting on that. That is a broad framework. I think what needs to be said and understood by all of us is that there are no standard safeguards per se that can be spoken about for natural resources, for oil and gas, or even any given industry. The safeguards are always going to be specific to an enterprise, to its particular circumstances, time and place, but there'll be some overarching principles, and I think Dr. Mogera has done a wonderful job in running us through what those look like. Having said that, again, some basics, which I hope are not covered earlier this morning, but I think some of the basic building blocks that we can talk about, we've got a lot of focus on the environment, and I think rightly so. We can all relate to it. We can touch and feel what the impacts look like. It's more measurable. The social aspects of ESG, as we've seen this in the panels earlier on, can be difficult to agree upon. They can also be difficult to measure. Governance is an area that we should relate a lot with, and I'm glad that that was the first point on the slide for Dr. Mogera, because it's a big issue in natural resources, in terms of corruption, in terms of resource management, and so on and so forth. But on the environment side of things, which you know quite well, I think the 3 R's come in quite handy. What measures can we take to reduce our use of natural resources, or to reduce our use of resources that are harmful or otherwise pose risks? What measures can we take to reuse what we have? And finally, what measures can we take to recycle? And again, Dr. Mogera did mention a number of things that we can do to reduce our exposure or risks to the environment. I think what we need to think about more are the opportunities for recycling, opportunities for research, so that we have a more holistic view of what it takes to manage these risks better. Secondly, I did hear Dr. Mogera touch on beyond industry, beyond oil and gas. What else, what other exposures do we have when it comes to environment? And I think we're not giving that enough airplay. And I think part of the problem is that we've crushed this whole discussion. We're minding our business, we're excited about oil, and suddenly ESG comes into our faces. And we're focused on oil and gas, whereas in fact some of the other things that we're doing for us as a country probably have a bigger impact. Perhaps not so much today, but certainly in future. Our use of water, the way that we farm and produce the food that we eat as our population grows, are going to potentially produce much more pressure on the environment than, for example, a pipeline that is in a fixed place and is well managed and monitored. So there's a requirement for us to think more holistically around that, and therefore have policies in place, strategies, legislation in place that is more holistic, that allows us as a country to address this matter in a measured and appropriate manner, so that we don't end up losing the benefits of what it is that we need to be doing on the basis of what might be knee-jerk reactions. And those would be the first points that I would make in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Uthman. I think we would all agree that we need more holistic thinking, and that one size does not fit all. I think Doreen is from Equity Bank. You can imagine a bank with a name like Equity. Huh? It's a fair bank. And so as a fair bank, I think the question I would ask you are, how are ESG safeguards being implemented in oil and gas in Africa? If you could give the answer, if you could give us the most equitable answer possible.
Thank you, Ellison. I'm not sure about the most equitable answer, but I will do my best. I think across Africa, or maybe specifically with Equity Bank, we've approached this in a two-pronged manner. One is to accept and acknowledge that ESG is an important piece of financing in the oil and gas sector, especially for our local or national players. We will admit that most of them, the concept of ESG is new to them. So what we've done as Equity is to take the time to go into the commercial players, the IOCs, their subcontractors, and pick some of the talent that they have and bring that into the banking sector. Because it is important for us as we finance to be able to have people that have experience on the commercial side who understand the standards that the oil and gas sector is looking for and help us to show and implement those on the contracts and agreements that we have when we're financing our national content players. We've hired people from the project finance side. We've hired people from the ESG teams as well. So we do have a lot of experience from that perspective. I think the other piece is to increase awareness on the national content side for the players, the subcontractors that come in under the national content law. Take the time to engage with them, expose them to the material and the information and the data that we have, and bring that monitoring and knowledge into our financing and make sure that we're partnering with them in terms of monitoring and increasing awareness. The other equitable point that I will make is, and I think Uthman started to touch on that, is that the knock-on effect or the impact of the ecosystem around oil and gas is quite substantial for Uganda. So it's not just about the oil and gas sector. Agriculture is slated to grow significantly because of our capacity, and we all know the wide range of food and crops that we grow. Manufacturing. So as a financial partner that's trying to bring as much equitable ESG knowledge into the market, it is to say that can we take the oil and gas standards and stretch them into the ecosystem that's developing around the oil and gas sector in the other sectors, in agriculture, in manufacturing, and just helping those players as well understand the impact of ESG on the environment, on the communities that we operate, and helping them to make sure that we make a lasting difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. I think we can all see that Equity Bank is, as they claim, our listening, caring partner. But I think I'll open it up now for questions, for a question on account of the fact that the panel has answered my questions very satisfactorily. I'm sure there's only one question from the audience. Is there one question? I see I see there's actually only one hand, which is sufficient proof that sugar levels are low. Introduce yourself and
okay.
Tell us where you're from and ask your question in a sensitive manner. Be like Equity, a listening, caring partner.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Kwizera Godi. I'm the Executive Director, Albertine Graben, Oil and Gas Districts Association. Yes, I also want to appreciate the far we have moved and from all the presentations that we have made. But one thing to note, and I want to be very fast so that I don't eat your time, is effective decentralization of this industry. When I talk about district local government, I think now you can easily tell the constituency I represent the district local governments. We have talked about all these issues, and we have talked about issues of consultation. We have talked about issues of engagement and other things that we have talked about, which are key to see this industry progress and also succeed in a sustainable manner. But when you look around the structures of local government, in terms of effective involvement, in terms of effective implementation, that's why I want to address myself. Thank you very much, Doreen. You've talked about MSG in terms of AIT, but how do I also come here in this conference? I see local government are also being enabled to participate and also bring views that are coming from the ground and can also adequately go on multi-stakeholder group and articulate their interests. We talked about restoration. Thank you very much. But I wanted to look at how the extension work is being done. I couldn't even figure out any extension worker during restoration. Thank you for that good work that is being done, livelihood. But would want to see the extension work more involved so that once the industry leaves, there is sustainability of the interventions. And there are other issues. When you talk about environment, afforestation, we talked about 40 million trees. I do not know how we are working with local government structures. We have the physical planning specialists.
Please wind up.
We have the environmental, thank you. We have the environmental specialists. We have the forest officers, all those departments. How are they being integrated in terms of their capacity building? And let alone, how are they able to see that we are not only talking about planting trees and safeguarding our environment, but it is done in a sustainable and orderly manner that is going to serve for present and also for the future. I thank you.
Thank you. I think those are two questions. I will allow, I think, the question on the trees and everything. I think Dr. Mogera, you'll handle it. I think there was a question about the MSG and local government participation in the multi-stakeholder group. I think, Gloria, you will take that on. So maybe we'll start with Gloria, then Dr. Mogera.
The local governments are represented on the multi-stakeholder group by the Uganda Local Government Association. So we have 2 members from that association on the MSG.
And then, Doctor, I think there's a question about effective involvement in the tree planting.
Thank you for the question, Edie Kwizera. First, I'd like to encourage that you reach out to me, we reach out to each other after this, this panel discussion. But we, in our discussions with the National Forestry Authority, with Ministry of Water Environment, particularly the forestry and the climate change departments, as well as NEMA, the importance of local government and the district forest officer and just local government in general is key to the success of that program. So we are right now at a point where we've come up with a white paper on how we're going to implement the growing of 40 million trees in this country. We actually want it to be a much more ambitious program, but we're just starting with 40 million at this time, which will represent somewhere between 40 and 100,000 hectares of land, depending upon if you're looking at plantation type forestation, or if you're looking at rebuilding our tropical forests. They're quite different numbers. But I'd like to encourage you to reach out, because we're really at the beginning of this development of the Climate Action Alliance. We have a lot of good support. I mentioned some of the government institutions, but we also have a number of religious institutions that are very key to the success of this, because we need to roll this idea of planting trees out and growing trees throughout the country to all citizens in this country. So we are also working, for example, with Church of Uganda, but also other religious institutions on how to get that spirit, that appreciation of tree growing into the Muntu wa wansi, as we keep saying. So we have that. We've also been working with financial institutions, because the key here is how this all gets funded. There are very good ideas that are out there. We've got them on paper, but the question is, how does this all get funded? And so that's something where we feel it's important to work with financial institutions. So we are working, for example, with Stanbic Bank, but we are open to work with others that I know are very keen on this area, but also not just looking at funding from local banks, but also how to link up with international climate finance. So it's a very ambitious program, but it's very doable, and we need to work with a lot of stakeholders. So really, we'd like to reach out to the local government on that, maybe through ED Visitor going forward.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I'll give the panel one last chance for concluding remarks in under 1 minute. I can see people are hungry for more information. And so I think I'll start with you, Uthman.
Thank you. I think in conclusion, for me, we should acknowledge that there's a significant degree to which the science around these matters is evolving. When we talk about ESG itself, it's a very fresh sort of framework. There's a lot to be learned. The science itself behind what we're trying to deal with is also evolving, and there's some nuances. We worry about carbon dioxide, for example, quite a lot. We think that natural gas is better, but it also has its dangers that are even worse than CO2, so we need to be careful. But perhaps more importantly, national oil companies such as UNOC, TPDC, and others should have started, and it's good to see that they started to recognize the change in the landscape and come up with strategies. But I think more needs to be done. A lot more needs to be done because oil is something we must succeed at as a nation. This particular country must get it right. And to do so, we need to get certain things right. So one of those is for the national oil companies to essentially re-evaluate and adapt themselves to the reality that oil and gas is now currently a transitional supply. It's a necessary supply, but it's transitional in nature. The role of the national oil companies isn't just to develop or commercially develop those oil and gas resources, but also to ensure that we have energy security as a nation. So that's a broader mandate. It allows us to communicate better and fit better with the narrative. It allows us to have a message that is much more easily digested by others, which is important for us, particularly when we begin to hear things like no more funding will be available unless it's climate smart in nature. So I see a bit more work needing to be done, but it's very good to see that necessary first steps have been taken, certainly by UNOC, and we encourage UNOC and applaud them in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uthman. Claudia?
My concluding remark or parting shot is that joining EITI is just a first step. We must now demonstrate that we are managing the sector as Ugandans in a transparent and accountable way. and there are penalties for non-compliance with the EITI standard, which includes suspension from the organization, which would not be a good thing for the country. So I call upon all stakeholders, all institutions, all responsible institutions that know that they have a role to play in ensuring that we meet the criteria in the standard and that we respond to the 6 recommendations from our first report to ensure that by October we are compliant. Otherwise, there will be a problem. And then a challenge for my Kenyan colleagues. Tanzania is already a member of EITI. Kenya, what is the problem? Why haven't you yet joined? Thank you.
Join.
Okay, in conclusion, I think mine would be to rally and call all of us as stakeholders around the table to really partner with us as a financial institution to help disseminate and partner with our local or national players in terms of increasing awareness, and I'm glad the local government team is also mentioning the same. I think the information, and I think someone earlier spoke about the technical English that we use, trying to dummy that down so that everybody across the country, across the region, can participate in whichever manner or form, but with a key focus of changing our communities and implementing and improving our livelihoods. Thank you.
Doctor?
Yeah, thank you, Ellison. I just wanted to leave with a little bit of additional thinking, because we talked about the energy transition, and that's linked clearly with energy security, but also the concept of affordability. That whatever we're doing has to be affordable in the context of Uganda as a developing nation. And I think that's sometimes lost when you're dealing with other parts of the world that are more focused, for example, on plugging electric cars into into the grid. For us, we're trying to get people in Uganda connected to the grid. But in addition to the energy transition, and the same logic applies, is materials transition. For example, the demand on copper for electric vehicles is now huge, and but you have the same type of things you need to think about relating to security of material supply. As you know, as Uganda now, we're saying we can't export any raw materials without adding value to them, as an example. But there's the issue of affordability. And then finally, there's the transportation transition. The transportation transition, as it may apply to London, England, is going to be different to the transportation transition that we have here in Uganda. And we have to be aware of that as we move forward, going forward. So I thought it was just interesting. There's a number of transitions going on: energy, materials, and transportation.
Yes, I agree. The difference between traveling on the London Underground and traveling on a border is pretty substantial. I think with that, I would like to say that we still have more time here as a panel. I know many of you are hungry to hear more and more from us, but we have decided to withhold our information, so we'll stop at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ellison, and our panelists for keeping our sugar levels up despite the lapse in time. I'll invite our Honorable Member of Parliament from Tanzania to join us on stage to hand over a token of appreciation to our moderator and panelists. Thank you. We'll have a group picture with the honorable member in the center. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our lunch is ready. Thank you. Our lunch is ready. We'll have lunch in the foyer just after this corridor, so still on this floor. We have lunch coupons that will be given as you exit through the door, and we look forward to seeing you back here in 50 minutes. We have just one more panel after lunch, and then we'll have the networking cocktail or icebreaker reception for the conference. So please keep around, and let's conclude this pre-conference workshop and start the main event on a high note. Thank you.
Lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The development and commercialization of Uganda's oil and gas resources is being undertaken through 4 flagship projects, which will bring in investment over $15 billion into the economy. The Kingfisher project will produce 40,000 barrels of crude oil per day at peak. The Tilenga project will produce 190,000 barrels of crude oil per day at peak. The 1,443-kilometer East African crude oil pipeline project will transport the produced crude oil to access the international market via the Tanga port in Tanzania. The Uganda refinery project will process up to 60,000 barrels of oil per day to provide petroleum products to the Ugandan market and its immediate neighbors. Additional exploration work is ongoing in the Kanyotava and Ngasa areas in the Albertine Graben. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Kampuni eno yajja netutuukako nga babitugamba kale nga tulaba kirooto ng'era situmanyi nti nno biyinza okutuukirira mpaka lwe tutuuse kati we tutuuse. Amanya nze Namata Rosemary bamala ne bambulira ssente ze baali ssente zaava mu bintu byange bwe baayita ssente bwe lwamala ozimbuulira nagenda ku banka ne nzijjayo ne ngula obutundu bwe nasobola oggulamu n'ennyumba baali bagiyitamu nayo ne baginzimbira era ndi musanyufu nnyo okuba nti banzimbidde ennyumba gye mbadde sisuubira kufuna oba okwetuusaako. Ennyumba eyange gye baayitamu yali teriiko ttanka baagitaddeko. Ennyumba gye baayitamu yali teriiko sola nayo baaginteereddeko. Yali si nkole naye byonna baabitaddemu byonna ne siiringi mu ebiri. Tikwaliko kiyungu n'ekiyungu baakitaddeko n'ettooyi. Nali ndi awo ne baŋŋamba nti amafuta gagenda kuyita mu kitundu kyaffe ng'era sisuubira nti gayinza okuyita ewange. Nagenda okulaba nga bantuuseeko ne baŋŋamba nti amafuta nti wano twaziddewo omudumo gw'amafuta gwe gugenda okuyitira. Baasobola okubala ebintu ebyalimu ne bagatta ne babimbuulira omuwendo ne bagenda bwe baamala ne badda bwe batuleetera ku misomo bwe batusomesaamu bwe batugumya byalwawo nnyo okusobola nga tebinnagguka naye oluvannyuma ennyo ne batuyita kuggulawo akawunti bwe batusomesa. Aba kampuni ya ECOP mbeebaza olw'ebirungi byonna bye mutukoledde kuba musobodde okutututumusa ne tuva we twali ne tweyongerako waggulu era tusuubira nti tukyeyongerako ssebo.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. In order to be contracted to supply goods and services for oil activities in Uganda, you must register on the National Suppliers Database. Between 2017 and 2021, close to 400 Ugandan entities were awarded various contracts to supply goods and services to the sector.
TechLab Limited is a geosciences company that has been offering geotechnical and geophysical investigation services to the East African market since its inception in 2002. Our experience working with Ama Energy has been a pleasurable one. The seismic surveys have always been on our radar, and when this opportunity came up, we put together a winning bid and became the first Ugandan company to provide seismic services under an oil and gas contract in Uganda.
Registration on the National Suppliers Database is free. Visit www.pau.go.ug, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Twebaza abantu ba kampuni otadde ku mutimbagano gw'ensi yonna. Tuli mu ssanyu lyereere. Nze ndi musajja muzimu gwe mulimo gwange era mbatusanga ebirime ng'ebirimwa bijanjaalo nyeebwa kasooli bintu ng'ebyo bwe bajja ne baŋŋamba nti mwami Mutebi twala okujja mu bwavu obeere mu bulamu bw'ensi obweyagaza nali mbagambye nti ampe ssente nze nasaba kunzimbira nnyumba kuba ne baŋŋamba tugenda gikuzimbira. Kusaba kwange ne kuyita mu kuzimba ennyumba era nali ndi awo nga nsukulula matiriyo ekiseera kyatuuka kubaawo omwaka ebiseera nyinza okuba binalabiddemu katono babyetaagisa omukyala nga ye alisinga okubimanya kati nze njogera ki bemanya era nebigenda mu maaso kuba atandikira okuzimba okuleeta matiriyo twali tuli awo omuzimbi ng'atuuse atugamba nti mukulu bakuba ssimu okuva eyo Kampala nebagamba gwe wamanyi Mutebi wano tiisebo batusindise tulage otugenda okukuzimbira ennyumba kuba okusaba kwe kwagiza eki kwayiseemu kw'amayumba balwama ku kyalo kuno tugenda kuzimbako ennyumba 2 eyange neya Mr. Mugumi tisebo naffe ne twebaza ekintu bakitandika era ngaawo kati era bwe kiri ssebo bakama baffe mu Kisanzi tebadda mabega kinsanyusa kubanga era mwekiri kuba ebisigadde ndaba nti binaabadde njogerako kyeka babikoze kuba nali ndowooza okugula Ssembuule ezimbira ennyumba yange nga nze kuba bwe natambulanga mu bannange era yansonyiwalanga ne ŋŋaa singa eno ennyumba nange singa ngizimbako wange. Kino nekiraki ekinsonyiwa. Ennyumba yange gye mbaddemu obuzibu badde bukyayina nali nagizimba naye ku buzibu badde ngenda kugirongoosa kugikuba lipeeya n'okuyitira ku mulembe ng'era ennyumba z'abannaffe z'abannange zineegomba. Ennyumba yange kati yefuuse ekyobulambuzi.
The security of your gadgets is guaranteed. Just leave them on your tables and go for lunch. We have security in-house. Thank you.
Yeegomba. Kwaga nti Wamutebe wetaaga kugenda kulambula. Wamutebe wetaaga kugenda giraki kulambula. Twebaza ekitongole kya bakama baffe yekopo kuteeka omutimbagano omutuufu. Oba omutimbagano bawutadde ku nsi yonna nga buli omu aga nti awo mwana bamutadde ku mutimbagano kati gwebaza okwo.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas resources are located within pristine environments. The oil and gas activities are benchmarked on Uganda's updated environment legislation and on the international best practice standards in order to continuously ensure coexistence between the oil activities and Uganda's rich biodiversity. This is being achieved using improved technology to reduce environmental footprint, mapping of sensitive ecological features for avoidance, improving standards of waste management and development and implementation of tools for environment management. These include the Albertine Graben Environment Monitoring Plan, Strategic Environmental Assessment, various environmental sensitivity atlases, and the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, among others. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Amanya ga Margaret Naskombi. Kampuni eno y'omudumu valo yatandika ne kakati weggweredde. Tuyina enkolagana nnungi. Byatandika afa twali tuli awo tulaba ab'amafuta nga bajja batandika okupima nga bapima ettaka nga bapima amayumba n'ebirime by'abantu ebyalimu. Kati feeza eyaddako yakujja kukola ki ne bajja ne babalirira ebintu byaffe ebyalimu. Bamala okubibalirira batugaa nti ebintu byamu ebijja basasula byonna ebirimu ennyumba byonna nga byali mu kitundu kyaffe. Buli omu kyalimu ekyakusiba omudumu gw'amafuta ne bajja ne batandika okubalirira. Bamala okubalirira twali tujja nga bagenda bazimbira mayumba batusengule batutwala eri ne bazimba ennyumba zaffe ne bazimala zigwa. Kati tusigadde kutusengula kutwala eri ebintu ebyo naye nga ffe tuli basanyufu nnyo nga bakola ki batugamba kubanga buli kimu kyonna kituweereddwa. Sente zaffe tuzifunye tuguze ebibanja n'ebintu ebirala. Nze baŋŋamba bakuwe ssente zonna ezaawamu ne mbagamba nedda nze njagala bakole ki njala banzimbire. Ne banzimbira ennyumba yange ne bansasa ssente ezasigalayo nzikola ki. Ono wendi nina abaana bo abazzukulu. Abaana tebaliwo bano waliwo bazzukulu. Abaana bonna bali mu kibuga bazikubendawa embeera simbi nnyo batuwadde amazzi batuwadde sola gaba bingi ne batekawo nakuuma akakwata laddu ate kyetutalina batukoze bulungi nnyo ebintu bingi nnyo ebinsanyusizza ate ebitali walungi kuba kati eri nnyumba gyengenda ogenda mu nnyumba mpya ate yakitiibwa osanga kati nganze omukadde saayisobodde kuzimba nnyumba ng'eyo buli kimu mwekiri amazzi weegali amasannyalaze weegali kuba sira kyenkola ki sira kyenjula n'ekimu era ndi musanyufu nnyo sinza ku bintu byebatuwadde ebiri mu nnyumba wano kampuni eno ey'omudumu kuva lwe yatandika nekakati weggweredde tulina enkolagana nnungi ate balina abantu basanyufu bakolagana n'abantu era nze kyebatandika kukola sirabangayo mukozi ali
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas resources are located within pristine environments. The oil and gas activities are benchmarked on Uganda's updated environment legislation and on the international best practice standards in order to continuously ensure coexistence between the oil activities and Uganda's rich biodiversity. The Kingfisher, Tilenga and the East African crude oil pipeline projects were subjected to rigorous environment and social impact assessment processes prior to the award of the respective SCA certificates in 2019 and 2020. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The land take for the development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project-affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
Sinoke kamaro obusumine twegesa enkora etukusobora koramu habwa kike tukaba tusabire etukusobora itwe kuba nitulonda twachwamu kulonda enkoko njungu za mahuli bakatwarubire ni batwegesa habo kwati ziri nyangu mulingo turakoramu kombeke ekiju batupimira mita twakikora batugambira mulingo tukusa kuziroleramu tukakoraho saving bakwa katugamba tuligenda mu katale tugaruka ni batutayisura tulina kwerolera kandi tuyambaho no transferring ebyokulya ku gas store kwiga site hano ike twatero saving yekyo.
We had a plot of land, and before we started this plot of land, first of all we have been using it for grazing animals. They advise us that this land can even help us in even farming or growing vegetable. Actually, the first season we had we tried tomatoes and the eggplant, and it healed well.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is mandated to monitor and regulate oil and gas activities in Uganda in order to capture the demand and supply of Ugandan manpower relevant to the oil and gas sector. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda invites applications from all eligible Ugandans for registration and qualification to the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register is a talent pool that will improve the visibility of Ugandans for possible employment in the oil and gas sector. The Petroleum Authority will only consider online applications submitted via www.nogtr.pau.go.ug. How to register? log into www.nogtr.pow.go.ug/register. Kindly fill in all the fields below with all the correct information and valid national ID number. Ensure you read and accept the terms and conditions. Once all the fields are completed, a confirmation email with your NogTR code and password will be sent to your email. Use the sent NogTR code and password to access your new NogTR account. The jobs will then display. Here you can manage notifications, filter options, refresh the page, see specific search options, click on a particular job to read its detailed requirements. Under the profile page, manage and update your biodata. Manage and update education history, work experience history, and save changes made on the biodata page. In case you want to contact us, use the Contact Us page. Write the subject, compose the message body, and send. You have now successfully registered on the NogTR. You can read the terms and conditions and guidelines to use NogTR. The NogTR system allows you change and have your preferred password. You can as well deactivate your account. The POW reserves the right to the NogTR and successful applicants will be published periodically. Registration on the NogTR is free.
Amanya nze Salongo Kizitosula nga mpangalya ku kitundu kuno. Family yange tulimu abantu 11 era ndi musajja mulimi era nga nsuubulako n'ekitonotono just a businessman ndi musuubuzi naye okusinga nnima bulimi mwanyi bitooke waawo nga kale ekitundu ekisinga obungi amafuta gakyo kipayinga ekisamu akasente katono kesasobola okugulawo some plots of land naye nga tebumala. Nze nali Kiboga district ne bankubira essimu nti amafuta bakwagala amafuta gazze gayiseewo nenya nenva nezijja Kiboga nabasiŋŋanawo nebanga amafuta gayise mu kitundu kyo naye bajja kukompasetinga n'ennyumba yekoze eki erugendeddemu tefa option ziri bbiri oba okuwa ssente newezimbira oba okuzimbira. Oluvannyuma nnyo nasawerenga nti abanzimbire era actually banzimbidde ennyumba era weeri ndi musanyufu mukyo gamba life kyensuubira nti egenda ku kyenjinga okusinza ku mbeera nyuma gyefaanamu neeri gyenabaddimu owoolyawo. Mu nyumba yange tukubadde soola enzigi tizibadde zaanaakali si za byuma zibadde wudeni ate eno za byuma. Ekirala n'enzimba yayo yennyini nnyini ng'omu okusinga kweri redde eri cemented eti yabadde cemented kati kindaba ng'eno waliwo enjawulo nnyo kweri kindabaddemu era neebaza abo ekikwatako bonna puroguramu yonna abayiko byonna kibasobodde okunkolera wano ewange nkyaniriza nnyo era nkisiimye nnyo neebaza 100% era ndi musanyufu nnyo mbeebaza bonna abakoze omulimu guno gw'okuzimba kampuni ya ECOP era njebaza nnyo yebale nnyo puroguramu eno y'okunzimbira era ndi musanyufu nnyo.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The land take for the development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
bampo sente ezindi ekindi banyumbakira henju irudenjo lyo mazina ganye najangu nejune yange tusinju nezo zo mulembe munongo nozireba baba byarira pasipara mu compound
tegevisika bine jongengeleke mate shonke ubatuletire kono batweri nyumba gikoto gagili gavisika bitano kizibu kyakulala na kyaku bintu bende kiliki aimu mbagietu batu amezi batu ugudo wakole batro magulu getu gazigina kwa yanzi tuna to inakinaviro byo kuditu alikuwa inavyo.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Mabara gange katusabe Richard.
Amabara gange ni nyako nyaimeuda ndi mwikazi wa Mukabara.
Ati ebirungi byenju ebitulozere ebirungi ikopo tukolerwa kutombekera enju tulozere omutindo gwegiroho namba tubayire itwe nk'abantu mu tukwe ntukora munego batusa kuombeka enju giki ya mutindo gwa ikopo yetombekeire nekindi eyo mulinge tukoleire tukurora etuterero amaju agarungi agali standard obatinda kangambe obundi yensi yona ne kichumbiro kila standard yensi yona yateraho netoyi eri standard nayo nkunira yensi yona netanka ebyo bintu tulozere biri birunge bituhindurire kutuyiho mu mberendi byatugaro mu mbere mpyake nungi ekyo tukisimira aba ikop kyonka kukira muno ruhanga no yakozereki ya turabizemo emirime imbani nkoramba mulisa ni mba muli dundi kangame mulimi onyinuko misiri ngaruka kulisa lisa obusoro bundi emirime yamane kuntaiza ni egyo ntunoliro
nkusima muno ruhanga bwe birunge byatukoleire nisima muno na ikopo abwe byene bye tukoleire nyo kintu tinyakimihiraga mbomezi bwange chonga ngiya kusanga ruhanga nuwaki impikizoho kandi nende batombekeire njo nungi muno nisima muno naba ikopo bebale muno na mafuta kuzoka nkaha ombunyoro amafuta garu wadebani bagamba gali mukiyeno baitu gali mugisala abantu ita bakozireki abagoboroiremu nisima muno na government ya Uganda kwikyaho ekintu kinu abo kwa abantu baingi bakiyegombaga baitu ruhanga yoko mamuitwe nisima nanyo abakuru mwe bari kutuegesa emisomo itwegerebe emisomo nungi no kwikabwire bunu ebi byone mutukoleire mwe bale muno mukama baho mugisa.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The oil and gas activities in Uganda are expected to create about 160,000 new jobs. Close to 70% of these jobs will require technicians with international certification.
Basically what we're doing here is we're working with industry, whereby after our candidates have been trained in the workshop space, we send them to industry where they now get to apply so that they confirm a competency level.
We were given opportunity by government of Uganda to train students under the Albertine Bursary Scheme project, about 609. They have done the audits. We'll have 60 trainees under SINO. We're also working with our partner Solid Rock to execute a similar training for Total, and that is for 4F and 5F welding as well.
Following the announcement of the final investment decision in February 2022, work on the oil and gas projects has intensified. 94% of the 5,000 employees already engaged in these projects are Ugandans. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register provides visibility to Ugandans with skills and competencies for possible employment in the oil and gas sector.
I'm called Kyomuhendo Jole, aged 26. To the experience I have gained, I could encourage my fellow ladies also to do what? To join technical courses, because as a female welder, you can't fail to get a job. Everywhere you go, they will admire you and look for you.
Registration on the National Oil and Gas Talent Register is free. Visit www.pau.go.ug to register. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Government and its partners are supporting the development of linkages between the oil and gas sector and other sectors of the economy, including agriculture, transport, education, housing and land use, planning and tourism. Studies have shown that every $1 of GDP point directly invested in the oil and gas sector will yield indirect growth of the GDP by $0.6. The oil and gas sector in Uganda is therefore expected to yield indirect growth of the GDP by $8.5 billion, 24% by the time the first oil is achieved.
The linkage between the oil and gas sector and one of the most important sectors in our country, agriculture. The oil and gas industry does not consume a lot of food, but at least it consumes high quality food. So if Ugandan farmers are able to provide the quality required in the oil company camps, it would mean that they have attained international level qualities.
The idea at the incubator point run by Stanbic Bank and its partners, it actually feeds into the idea which we are trying to do as government. How do you get the people who are out of the economy, who are comfortable doing things the way they are doing them, the agriculture, which is based on gifts of nature, the failure to adopt very friendly technologies to improve yield.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
The ECOP is a 1,443-kilometer crude oil export pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Kabale Hoima in Uganda to the Chongoleani Peninsula near Tanga Port in Tanzania. Due to the viscous and waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will need to be heated along the entire route. The pipeline will be buried to minimize impact on the environment, with some facilities above the ground, designed to ensure minimal environmental and social impact. The project will be compliant with the Ugandan and Tanzanian national legislations and international requirements.
So ECOP itself is a 24-inch buried pipeline, and around that 24 inches of steel, there's some insulation, a little bit like on a thermos flask. That insulation has two purposes. It keeps the fluid inside the pipeline warm, and it stops that heat being transmitted to the environment outside. So once the pipe is constructed, it will be laid in a trench. The top of the pipe will be about 1 meter below the surface. The topsoil and vegetation will be reinstated. And thereafter, the area will be free for people and animals to walk across, or there'll be no impediment at all to people getting on with their daily lives.
Land is required to construct the ECOP pipeline and related facilities. This land will be acquired within 30-meter wide right-of-way for construction. The ECOP project, on behalf of the governments of Uganda and Tanzania, is committed to providing fair and adequate compensation for losses due to physical and/or economic displacement, in compliance with national regulations and IFC performance standards.
In total, we are talking about 13,161 project-affected persons. Now, all these, we are ensuring that they are handled in line with Equator Principles, the IFC practices. These payments are being made to project-affected persons in such a way that we ensure that they sign agreements, they are agreeable, and we do it in ways that are respectful to their human rights. We are using valuations that were made both in Uganda and in Tanzania, approved by the chief government valuers on both sides. These processes are ongoing in both countries.
ECOP has opened bank accounts for all project-affected persons and their spouses at no cost, and compensations are being paid.
Mbulira ssanyu kubanga kati manye ndino ligenda kukolebwa nange kange ngenda okafuna
twakosebwamu nga tumanyi kigenda mu maaso naye ebbanga lyemumaze omujja mutusomesa tufunye okuganyulwamu era kati tulina buzibu nabukamu twatuze ku mbali ya tumanyi kitugenda okufuna awo maama nitusiimira awo tumala tulinze bubaka omuliddira nti kimwatusuubiza kituukiridde maama byebyo
nensanyuka kubanga bwe nalabyeko ebyo n'ebirala bye nalabyeko neneeyongera okusanyuka neŋŋuma kuba nadde sikisuubira.
As we are educated during the previous exercise, we learned how to use this money. Yes, we learned how to use it and how to save. I was very happy because I constructed these 4 rooms of mine. I bought my piglets are there, looking very nice. And now I have started planting. You have seen my workers there who are working there, preparing for another season. So, in fact, I'm very happy with ECOP.
ECOP encourages all project-affected persons to continue using their land for farming seasonal crops, maintaining houses and other structures until such a time when they have been given notice to vacate. ECOP is committed to the protection of people and the environment and will ensure that health, safety, security, social, economic, and environmental issues are addressed throughout the planning, construction, and operational phases of pipeline operations. The pipeline's route has been selected to avoid the most environmentally sensitive areas like national parks and the high population density areas, including Lake Victoria. ECOP is designed, pressure tested and monitored along its entire length using a fiber optic cable, and facilities will be carefully located and operated to reduce any potential physical and ecological impacts. East Africa's development as a preferential business hub and the region's remarkable investment flows are largely attributed to the capital investment in the oil, gas, and manufacturing industries, with the respective governments undertaking several multi-billion-dollar projects like the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Project, EACOP.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The development and commercialization of Uganda's oil and gas resources is being undertaken through 4 flagship projects, which will bring in investment over $15 billion into the economy. The Kingfisher project will produce 40,000 barrels of crude oil per day at peak. The Tilenga project will produce 190,000 barrels of crude oil per day at peak. The 1,443-kilometer East African crude oil pipeline project will transport the produced crude oil to access the international market via the Tanga port in Tanzania. The Uganda refinery project will process up to 60,000 barrels of oil per day to provide petroleum products to the Ugandan market and its immediate neighbors. Additional exploration work is ongoing in the Kanyotaba and Ngasa areas in the Albertine Graben. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Kampuni eno yajja netutuukako nga babitugamba kale nga tulaba kirooto, ng'era situmanyi nti nno biyinza okutuukirira mpaka lwe tutuuse kati we tutuuse. Amanya nze Namata Rosemary. Bamala ne bambulira ssente ze baali ssente zaava mu bintu byange we baayita. Ssente bwe lwamala ozimbuulira nagenda ku banka ne nzijjayo ne ngula obutundu bwe nasobola okugulamu. N'ennyumba baali bagiyitamu nayo ne baginzimbira. Era ndi musanyufu nnyo okuba nti banzimbidde ennyumba gye mbadde sisuubira kufuna oba okwetuusaako. Ennyumba eyange gye baayitamu yali teriiko tanka baagitaddeko. Ennyumba gye baayitamu yali teriiko sola nayo baaginteereddeko. Yali si nkole naye byonna baabitaddemu byonna ne siiringi mu ebiri. Tikwaliko kiyungu n'ekiyungu baakitaddeko n'ettooyi. Nali ndi awo ne baŋŋamba nti amafuta gagenda kuyita mu kitundu kyaffe, ng'era sisuubira nti gayinza okuyita ewange. Nagenda okulaba nga bantuuseeko ne baŋŋamba nti amafuta nti wano twaziddewo omudumo gw'amafuta gwe gugenda okuyitira. Baasobola okubala ebintu ebyalimu ne bagatta ne babimbuulira omuwendo ne bagenda. We baamala ne badda bwe batuleetera ku misomo, bwe batusomesaamu, bwe batugumya. Byalwawo nnyo okusobola nga tibinnagguka, naye oluvannyuma ennyo ne batuyita kuggulawo akawunti. Bwe batusomesa aba kampuni ya EACOP mbeebaza olw'ebirungi byonna bye mutukoledde, kuba musobodde okutututumusa ne tuva we twali ne tweyongerako waggulu, era tusuubira nti tukyeyongerako ssebo.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. In order to be contracted to supply goods and services for oil activities in Uganda, you must register on the National Suppliers Database. Between 2017 and 2021, close to 400 Ugandan entities were awarded various contracts to supply goods and services to the sector.
Tech Lab Limited is a geosciences company that has been offering geotechnical and geophysical investigation services to the East African market since its inception in 2002. Our experience working with Ama Energy has been a pleasurable one. The seismic surveys have always been on our radar, and when this opportunity came up, we put together a winning bid and became the first Ugandan company to provide seismic services under an oil and gas contract in Uganda.
Registration on the National Suppliers Database is free. Visit www.pau.go.ug. Creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Twebaza abantu ba company otadde ku mutimbagano gw'ensi yonna. Tuli musanyu byereere. Nze ndi musajja mulimu. Gwe mulimo gwange. Era mbatusanga. Ebirime ng'ebirimwa, bijanjaalo, nyeebwa kasooli, bintu ng'ebyo. Bwe bajja ne baŋŋamba nti mwami Mutebi, twala okujja mu bwavu, obeere mu bulamu bw'ensi obweyagaza. Nali mbagambye nti bampe ssente. Nze nasaba kunzimbira nnyumba kuba ne baŋŋamba tugenda gikuzimbira. Kusaba kwange ne kuyita mu kuzimba ennyumba. Era nali ndi awo nga balanze okulula amatiriyo. Ekiseera kyatuuka kuba omwaka ebiseera nyinza okuba binalabiddemu katono. Babyetaagisa omukyala nga ye alisinga okubimanya. Kati nze njogera ki? Bemanya era ne bigenda mu maaso. Kuba atandika okuzimba, okuleeta matiriyo. Kuba tuli awo omuzimbi ng'atuuse. Atugamba nti mukulu bakuba ssimu okuva eyo Kampala. Nebagamba gwe wamanyi Mutebi wano tiisebo. Batusindise tulage otugenda okuzimbira ennyumba. Kuba okusaba kwe kwagiza eki? Kwayiseemu kw'amayumba. Batugamba ku kyalo kuno tugenda kuzimbako ennyumba 2. Eyange n'eya Mr. Mugumi. Tiisebo naffe ne twebaza. Ekintu baakitandika era ngaawo kati era bwe kiri ssebo bakama baffe mu Kisanzi. Tebadda mabega. Kinsanyusa kubanga era mwekiri. Kuba ebisigadde ndaba nti bino badde njogerako kyeka baabikoze. Kuba nali ndowooza okugula ssembuule ezimbira ennyumba yange nga nze. Kuba bwe natambulanga mu bannange era yansonyiwa nange ne ŋŋamba singa eno ennyumba nange singa ngizimbako wange. Kino kyo ekinsonyiwa. Ennyumba yange gye mbaddemu obuzibu badde bukyayina. Nali nagizimba naye ku buzibu badde ngenda okugira kukugirongoosa, kugikuba lipeeya n'okuyitira ku mulembe ng'era ennyumba z'abannaffe oba ez'abannange zineegomba. Ennyumba yange kati yefuuse ekyobulambuzi. Kuba bagyegomba. Ebisigadde ebiriko buli omu babadde tebasobola bikola kati kugyegomba. Kubaga nti Wamutebi wetaaga kugenda kulambula. Wamutebi wetaaga kugenda gira ki? Kulambula. Twebaza ekitongole ky'abakama baffe Ikopo kuteeka omutimbagano omutuufu. Kuba omutimbagano bagutadde mu nsi yonna nga buli omu aga nti awo mwana bamutadde ku mutimbagano. Kati gwebaza okwo.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas resources are located within pristine environments. The oil and gas activities are benchmarked on Uganda's updated environment legislation and on the international best practice standards in order to continuously ensure coexistence between the oil activities and Uganda's rich biodiversity. This is being achieved using improved technology to reduce environmental footprint, mapping of sensitive ecological features for avoidance, improving standards of waste management and development and implementation of tools for environment management. These include the Albertine-Graben Environment Monitoring Plan, Strategic Environmental Assessment, various environmental sensitivity atlases, and the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, among others. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Amanja ga Immaculate Naskompi. Kampuni eno y'omudumu ova lwe yatandika nekakati weggweredde tulina enkolagana nnungi. Byatandika afe twali tuli awo tulaba ab'amafuta nga bajja batandika okupima nga bapima ettaka nga bapima amayumba n'ebirimu eby'abantu ebyalimu. Kati feezi eyaddako yakujja kukola ki ne bajja ne babalirira ebintu byaffe ebyalimu. Bamala okubibalirira batugaa nti ebintu bamwe bijja bibasasula byonna ebirimu ennyumba byonna nga byali mu kitundu kyaffe. Buli omu kyalimu ekyakusiba omudumu gw'amafuta ne bajja ne batandika okubalirira. Bamala okubalirira twali tujja nga bagenda bazimbira mayumba batusengule batutwala eri ne bazimba ennyumba zaffe ne bazimala zigwa. Kati tusigadde kutusengula kutwala eri ebintu ebyo naye nga ffe tuli basanyufu nnyo nga bakola ki batugamba kubanga buli kimu kyonna kituweereddwa. Sente zaffe tuzifunye tuguze ebibanja n'ebintu ebirala. Nze baŋŋamba bakuwe ssente zonna ezaawamu ne mbagamba nedda nze njagala bakole ki njala banzimbire. Ne banzimbira ennyumba yange ne bansasa ssente ezasigalayo nzikola ki. Ono wendi nina abaana bo abazzukulu. Abaana tebaliwo bano waliwo bazzukulu. Abaana bonna bali mu kibuga. Bazzukulu eninawo wano. Embeera simbi nnyo. Batuwadde amazzi, batuwadde sola, gamba bingi ne bateeka ningaffe ne bateerawo n'akuuma akakwata laddu ate kye tutalina. Batukoze bulungi nnyo. Ebintu bingi nnyo ebinsanyusizza ate ebitali walungi. Kuba kati eri nnyumba gyange nogenda mu nnyumba mpya ate yakitiibwa. Osanga kati nga nze omukadde saayisobodde kuzimba nnyumba ng'eyo. Buli kimu mwekiri, amazzi weegali, amasannyalaze weegali, kuba sina kyenkola ki, sina kyenjula n'ekimu. Era ndi musanyufu nnyo. Sinza ku bintu byebatuwadde ebiri mu nnyumba wano. Kampuni eno y'omudumu kuva lwe yatandika nekakati weggweredde tulina enkolagana nnungi. Ate balina abantu basanyufu bakolagana n'abantu. Era nze bukya batandika kukola sirabangayo mukozi ali mu kitundu muno ng'akwewulirirako. Onyumye nabo n'osanga abavubuka ng'abo jjajja maama ganoowulira nawe n'owulira essanyu.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas resources are located within pristine environments. The oil and gas activities are benchmarked on Uganda's updated environment legislation and on the international best practice standards in order to continuously ensure coexistence between the oil activities and Uganda's rich biodiversity. The Kingfisher, Tilenga, and the East African crude oil pipeline projects were subjected to rigorous environment and social impact assessment processes prior to the award of the respective SCIA certificates in 2019 and 2020. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The land take for the development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher, and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project-affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement, and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
Sinoke kamaro obusumi netwegesa enkora etukusobora koramu habwa kike tukaba tusabire etukusobora itwe kuba neturunda twachwamu kurunda enkoko njungu za mahuli bakatwarubwire ni batwegesa habo kwati ziri nyangu mulingo turakoramu kombeke ekiju batupimira mita twakikora batugambira mulingo tukusa kuziroleramu tukakoraho saving bakwa katugamba tuligenda mu katale tugaruka ni batutayisura tulina kwerolera kandi tuyambaho no transferring ebyokulya ku ruga store kwika site hano ikyo twatereho saving yekyo.
We had a plot of land, and before we started this plot of land, first of all we have been using it for grazing animals. They advise us that this land can even help us in even farming or growing vegetable. Actually, the first season we had we tried tomatoes and the eggplant, and it healed well.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is mandated to monitor and regulate oil and gas activities in Uganda. In order to capture the demand and supply of Ugandan manpower relevant to the oil and gas sector, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda invites applications from all eligible Ugandans for registration and qualification to the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register is a talent pool that will improve the visibility of Ugandans for possible employment in the oil and gas sector. The Petroleum Authority will only consider online applications submitted via www.nogtr.pau.go.ug. How to register? Log into www.nogtr.pau.go.ug/register. Kindly fill in all the fields below with all the correct information and valid national ID number. Ensure you read and accept the terms and conditions. Once all the fields are completed, a confirmation email with your NogTR code and password will be sent to your email. Use the sent NogTR code and password to access your new NogTR account. The jobs will then display. Here you can manage notifications, filter options, refresh the page, see specific search options, click on a particular job to read its detailed requirements. Under the profile page, manage and update your biodata. Manage and update education history, work experience history, and save changes made on the biodata page. In case you want to contact us, use the Contact Us page. Write the subject, compose the message body, and send. You have now successfully registered on the NogTR. You can read the terms and conditions and guidelines to use NogTR. The NogTR system allows you change and have your preferred password. You can as well deactivate your account. The PAO reserves the right to the NogTR, and successful applicants will be published periodically. Registration on the NogTR is free.
Amanya nze Salongo Kizitosula nga mpangalira ku kitundu kuno. Family yange tulimu abantu 11 era ndi musajja mulimi era nga nsuubulako n'ekitonotono. Just a businessman. Ndi musuubuzi naye okusinga nnima bulimi. Mwanyi bitooke waawo nga kale ekitundu ekisinga obungi ky'amafuta gakyo kipayinga nfisamu akasente katono kesobola okugula some plots of land naye nga tebumala. Nze nali Kiboga district ne bankubira essimu nti amafuta bakwagala amafuta gazze gayiseewo. Nenya nenva nezijja Kiboga nabasiŋŋaanawo ne banga amafuta gayise mu kitundu kyo naye bajja kukompasetinga n'ennyumba yekoze eki erugendeddemu. Kyokka option ziri bbiri oba okuwa ssente ne wezimbira oba okukuzimbira. Oluvannyuma nnyo nasalawo nga nti abanzimbire. Era actually banzimbidde ennyumba era weeri ndi musanyufu ekyo gamba life kyensuubira nti egenda ku kyenjingi okusinza ku mbeera ennyumba gyefaanamu neeri ginabaddemu obaolyawo. Ennyumba yange tikubadde soola, enzigi tizibadde zanaakali si za byuma, zibadde wudeni ate eno za byuma. Ekirala n'enzimba yayo yennyini ng'omu okusinga ku eri. Olwedde eri cemented eti yabadde cemented kati kindaba ng'eno waliwo enjawulo nnyo ku eri kindabaddemu. Era neebaza abo ekikwatako bonna puroguramu yonna abayikop yonna kibasobodde okunkolera bano ewange nkyaniriza nnyo era nkisiimye nnyo neebaza 100%. Era ndi musanyufu nnyo mbeebaza bonna abakoze omulimu guno ogw'okuzimba kampuni ya ikop. Era njebaza nnyo yeebale nnyo puroguramu eno y'okunzimbira era ndi musanyufu nnyo.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The land take for the development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project-affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
Bakampikirira omukanda family yange babali ebintu byennyini byona bampa sente ekindi banyumbakira henju erudenjo lyo mazina ganje ndanjangula nenju neyange tusenju zomulembe munongo anozireba baba byarira pasiparo mu compound
tegabisika bineto ngengeleke mate shonke ubatuletire kono batweri nyumba gikoto gabisika bitano kizibu kyakulala na kyaku bintu bende kiliki aimu nyumba yetu batu amezi batu ugudo wakule batro magulu getu gazigina kwa yansi tuna toi na kinaviro byo kuditwale kwa inavyo.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Mabara gange katusabe Richard.
Amabara gange ni nyako nyaimeuda ndi mwikazi wa Mukabara.
kati ebirungi ebyenju ebitulozere ebirungi ebikopo tukolerwa akutombekera enju tulozere omutindo gwegiiroho namba tubayire itwe nk'abantu nobutukwe ntukora munego batusa kwombeka enju by'ekya mutindo gwa ikopo yetombe.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that sumptuous lunch. I hope you all enjoyed the meal. And we can kickstart our final session for this pre-conference workshop. Just a few housekeeping notes. We have a pre-conference icebreaker event that will take place today, starting at 5 p.m. within the hotel grounds. We'll communicate the exact venue. And then for the delegates that have registered for the conference starting tomorrow, registration tags will be available starting this evening at about 5:30 if you're around the hotel. Please note that these tags for today do not give entrance to the conference tomorrow. You must have registered for the main conference event separately. Our final panel for this pre-conference workshop is on a collaborative framework on working together to achieve sustainable development of the oil and gas sector. I think this is a good way to end the workshop. We have had a lot of discussions on the challenges, the good things, the not so good things, what we are doing to make it better. And so I think it has come out clearly that it has to be a collaborative effort. The different players have to work together with mutual respect, understanding, and based on facts on the ground. So join me in welcoming our speaker for this session, who is Mr. Jacob Manyindo, the Executive Director of Maendeleo ya Jamii, which is a civil society organization. I believe he will tell us a bit more about what they do in relation to our topic for the day. Jacob, you're welcome.
Thank you, Gloria. But Gloria, I thought we were friends. Hey, now I have an enviable task of speaking to people with full stomachs. I can already see some drowsy faces. But the good thing is, when I prepared, when I was told I was going to come and give a presentation here, I prepared, and it's going to last only 30 minutes. Is that okay? I'm only just joking. I'll try to make it short and sweet. It's on. Okay. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jacob Manyindo. I work for an organization called Maendeleo ya Jamii. I believe when I was asked, to come and make this presentation, it was because we have spent, I think, more than 10 years trying to put together a collaborative framework in this sector. And that framework has been proven through a rigorous impact assessment to have a positive impact on transparency, a positive impact on civic action, a positive impact on satisfaction, especially of things that communities and local governments take as a priority, and also on collaborative governance. And so about 10 years ago, we subjected four stakeholders to this stakeholder engagement spectrum. The four stakeholders are the licensed companies, the central government, local government, and communities. This framework on the far left end is the less desirable end, and on the far right end is the more desirable end. The far left end is characterized by stereotypes, disengagement, but as that engagement continues to improve, it moves to information and consultation, then moves to involvement and collaboration, and ultimately it progresses until hopefully it reaches to empowerment. We made an effort to calibrate the spectrum from 0 being the less desirable end and 14 being the most desirable end. And this is what we got. I'll try not to spend too much time on it, but suffice it to say that on the y-axis that you see here, the lower end, of course, is the less desirable end, and the higher end of the y-axis is the more desirable one. The x-axis are the four stakeholders that were assessing each other. Basically, you will see that communities and local government, their perceptions of their stakeholder engagement and their stakeholder engagement with the other two stakeholders was towards the bottom end of that spectrum, towards the less desirable end of that spectrum. Central government and companies' perceptions of their stakeholder engagement between themselves and the engagement with the other two stakeholders was towards the other end, the higher end of that spectrum. In fact, at that time, if you asked communities about central government and local government, they would say that they were twins. That's how they described them. If you look on the other end under F, communities, central government and companies were very clear on where they stand in terms of their stakeholder engagement. They're towards the higher end. Yeah, and I'll leave it there. Then, so a big effort that we made then was to try and see how can we bridge that gap. And this is a framework that we've developed and been trying to refine, and while we're implementing it at the same time. The framework starts with research. Research of those four stakeholders that I told you about. We've got to be able to understand each other. Those four stakeholders are given space to engage. Not only, and the engagement is issue-based. The engagement has got to be on an issue. You can't handle all the issues, but it's got to be on an issue. So you engage on an issue, and in that engagement, commitments are made. We try to maintain a quarterly arrangement, and in between the quarterly arrangement, action would be taken on those commitments that are made. Then they come back again the next quarter, they account to each other, they re-engage, and they make more commitments. They get an opportunity to act on their commitments again and come back again and re-engage. Until they've reached the point where those who feel that was a priority is no longer a priority. And the priorities, you can never fail to find the priorities, they're always there. So that was the framework that we worked with. What were the key lessons that we learned from that framework? Number one is commitment to the process. Commitment to the process. And I'm talking about in terms of funding. I'm talking in terms of being able to facilitate it over the long run. And I'm not just saying it from a point of view of the civil society organization. I'm talking about it as well from all the other stakeholders that are here in this room. And also being able to monitor your progress. The second key lesson, there were many, but I'm just restricting myself to these four. The second one is that it's got to be research-driven. you've got to know your stakeholders. There's some people in there, some of those stakeholders who have got political manifestos and they're trying to make sure that they implement them. There are some technical or civil servants in there who have got some limited budgets and are trying to do what they can within those budgets. We've got some stakeholders that have got to account to their shareholders at the end of the year. And you've also got some people who, that mango tree on their land is more important than all those things that you're talking about. So you've got to know your stakeholder. Research is also a prerequisite for making sure you design something that can have some impact. The third lesson is that it's got to be issue-driven. You can't handle all the issues. There are many. And I think all of you know that. In this industry, the issues are many. You can't handle all of them, so you've got to knock them out one by one. And some of them are really, really difficult issues to deal with. But in order for you to be able to deal with an issue, you've got to be able to prioritize. And how do you prioritize? You've got to be able to come to consensus. And so that's another lesson. Then the fourth one is iteration. As I explained to you, we try to maintain a quarterly engagement. It helps people to continue staying in touch with each other. It helps to maintain multi-directional accountability. And it also gives the facilitators and the stakeholders an opportunity to adapt to the changing and adjust to the changing circumstances. So, now conclusion. Stakeholder engagement is the bottom line. If you're looking for a collaborative framework, you've got to be able to engage. That stakeholder engagement has got to be honest, constructive, transparent, and accountable. Those are not just buzzwords, those are not just cliches, they're not just jargon, development jargon. We've invested in trying to make the stakeholders feel those words. Secondly, it's got to be persistent. We often hear about this industry, that you have to have a long-term outlook on this industry. It's the same with stakeholder engagement. You've got to be able to engage. And then the last thing is you've got to appreciate the small gains. And when I say that, I know we all have an idea what I'm referring to. Those small gains are the ones that are the building blocks for us to be able to build relationships, to build trust, to get to that outcome, the final outcome that we are all looking for, the sustainable development. So that sustainable development is not going to happen instantaneously. It's going to be incremental. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob, for that short but to the point presentation on working together, collaborative framework. Ladies and gentlemen, our final panel will be moderated by Mr. Frank Dixon Mujenyi, who is the Executive Director of Minerals Africa Development Institution. Mr. Mujenyi, you're welcome. I'll also ask the panelists to join us. We'll have Mr. Charles Nyangi, the Head of Local Content and Stakeholder Engagement from PURA, the Petroleum Upstream Regulatory Authority in Tanzania. Mr. Peter Ongori, the Chief State Counsel, Office of the Attorney General, Kenya. We'll have Ms. Penina Ahebwa, who is the Director for Economic and National Content Monitoring at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We'll have Mr. Franklin Juma. We'll have Mr. Franklin Juma from Kenya Oil and Gas Association, and Mr. Jimmy D. Mugerwa, who is the CEO for Zoramu Consulting Group. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand clap for our panel as they get started. There's a chair here in the middle. So over to you, Mr. Frank Mujenyi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam MC. And I hope I will not be, we're talking to a very well-fed audience. I hope we'll keep you alive and live. I'm so privileged to be moderating this last session today. And I just want to look at the main theme of this event about sustainable development for the East African region's oil and gas resources, balancing the ESG aspects. And a lot has been spoken about ESG. So I'm not going to labor myself on what that should be. But I just want to zero in on what sustainability is, even within the definition of the United Nations. That we use our resources to benefit the current generation without jeopardizing the needs of the future generations. So if that is going to happen, then we probably have a good outcome. But the topic for my session is about the collaborative framework, working together to achieve sustainable development of oil and gas and sector. I've spent almost 17 years working on industrialization aspects for Africa. Spent 8 years in COMESA, and I spent another 8.5 years at the African Union coordinating the implementation of the Africa Mining Vision. So these are some of the aspects that we have been looking at, because the Africa Mining Vision speaks to oil and gas and other minerals. And the definition of the mineral resources according to the African Union is all solid, liquid, and gas. So we don't have mining, meaning solid minerals, and petroleum and gas being different. In the aspect of stakeholders, and I know the presenter mentioned 4 key stakeholders. I agree with him, but I also have a diversion on his 4 key stakeholders. It's a quadruple helix. We have the government, which he referred to as government and local government. For us, it's all government. And he actually confirmed that the government, when you talk about the local government, they are the same as the government. Then we have the private sector, who are coming in to maximize the benefits of their investors. Then we have the population, otherwise referred to as the communities. But in most of the development aspect, these are the population who would want to create wealth, educate their children of the future, because we are talking about sustainable development. Then the 4th stakeholder, silently, is the environment. So the last 2, the population and the environment, are represented by the civil society. They are being spoken for by the civil society. So when you see at the graph that the government, local government, are at par, it doesn't make much of a surprise, because they are speaking the same language and they are inviting investors to come in and invest. I'm going to make 2 statements that may differ from what other people think. One, we work for improving the livelihoods of our people in Africa. But I want to state, and it's an arguable case, that improving livelihood and maintaining the improvement of livelihood is sustaining poverty in Africa. Improving livelihood without creating wealth for today and future is sustaining poverty in Africa. Because we've been working so hard to improve livelihoods, but not creating wealth for the people. That's why the slogan where it came say, don't give them fish, but teach them how to fish. I also want to make another statement, which will also differ, but these are statements that are meant to assist the development of the sector. That we strive in this collaborative framework to get the social lines to operate. The social license to operate is that the communities and every stakeholders are in agreement today, tomorrow, and in the future. If we are not careful, the social license to operate could be a short-term measure in the development of economies in Africa. Because we want to ask ourselves whether in Nigeria, when they were putting on pipelines, were there social licenses to operate that eventually the young people came and said, oh, but we didn't benefit. But your grandfather and your grandfather mother signed on these lines and they put their thumbs. But the guys are saying, no, they didn't sign on our behalf. So maintenance of these social licenses to operate for today and the next generation as defined by sustainable development requires consistent, sustainable, collaborative framework. Not stopping to this generation. Where you have built a house, someone says, yes, I'm happy, they smile, but tomorrow, 10 years down the road, the house is not even maintained. And someone comes and said, but this is not what I wanted education. So how do we maintain that? So we have our team here. I also had earlier on, someone mentioned about what is sugar coating of the civil society. I just want to give one example that I encountered in my work. In 2014, we are trying to push the government of Kenya to domesticate the Africa mining vision. And we wanted the civil society to be part and parcel of the process, the stakeholder engagement. So we went to the minister, at that time it was Honorable Balala, and he said, yes, we had a very good community engagement. Civil society is with us. They were supported by an international organization called Diaconia. And then when we went in another room, the PA and assistant to the minister said, no. Apparently, the civil society which came was happy that they sat with the minister. So they couldn't even tell what they were wanting to say. But the fact that they were eating on the same table with the minister was good for them. But for the government, it was civil society engagement. So if we bring people on table and eat with them, do they say what they want to say that pains them, that should be actually put on table in a discussion? Do they have the mapping of their assets discussed, what they want to get out? But I have seen that there is a good process for dispute engagement and so forth. So I guess that the East African oil and gas project has learned a number of lessons, and they can work towards getting the best out of it. So having said that, I just want to turn now to my panel and ask a few questions, some of them that were already set for me. I will start with Madame, because we have a very good gender balance. So when you talk about gender balancing and community engagement, I think the audience will tell if we have gender balance. But for me, I'll try to give the more gender balance to Madame Penina here, to ask her, how have the different actors worked together in the development of the oil and gas sector in the region? Madame Penina.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't think this is balanced, but I am honored to be one out of all these men. I'm privileged. Thank you for that question. I know this is not a power thing, but allow me start off with the power mission, because it is highly, highly aligned to the sustainability agenda and the collaborative approach. The power mission, I know it was highlighted before, but I want that to be my starting point, which is basically for us to monitor and regulate the sector to lead to lasting value to society and contribute to Uganda being a sound investment destination. You'll agree with me, those have a lot to do with sustainability and collaboration. Now, even before I go to the question, I also want to air out my views on the definition of sustainability. And I know Director Joseph probably hinted on some of these aspects, but to me as a person, if we are to look at a sustainable oil and gas industry, I would look at three broad key performance indicators. broadly, one of them being the economic benefits that are being generated out of there, both for the investors and the host countries. And these normally come through direct and indirect ways or benefits, through the fiscal regime, through the participation of the citizens of that country in the provision of goods and services, employment, but also through the growth of other sectors of the economy, what we call here the sectoral linkages. And I know Director Joseph must have talked about that. The other key broad performance indicator would be environment, and it was talked about, I think, in detail in the morning. And then the social aspects. How are you accounting to the communities that you're operating in? I'll also not go so much into that, but just to say, for those three broad key performance indicators to be achieved, it takes a collaborative effort. And as Uganda, that has been the approach, both within government. As government, of course, we have separation of roles that must have been highlighted, but I must say, much as the roles are separated, we work depending on each other. We are interdependent on each other within government. I will not go through the different players on the government side, but in addition to that, the players you talked about, the private sector, including the communities, the cultural institutions, they have been key in our journey as a country. And in addition to that, the development partners. But in addition to that, very key to point out have been the partnerships we have with peer, but also superior institutions, regionally and internationally. These have been very, very key in our journey as a country. And I just want to highlight a few, the regional and international, because the question is actually a regional one. I just wanted to highlight a few regional partnerships that have been key in our journey as a country, including the energy regulators of East Africa. As PAU, we are a member of that. NPD, which is the Norwegian Petroleum Directorate, that has been very key in shaping the governance of our sector here in Uganda. The Nigerian National Content Monitoring Board. Some of the aspects I'm going to talk about, we actually picked them from them, and they have really, really been helpful. We have also gone ahead to partner with other regulators, including the Indonesian regulator, SK Migas, on a number of other commercial aspects. EWURA of Tanzania, we are working with them to regulate and monitor the ECOP. The Alberta Energy Regulator of Canada on issues of the pipeline, because we recognize some of these aspects are new to us and we need to learn from people who have been there. The Petroleum Commission of Ghana has also been very helpful. The list is really endless, but all to say some of the fruits I'm going to talk about out of this collaborative approach have been a result of some of these players. And at the top of this list, of course, is a communication strategy for the oil and gas sector to make sure you listen to the different stakeholders, especially the people we are working for, to make sure their livelihoods are changed. And actually for this sector, if I had more time, I would illustrate that livelihoods are not just being improved, but people are being taught how to fish, but also enabled to acquire the tools to be able to fish on their own. Allow me just go through a few of the fruits out of that collaborative approach that this country has undertaken. One of them is the world-class regulatory framework that we have in place. From the list, I think we have learned from the worst and the best in the world, and that's why when you benchmark our regulatory framework, we score highly. That is one of the fruits of that collaboration. The other main issue is sectoral linkages. if you've been listening to the videos, we have taken sectoral linkages or the ability of this sector to grow other sectors of the economy, for us not to end up where other countries ended. We have taken up the issue of sectoral linkages seriously, and I can tell you the roads you see or the requisite infrastructure, the land use planning that you see in that region where the oil and gas operations are being undertaken, it didn't just come out of the blue. It is a collaborative effort within the relevant government agencies. The other key sector that we think can be grown significantly by the oil and gas projects is agriculture, and all efforts are being made to make sure the development phase, the workforce is actually fed from the output from this country. We are also into health because we know the caliber of workforce is international, and so they will require health services that are at international standard. A lot of efforts are going into that area as well. Housing as well, the gaps in there are being defined for implementation by people who are playing in that space. I will move to education. Education is one of the key sectoral linkage that has advanced and has been implemented so strongly. Initially, at the beginning, we had to identify the gaps in terms of the skills requirements for the sector, and a workforce skills development strategy and plan was put in place. Basing on that, I can tell you over 11,000 of the required skills, people with the required skills have been trained, and international training for the required trades has been domiciled in this country. You no longer have to travel abroad to acquire some of the skills that are required. In addition to that, this has culminated into the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Uganda, where everyone who is training for oil and gas is in that association to make sure they are training for fit. And there is a lot of collaboration with industry, so industry can give feedback in terms of what is required, in terms of the quality, and so on. Through the collaboration with the different stakeholders I talked about, we are working on a domiciliation strategy. For those companies that are foreign and have gotten license, contracts here, we are encouraging them to come and domicile here in this country. I also wanted to highlight one of the important tools that we are using as a country to secure contracts or jobs for Ugandan companies, the NSD, the National Supplier Database. Without the input of the relevant institutions, we wouldn't be having the NSD. We work with foreign missions in the country and abroad. We work with a number of government institutions here for us to be able to verify and register companies on the NSD. Now, as a result of all that, just to highlight a few, because I know a comprehensive presentation is going to be made on national content, but out of the 6.9 billion value of contracts that has been issued out for the development phase, 25% of that has gone to Ugandan companies through joint ventures, but also directly. And about $1 million has gone to companies that are based in the Albertine Graben. So the communities are also catered for in these aspects, and I can tell you we are finalizing a community content strategy. So we believe at the end of the development phase, these communities will not remain the same. I also wanted to just highlight the level of employment. 90% of the current level of employment, which is slightly over 10,000 people, those are Ugandans, 94%. And this is because we are working with the relevant government agencies to restrict deployment of expatriates in the country. Again, that is collaboration. Because of the international collaboration, again, we are scoring so highly even on certain technical aspects. I'm very sure he highlighted the drilling success rate of our country, which is the highest in the globe you can find, 88%. Our fiscal tech, around 73%, again because we have learned from some of the people that have gone through it before. Our projects are economically robust. I don't want to go through the numbers, but I also want to say, because of learning from those that have been there, I can tell you we already have a fiscal rule on how this money will be distributed, to what areas and so on. So in a nutshell, we have been able to learn from the worst and the best to be able to develop our sector this far. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Penina. In fact, I think the collaboration framework in Uganda has been supported right from the beginning with the Investors Roundtable, the Presidential Investors Roundtable, which in most cases it is a unique partnership at the highest level between the private and the government to ensure that there is an agreement in that. I happen to be a part of the Presidential Investors Roundtable on Minerals Value Addition, so I think that also assisted in that regard. Having said that, I just want to bring in Dr. Mugerwa around the same question, and I think having been there in Taro originally, could you please also give us something on how the different actors work together in the development of the oil and gas sector in the region? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Let me also thank Mr. Amanyindo for an excellent, succinct presentation around that whole stakeholder engagement. I just want to broaden it a little bit, not just think about the stakeholder engagement around the community, but think about the players that have enabled us to successfully get to where we are today. I think from everything we've heard this morning is that Africa is at a crossroad. On one hand, we have found our resources, our fossil energy. On the other hand, the world over are trying to reduce on the amount of fossil energy. And we are challenged. But in there also lies opportunities. So to use the examples that we have had in the past, I think is the most relevant thing. I must say, and thanks a lot, Director Penina. I think she walked through the various actors who have succeeded in getting us where they have gotten us. But let me say that right from the word go, we have had to collaborate with government. You spoke about the Presidential Investor Roundtable, and then a number of those discussions, those collaborations allowed us to get the production licenses. Those conversations allowed us to define the East African crude oil pipeline route. Those discussions allowed us to define what the refinery will look like. So it has been through the various collaborations, but the collaborations have been at various levels. So you've had the collaborations with government, and in my mind, I also want to defy a little bit that even in government, you're not talking about a homogeneous government. In government, you have NEMA, you have the different authorities, you have the different ministries, you have the Attorney General, you have the tax authorities, and each of those you have to approach probably with a different mindset. And as licensee holders, we have had to do that. Then you have the licensees themselves. So we had CNOOC, Tullow, and Total. And each of us also approaches it from a different perspective. So as you talk about stakeholders, you also need to manage those stakeholders. Then you have the civil society, who are also very, very different because they tend to be driven by different agendas. And civil society, I don't understand you very much, but my experience has been that each of you has a different agenda. So you can't come up with a blanket kind of paper and say, this is my stakeholder mapping, this is the issue matrix, and this is the messaging, and by the way, this is how we are doing. You need to understand, do your research, understand who are the stakeholders, understand what are their expectations, and then be able to move ahead. Then, of course, you have the communities. Again, when we spoke about the communities, very early in the day, we initially focused on the communities of Hoima and the people around Bunyoro, because that's where the oil was. Quickly, we got to learn, and people told us, but hang on, even though the people in Bunyoro are the ones where the oil is, but even those of us in Acholi, those of us in Tororo, where the trucks are going to pass, are stakeholders. So you also have to kind of identify with those. Then you have, again, when you talk about private sector, and I'm really trying to salami slice even this thing about around private sector, because you've got the SMEs who have a completely different expectations from the licensee holders. So the SMEs are looking to access to funding, whereas the big license holders already have funds. The SMEs are looking for skills, whereas these guys already have skills. So when you are approaching the whole stakeholder engagement, I think you need to really zero down, be very clear on the issue, understand the expectations, be clear about the issue you're dealing with, and then communicate it appropriately. And at the end of it all, you also do some monitoring. Let me stop there for the time being, and then we can always come back to the other issues.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Mugerwa, for actually giving us an opportunity to broaden partnerships and stakeholders, including not only those that are directly affected, but that also the whole country is looking at benefiting from the resource. I want to turn to Mr. Franklin Juma. I didn't meet you earlier on, but I just, in the respect of petroleum, oil and gas being considered as a stranded asset or a stranded resource, that its economic benefits are depleting as we go towards green technology. How are we going to be prepared? What are the opportunities for better collaboration and partnerships? If we can see how best we can use this to ensure that we benefit more from this stranded resource, which might become obsolete in the next few years. Even we know that it is finite, but it is also a stranded asset that can become obsolete in the next few years. How can we ensure that their benefits are achieved through opportunities for better collaboration and partnerships?
Thank you, moderator. I just arrived this afternoon. Maybe first, before I go to that, just to mention, COGA is an association of private companies, OMCs, and one state company in Kenya that hold petroleum agreements with the government of Kenya. So ours is largely to help our members in terms of articulating positions. As COGA, one of the things we've realized is that our members have varied approaches in terms of sustainability, but what we try and do is to try and harness them and bring them together. So what we've done at COGA with regards to sustainability is that we've gleaned very heavily on what I call the Atlas, which is guidelines that have been prepared by IFC. You have the Global Oil and Gas Industry Association, and of course UNDP. So what it does is that it has mapped out the impacts, the benefits, the risks that are related to oil and gas activities with regards to the 17 SDGs that are available or that have been listed. Obviously, as COGA, I think what we say is that, and also in line with the Atlas as it's called, is that the primary responsibility of the government's primary responsibility is to prioritize implementation of this, one, putting together the plans and also the implementation, and of course the private sector and CSOs, these civil society organizations, is critical in terms of implementation of these plans. In terms of opportunities, a couple of them. One is that there's requirement for careful and very meticulous planning and implementation to enhance positive contribution, of course, and to avoid the negative impacts of the partnerships in terms of the collaboration. Obviously, the aim of any business, of course, is to maximize on profit. But I think what we try and do at COGA is to ensure that our members not only look at the business aspect, but also contribute to society by minimizing risks, and of course, the principle of doing no harm to the environment. And of course, all this depends on the local social and political environment that one is working with, and of course, the context and the nature of the resource. As you said, the energy transition has come with new challenges. Obviously, fossil fuels and gas, these are depleting assets. In terms of collaboration or partnerships, what we see is more around alignment between stakeholders, and we, as I've said, have mapped this largely to the SDGs. So I'll not go through them in detail, but I've picked a few that maybe, and again, looking at it through the windows of ESG, because I know that's the guideline that we've been given in terms of looking at this sustainability, in terms of looking at it through the windows or the mirrors of ESG. So when you look at issues to do with poverty, this is one, I think, the first SDG. You have issues to do with local development. I learned a new term the other day, which is energy poor, where you have people who do not have access to sustainable energy. So I think as the oil and gas, it's our oil and gas sector, I think it's our responsibility to enhance local development. Importantly, I think this has been touched, issues to do with education, local content development, local content strategy, technology training. I think Peter and I here are beneficiaries of local content in Kenya. So I can't underscore that. Issues to do with gender equality, this is goal number 5. It's very important. And of course, we are not doing very well on the panel, obviously because we only have one member, but women employment, gender sensitivities, and also looking at policies that also take into account issues. Importantly, especially for the region where we come from, there's an opportunity to partner on issues around water and sanitation. Looking at your water strategy, we know that oil and gas activities consume significant amounts of water. And for those of you who know the topography of where the significant part of the activities in Kenya are taking place, this is a semi-arid region where you have pastoralists who rely a lot on water. So being sensitive to the fact that we have to work with the community, so that becomes an area. I know there are programs in place. Issues to do with responsible consumption and production in terms of waste management, that's a very critical item in terms of how do we manage our waste, how do we partner with governments and other stakeholders to manage our waste sustainably. Issues to do with supply chain, it all goes back again to local content, having a sustainable supply chain. And then, of course, importantly, and finally, there are 17, but I'll not go through them, just picking a few. Issues to do with peace, justice, and strong institutions. So issues to do with human rights. How are we as oil and gas associations enhancing human rights within our organizations? Modern slavery, issues to do with child labor, issues to do with conditions of employment for those who work for us, contractors, issues to do with anti-corruption, and of course, that's a key one. And of course, importantly, community engagement. So these are some of the opportunities that are actually present for you, for the sector to actually collaborate with government and also partner with other stakeholders. All this, of course, as I said, can then be bucketed into the ESG areas significantly, but I'll leave that for now, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Our time is not our best ally, but I want to bring in my best friend that we met for the first time and became best friends. So I'm bringing you in last but not least, Mr. Charles Nyangi. listening to all the panelists, I thought you'd now explain how best can we improve on relations between different actors, the government, industry, and I would love to not use just civil society, but institutions, because there are other institutions that support this process. But here they are talking about civil society. So let's in order to get sustainability of the sector. Mr. Nyangi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think much has been said by my colleagues. And I would like to take this opportunity actually to congratulate the presenter for the topic on stakeholder engagement. I think one of the key aspects in any project implementation is the stakeholders engagement. If that is not well managed, it can lead into a collapse of the project. So looking at, concentrating on the questions before me, I think one of the area, how best can that be improved, is through promotion of transparency within the key actors. That can be achieved through a clear communication among the key actors. Whichever is going to be undertaken, that's connecting directly with the stakeholders engagement, which has been said before. So that one is, if it's well managed, it's going to improve the relationship among the key actors. Again, harmonization of the policy, now looking at the regional perspective, the East African region. One of the strategy we can improve the relationship among the actors is to harmonize the policy that is guiding the industry, how we are going to achieve and having the same common goals towards achieving the intended objective. Again, I would like to touch a bit on the previous question, because the area where I was very much interested. One of the area which I think we need probably to cooperate among the key actors is development of the renewable energies. Tanzania has done a very good job as far as clean cooking is concerned. We have done a lot of studies and researches under the stewardship of the Minister of Energy. We saw from the presentation of the UNOC guy, Uganda is also looking forward to the clean cooking. So I think it's one of the areas where we can collaborate and join hands together to achieve the same. Instead of inventing the wheel, we can see what our brothers and sisters, and have to be careful on that. Brothers and sisters, we're told no more use of men at work. So I'm insisting on that, brothers and sisters in Tanzania, what they have done. So that can be one of the areas that can enhance the relationship among the key actors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If the coordinators agree with us, we can have just two questions before we bring in the panelists to make conclusions. Do we still have another one? Oh, someone I didn't have on my list. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Maybe I'm too short that I cannot be seen from your far end.
Not that I have you on my list, unfortunately, but please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Otherwise, I think most of the presenters and the panelists have actually articulated the key issues. Perhaps maybe from government, I'm speaking from the government point of view, having worked as a lawyer for the government for more than 15 years. You see, the issue here is actually sustainability. When we talk of sustainability, we have two different approach or approaches. The private sector, the way they approach, the industry, and the government, the way we approach the industry is completely different. The private sector wants to maximize the profits as soon as possible, but the government wants to see the sustainability of these projects for 15 years, 25 years, because there are certain other underlying issues. So the key players here are actually three: the government, to me, that's the government, the private sector, and actually the local communities. The environmental issues and the so-called these are the actors. The civil society. The civil society tends to hide behind the local communities, and when we talk of the environment, even the private sectors, they have a responsibility to play when it comes to environmental issues. So there are three key players. So I think the most important thing is to have a balancing, striking balance on how to move about this, these three players in the industry, and the government tends to act as an arbiter, because the local communities wants to benefit from these resources, the private sector wants to benefit from these resources, and also the government wants to see some sort of sustainability emanating from these resources. So how do we go about it? I think there is a need to have robust legal and policy framework within ourselves. In fact, for instance, in the case of Kenya, we enacted the new constitution in 2010, and right now we're in the process of trying to align the existing legal instruments to align themselves with the constitution. So right now we have the new act, that is the Petroleum Act, and as of now we are in the process of trying to come up with regulations to pivot into the act. Among the issues we are looking into is actually the local content, and we are also looking into the issues to do with the upstream petroleum operations, and so that we make it clear that the resources that we are going to, if at all we are going to exploit, is going to be sustainable. Now, how do we collaborate within the region? There is a need to have a common legal infrastructure. When we are talking about legal infrastructure in the industry, that is to say. So there is need to, I know we have the East African Community protocols and all this kind of stuff, but we need to come up with an independent, standalone protocol on the oil and gas industry. I think that is some of the issues I would have wished to share with you. And also, when it comes to on the areas of collaboration, I think my colleagues have spoken on them. There is need for promotion of regional integration in the area of oil and gas. There's also need to build regional infrastructure. When we are talking of regional infrastructure, I think there is a pipeline running from, is it Hoima to somewhere in Tanga. Then there is need for promotion of regional economies through the resources, and many, many, many other things that I think that have been highlighted here. So to say, there is need to work together in the region for us to have a meaningful, sustainable development from the oil and gas industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, and apologies, Mr. Peter Ongori, because I was using a paper that was given to me. But thank you for that, because you've brought in a very critical element, because investments in our region or in Africa or everywhere in the world are dependent on the legal framework of the country or the region. And if your laws have got loopholes and lacunas, then you cannot blame the investors if you don't benefit. But I also heard Madam Penina talk of the world-class regulatory framework that Uganda has put in place because of having to benchmark from the best and the worst. So how do we ensure that we harmonize these across our member states for mutual benefits? We also hear economic benefits. I think Madam Penning again alluded to the fact of the KPIs, one of them was economic benefits. I always ask myself within the ESG framework whether the S, which is the social aspect, include economic benefits if you unpack social, because we have environment, social, and governance. So in Africa, we want to unpack. As MADI, we normally we participate on the United Nations General Assembly sideline sessions, and I've been asking whether in Africa we should include another EESG, but most of my colleagues still argue that S includes economic impact. So, Madam Penning, thank you for bringing that on board. So in that regard, I just want to bring in 2 questions, if I'm allowed to. If you have any, to my panelists before we conclude this session. Any question? Any? Okay. One lady, one gentleman, if possible. No? Right. It looks like, thank you. I hope we didn't send you to sleep.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Manyindo and Comrade Frank. I think when you look at what Mr. Manyindo presented in terms of the framework that requires the effectiveness in terms of engaging, I think there's something that, that is a little bit lacking, the issue of mutual respect. And I think even in the morning, I remember Julius Mukunda saying, civil society is not that they want the projects to fail, but actually they are raising critical issues, either generated from experience or generated from their consequences. Of course, at some point also governments have asked, but they use civil society, whom do you represent? Do you have a constituency? No, we are not necessarily politicians, but we also speak to people. We deal with people every day. People come to us to consult us. So I'm thinking that there's need for this mutual respect. And I'm happy that I think within the East African states, I think right now, as our colleague Winnie said in the morning, there is some kind of now appreciation of what some of us are speaking. But I think we need to a little bit go a little bit higher. For example, you know that, of course, just like one of the colleagues said, that of course investors want to maximize profits. And actually it's the reason they must pay for these workshops, for example. But then what do civil society actually say? And we are talking about, effective collaboration. I'm looking at, I was here, there is a student who has just finished from Makerere Oil and Gas. I had interested her to participate because those are the future experts. But this morning, she sends me a message now, I don't think I'll be able to attend, simply because they said I'm supposed to be paying $50 US. And I didn't have the money. If I had the money, I would have. But then there's that intangible value, which would have been the profits that civil society would actually bring if they bring a smile to the communities and they work on the community. Then also it becomes easier for governments also to engage. So I'm thinking that we need to have one, mutual respect, but also appreciate that civil society must get support from both state and non-state actors, such as investors, in order to support them, to help them do a better job in the furtherance of effective collaboration and effective engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. I see another question next. The same table. And yeah. And be brief, please. Thank you.
Even more brief than you. Good. Just to make just a short comment on regional collaborative framework. I'm not going to say much now, but tomorrow in the ministerial session, there will be a very dedicated session on a regional collaborative framework. And I would invite everyone to be there to attend the session so that you can get much of it. Thank you.
If there are no more other questions, like I want to bring this to a conclusion. Before I give my panelists to say a few closing remarks, at least 1 minute each, I just want to mention here that to ensure the sustainability of development is a collaborative framework for all. We are all responsible. We don't want to leave it to the civil society, to the private sector of governments. If we can all join hands, ensure that there are benefits accruing to our countries in the future, that's where we want to go. 2 quotes. One is from Paul Collier, who everybody knows. He made a statement during the Indaba in South Africa, mainly to the private sector. And he said that the private sector should not maximize profits for their shareholders while playing philanthropism to African development, because African leaders are smelling development for their people. And that's why the speaker, when he says the private sector maximizes profits, but also the governments want to maximize development for their people, because democracy is stepping in, people want to vote for them. But it's our collective efforts to do that. The next one is the famous one from John Kennedy, where it says, don't ask what the country can do for you, ask what you can do for your own country. So on that clause, I want to call on my panelists, and I'll start with my best presenter, who actually, quoting him, that he said that there were 3 improvements, and quoting what he mentioned: the impact on transparency, impact on civil actions, and impact on collaborative governance. So on that note, if you can make just 1 minute concluding remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to draw back attention to that less desirable end of that stakeholder engagement spectrum, which is the stereotypes. The stereotypes, I mean, even the short time that I've been in this room, I've heard them. If I was a private sector person, honestly, I'd be worried if I'm only known by trying to maximize profits. I would also be very worried if I was a civil society organization, and the only thing that you can think of me is that I've got somebody else's interests because I'm getting money from elsewhere. We've got to find a way to get through that. We're not going to be able to work collaboratively if we don't have if we don't get rid of those stereotypes. And they're pervasive. They've actually lasted for a long time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Internally, in terms of collaboration as Uganda, I think we are doing relatively well. We've listened, we've taken consideration of feedback from civil society, from the communities and so on, and some of those voices are inscribed in most of our regulatory framework, and some of the results are actually reflective of those voices. Regionally, I think there is room for improvement. Some of the opportunities in sharing synergies. For example, as Uganda, I think we have built capacity in terms of domiciling international training for oil and gas. I think regionally we can agree what should be like the training hub for the region for oil and gas. Tanzania is good in terms of monitoring operations for pipelines and so on. It could be an area that we kind of focus on in terms of benchmarking and learning how to do the monitoring and so on. Equally, Kenya, I think, has an added advantage in an area or two. So we need to develop that collaboration to share synergies that are within our region. And I'm glad that that session will be there tomorrow. I think I'll take interest for the sake of seeing how to take forward the collaboration within the region. I submit. Thank you.
Myself, I'll conclude on promotion of establishment of innovation centers among among the universities within the region. We have been seeing a couple of times students developing a particular solution on a certain areas, but those technologies, we never seen them coming up. We have seen the student in Kenya or Tanzania has developed its motor car or a particular solution in a certain area, but those things are not being taken forward. And the reason is obvious. After finishing his graduate, his degree program or degree program, obvious he will be walking around the street with a CV looking for employment. So I think as a region, it's now a high time to consider having a strategic, innovative centers where these young chaps, will be probably sitting together and working collaboratively to improve their ideas and come up with a regional solution to tap our own resources. I think that can take us forward into having local or regional developed solution for extracting our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you for that submission for investing in our youth for innovative solutions. Next, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the most important thing here is actually the prudence use of the oil and gas resources for the development of the regional economies. So for that one to be achieved, there is need for the region actually to develop a regional sharing of experience and also encouraging the sharing of regional experiences. At the same time, there is need for the regional legal or policy infrastructure to link us together for purposes of moving forward in the oil and gas industry. Otherwise, without that one, each and every country is actually playing its own game, experiencing their own challenges, you see, without knowing what the other countries are doing. At the same time, trying to come up with almost similar regional legal instruments in the oil and gas industry. I know it's not practical to have the same legal instruments, but somehow we can try to have some common understanding on key areas that we would wish to work in. And finally, with our friends on the civil society, I think the civil societies are very good and they play a very critical role in all sectors, not only in the oil and gas, but in other fields. But the problem or the challenges with the civil society, and actually it's my advice, try to come up with some organized policy framework to guide you guys, or rather to come up with a codified regulations, if I may say so. Could it be regional or based on the country level to govern you? Because today you find a civil society walking to the office of the Attorney General with 1,000 issues they want them to be addressed. And then when they walk out, another one is coming with the similar but different issues. You see, without a legal framework on how even those issues can be articulated so that you bring all the civil society together to address those issues. So there is need. You need to do a lot of more to align yourselves so that you do not seem to be speaking from different angles, but trying to address a common issue. Thank you very much. And I think as far as the development of training skills in Uganda is concerned, I think I need to critique and see how far you've gone, because it's last time I was here. Of course, I've done some trainings here in Kampala, and it's very important. I mean, I'm happy to learn that you've gone extra mile to come up with some more trainings that is required in the region, and I think that is the way that we should work towards. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. In terms of harmonization of our legal frameworks, actually, we have a decision at the African Union level to have a model law for African mineral resource development. Before I left the African Union, we set up a technical working group headed by one of your own, Madam Nancy Awori, who was responsible for the development of the petroleum law in Uganda, to put together a model law for harmonization, harmonized model law for mineral resource development in Africa. So it's something that needs to be taken on board. But let me give a chance to the next speaker to put 1 minute
Thank
conclusion.
you. I think the question that has come from our colleague is a manifestation of the fact that we need to talk. The four parties, so you have government, you have industry, you have CSOs, and you have communities. So it's important for us to talk. And we must do so transparently and truthfully, and we must be accountable to each other. That's important. And the reason we have all this suspicion will be there, but I think we need to work towards reducing that suspicion, because we all have different stakeholders that we're serving, and I accept. So we need to work together to ensure that through a multi-stakeholder dialogue to exchange information, because a lot of the issues that come up is because people are hiding things under the table, and we must be able to put our hands on the table so that we can talk. Finally, in terms of private sector, whilst the goal is to maximize profit, I know it sounds very, but you cannot do so when you don't have a social license to operate. You can talk about maximizing profit, but when somebody barricades your gate at your camp, you can already start tabulating how much money you're losing every day. So the issue of social license to operate is very important. You cannot work in a vacuum. And even for the private sector, what we say is that you must integrate the development goals, the sustainable development goals in your business. You cannot isolate. You can't work outside them. You must integrate them in your business, and this will enhance your social license to operate. And of course, with every intervention that you have in sustainable development, there are synergies that you can benefit from and trade-offs that you can actually benefit from as an industry. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last but not least, Dr. Mugero, to give us the last comments, please.
Hello. Thanks a lot. Thanks, listeners. I mean, the conversation was around how do we collaborate to ensure that there is sustainable development for the oil and gas sector. And we have a problem as we speak today. So as the world prepares to come together for COP28 in Dubai, I think, which is coming soon, I think it is important that as the regional players and as Africa, we are absolutely clear about what it is that we want to advocate for. So I would really encourage that maybe one of the things we should get out of this conference as we're going is to agree that we're going to speak with one voice when we get to COP28, because otherwise we're going to struggle to have a say in the development of the oil and gas and energy. So it's encouraging the regional bloc to approach these issues, which are really deep issues. We've not talked about access to finance. We talked a little bit about energy security, and we talked a little bit about talent. But we have an opportunity, and we need to take it head on. The final one is one around ESG. We speak about ESG. Again, what are the metrics? What are we measuring? Who is measuring? How do we harmonize ESG across the regional bloc? So I would imagine that there has to be a conversation, probably led by government and the big players, to say, this is how we are going to measure ESG as East Africa, because I don't think today we have it. Finally, to our civil society, we love you guys from the private sector. We think you're doing a splendid job. However, try to engage with the licensees or the operators before you go out to talk to the world. This oil and gas opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the people of Uganda. And you are a person of Uganda, as an example, and I'm talking to the Ugandan civil society. So engage. Find out how will we, my parents, my brothers, my Ugandans, my East Africans, benefit from a $15 billion project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the audience, and I think my panel deserves more of an applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gloria, for giving us an opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists. Indeed, collaboration has many facets, and it was good to hear the different perspectives. I'll invite the Deputy ED of Accord, Onesimus, to hand over a token of appreciation for the panelists and the moderator. Thank you. We can have a group picture with the ED in the middle. Thank you very much. A hand clap for our panelists. We have come to the close of this pre-conference workshop. I'll just have a few announcements before I invite two people to say some very, very brief remarks as we close. One is that we've had close to 215 participants physically here, and we are still doing the tally for online. So we could say we had over 100% of our expectation. We'll share with you an evaluation form online, so please take time to fill it out. The presentations will also be shared once we have spoken to the various presenters. And as part of the team that sat together to plan this workshop, I think this workshop has given us very insightful points to go back and see what we can do better, where we can collaborate better, and how we can make the different things and commitments that have been said even come more to life. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close, I'll invite just two people to give us very brief closing remarks, less than 5 minutes. I'll even stand on stage so that they are not tempted to go overboard. Allow me to invite Mr. Henry Bazira, who was the founding chairperson of the Civil Society Coalition on Oil. He'll make a few remarks, and then I'll invite the PS of Tanzania to send us off. Thank you.
Good evening, colleagues. I'm honored to be before you to give my closing remarks. We had a discussion, a debate with Gloria. I was supposed to be part of the session of the ESG, but because one of our colleagues from the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, Gloria, was missing in action, I gave up my slot for her, and I accepted this humble position to come and make closing remarks. I'm a member of the Uganda Extractive Industries Transparency, and like Gloria said, I'm a founding member of Cisco. I'm also a founding member of the Tax Justice Alliance,
So for me, I'm happy to see where civil society have reached to be able to collaborate with the various actors. I know where we began. We used to even send out falsehoods just to make sure that government gives us the correct information. So it was a firefighting arrangement, but today we are sitting on the same table, and I'm glad that we're here. And I want to encourage our colleagues in Tanzania and Kenya. Civil society don't hide behind communities. We have a mandated role constitutionally given to us. But if you allow me just talk about 2 or 3 things that I really wanted to share with you during the other session as part of my closing. And I want to up the game. I want to take us beyond looking at national and regional conversations. I want us to look at the whole architecture of the extractive industries and the international financing arrangement, all the way from the top. Who defines our ESG? Who defines our safeguards? Are we part of that discussion? And I'm glad that somebody talked about it on the human rights issue, that there's business and something. They are now having a conversation with the World Bank to begin to think about the social and environmental safeguards. That is where we're supposed to have started from. And so I want us as Africa to wake up. And this is a statement that was made on Friday during an IMF meeting that I was part of. Africa, this is your time. You must take your position. We should stop waiting for others to define your narrative. You should begin to define your narrative. We should begin to define what constitutes a social and environmental safeguard. Why wouldn't we allow our PAPs, they said positively affected persons? Why wouldn't we allow the PAPs to actually offer their land as equity? We know that land is equity. Land is capital. So, in the context of business for Africa, why should you just give up land for compensation? Why wouldn't you have your land put in an arrangement so that you can continue to earn the benefits as a partner in the investment? I know they argue and say, the PAPs are too many. But you're organizing them in groups and associations, where an association and group can represent their interests at your board level. Why not do it? We haven't been part of this discussion, so can we begin to change that narrative? So, thank you very much. Those are my closing remarks, and I would have added more, but for me that's very passionate. I really want to see a situation where we are part of the conversation. We have allowed our colleagues up north to define what it means to be an investor, what it means to be a development person. How many minutes do I have? Okay, for me, I can stop at that point. It is very dear to me, and I would like to be part of that group so that maybe we begin to change the way we do business. And I could listen to my friend who's been part of the African Mining Vision. The pain you have, I share it, because we are not going to have an impactful extractive sector if the givers of the land are not partners in the business. So it doesn't matter whether it's petroleum, extractives, that narrative needs to change. And it has to change from the high top level, from our president's level, from the legal frameworks. We are too much copycats. We copy other people's laws or copy other people's policies. I looked at the ESIA of Tanzania for the ECOP, and I compared it with the one for Uganda. There's still much more to be done in the aspect of the ESIA for Tanzania. Let me stop there. I'll be tempted to go further. Thank you.
So I'll take the honor and hand over this to... Thank you. Thank you very much, Henry, for those remarks that continue to challenge the development of the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, our closing remarks will be given by Engineer Felshezmi Mramba, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy in Tanzania. Thank you, Engineer. You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, originally she had planned to invite me so that I will call the last panelist. And I'm surprised she's telling me to close. But I believe it's the right time that we hold our discussions now. It has been a very busy day, and because of that, it has been very short. I believe all of you enjoyed the workshop, a wonderful workshop to prepare for the main conference tomorrow. So in our discussions today, a lot of focus on the balance between oil and gas development and the concept of energy transition, which is very important given the times we are in, the geopolitics and the politics of the time. Also, we extensively looked at ESG in the oil and gas sector, and I believe it's very important when we put our focus on the issues of environment, social, and governance of the sector. But also, there was a lot of interest from the audience on the issues of human rights in the oil and gas activities. Now, these are quite important things because they are the issues which will define the success of the projects we are doing now and in the future. But also, there was an interesting topic on the myths and the truths on environmental considerations in the design of oil and gas projects. All these are things we discussed today with a lot of contributions from the panelists, but also contributions and questions from the floor. And finally, we had the last topic on the collaborative framework to achieve sustainability in the development of oil and gas projects. I believe these were very interesting topics for today, and we are leaving this room with a lot of gathered knowledge, and I hope that it has set pace for the conference for tomorrow. Let me now thank all of you for the way you participated in this workshop, but a special thanks to the presenters, the moderators, and the panelists. But once again, thanks to all of you for the way you participated and made this day a success. And let me now announce that we have come to an end of our session today. Thank you so much.
Just hold on. I'll take the liberty again. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, for the pre-conference workshop. As earlier mentioned, you're all invited to the icebreaker reception. It's down by the helipad. Please go with your tag. Ensure you have your tag. Thank you very much. Someone said I did not introduce myself. I don't know if that's true. But my name is Gloria Sevikari. I'm the Manager for Corporate Affairs with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Thank you all once again.